The Countess's Missing Journals. Chapter 1. The Room No One Opened. I arrived at Westridge Hall under a sky the color of tarnished silver and with exactly enough money in my reticule to make dignity feel like an administrative burden. This, I have found, is the correct spirit in which to approach old houses. No woman of sound judgment travels into the country in late March because life has been tender with her. She goes because one more quarter's rent must be found, because widows are expected to survive on tact long after tact has stopped paying the coal bill, and because somewhere in England some family with older secrets, and insufficient courage has decided it finally requires a practical woman to sort the papers none of its men were willing to read honestly while the relevant women were alive. In my case, the woman had been a countess. The letter had come 5 days earlier, brought by a groom too well mounted for comfort, and sealed in black wax already cracked once and pressed again as if the hand sending it had changed its mind midway through the act of writing. Mrs. Eleanor Vale, I understand from Mrs. Bell of Camden Crescent that you have experience in the organization of domestic papers, journals, female account books, and family correspondence neglected beyond ordinary household repair. Westridge Hall is presently under legal review following the death of the Dowager Countess of Westridge, and certain rooms in the North Corridor require immediate private arrangement before they are mishandled by official inventory. If you are willing to undertake temporary work under strict confidence and independent payment, a carriage can be sent on Thursday. Sebastian Thorne, Earl of Westridge. I had read the line, before they are mishandled by official inventory 3 times, before deciding I respected the man in theory and distrusted him in practice. Men who use such language know exactly how families bury women after death. They simply prefer, when possible, to call the burial preservation until someone more inconvenient forces better nouns upon them. My mother, less susceptible to phrasing than I have occasionally been to my cost, said only, "It means the old lady wrote something no one ought to have ignored and everyone now wishes to manage without appearing to do so." Probably. And will they pay properly? Yes. Then go. Moral compromise is always easier to survive when the fee is clear. So here I was. My widow's bonnet slightly askew from the road, my gloves already irritated by damp, and the hired carriage jolting through a long avenue of bare beeches whose branches met overhead like uncharitable relations, forced into one another's company by inheritance. Across from me sat a leather dispatch case containing my working book, 3 sharpened pencils, 2 account ribbons, the little steel key to my writing box, and the most recent letter from my mother folded into the inner pocket where practical women keep either comfort or instructions depending on temperament. Mine generally serves as both. The road worsened as we approached the estate. That too is a language. Smooth approaches indicate vanity, middling one's economy, but roads allowed to break at the edges while the central ruts or scrunts are still grudgingly maintained usually mean a house with just enough money left to preserve appearances for visitors and not enough to keep the truth from showing in weather. Westridge, I thought as the wheels struck one puddle hard enough to offend my spine, was a house trying to remain impressive on reduced terms, and already resenting the effort. The first glimpse of it came through rain, light, and you. It was larger than I had expected and gloomier than decency required. Not ruinous. I have seen ruin, and ruin at least has the grace of admitting defeat. No, Westridge was worse. Entirely sound in its main structure, still commanding, still visibly bred to county dominance and parliamentary breakfasts, yet carrying about it the unmistakable air of a place that had begun arguing with its own history and lost interest in hospitality as a result. Long front. Pale stone darkened by damp. Tall narrow windows. A central block severe enough to be called classical by forgiving architects and cold enough to discourage forgiveness in ordinary visitors. The north wing, lower and somewhat older, ran back from the main house at a measured angle and looked, even from the carriage, like the section where women had once been expected to read, write, recover, and disappear from notice without making a social event of any one function. There, I thought, the room. The carriage had barely stopped before the door opened. A butler came down the steps with that grave economy of movement which suggests 30 years of silver, funerals, and family disgrace have taught a man that any further display would be vulgar. He was not old precisely, but old enough to have outlasted one generation's scandals and have his views on the next. I distrust butlers who have opinions and trust them even less when they have learned not to wear them on the face. Mrs. Val. Yes. Welcome to Westridge Hall. I am Pritchard. Welcome, I thought, was generous. Aloud I said, thank you. He took my case. A maid appeared for my smaller bag. The air smelled faintly of wet stone horses, and the first expensive traces of a fire built in a drawing room before the person meant to be impressed has properly entered it. I followed Pritchard inside. Warmth met me first. Then, beeswax, old wood, smoke that had settled long enough into the panels to become memory rather than odor, and that peculiar hush only very large houses manage, not silence, but sound trained into obedience. The entrance hall was high, pale, and more successful than the road had led me to expect. Marble floor. Narrow carpet runner. 2 Roman busts placed with enough confidence to suggest a former lord of Westridge had once mistaken buying antiquity for inheriting it. Portraits lined the walls, judges, officers. Ladies too composed for comfort, and looked down with the exact family expression I have seen in half the houses of England. The look of people who believed posterity ought to be easier to govern than the living, and would no doubt be disappointed in both. I noticed 3 things at once. First, the flower arrangement in the blue drawing room beyond the open double doors was excellent and too fresh by half, which meant the housekeeper was competent and expected scrutiny. Second, one of the long hall clocks had been recently repaired. The brass had been polished, the mechanism restored, and yet it ticked with that faint argumentative irregularity one hears in objects brought back into line against their own better judgment. Third, the north passage had a green baize screen drawn half across it, and the distinct moral atmosphere of a corridor families have spent too long describing as unused. There, I thought again. The room no one opened. Pritchard led me not to the drawing room, which would have suggested social welcome, nor to any smaller chamber under feminine governance, which might have implied tact. He led me straight to a room at the back of the house looking west over wet lawns and bare elms. A study, then. Not the Earl's library, too lean for that, but the sort of private room in which men perform the more conscientious kinds of anxiety, estate review, legal correspondence, and those bouts of solitary honesty made necessary when wives, mothers, or dead countesses can no longer be used to absorb domestic complication on their behalf. The room was long, firelit, and severe. 1 wall of books, 1 wall of files, a broad table near the window laid with packets tied in colored ribbons. Rain light silvered the panes. The fire had been built well but not showily. The chairs were good. The carpet older than fashion and better than most fashion deserves, and on the far table still stood a stack of ledgers, so squarely aligned that I distrusted the hand responsible, before I had yet seen it. The man by the window turned as Pritchard announced me, and in that one moment my entire working theory of the week changed shape. I had expected age, or at least the polished heaviness of a middle-aged peer dulled by debt, gout, or both. Some men inherit titles. Others appear to have been born already arranged around them by their mothers and valets. I had assumed Westridge would be one of the latter. Instead there was Sebastian Thorne, Earl of Westridge. Too young, perhaps, to carry a house this full of dead female paper without strain. Too grave to be handsome easily, and entirely unlike the sort of man one wishes to meet when one has come to a house hoping only to deal with cupboards. He was not beautiful. Men of serious character rarely are unless society has been criminally indulgent with them elsewhere. His face was too sharply cut about the mouth, too controlled around the eyes, too fully possessed of that exhausting species of masculine self-command which suggests a childhood spent learning that emotion is best expressed by opening doors for women one will later fail in more structural ways. He bowed. "Mrs. Vale." "My lord." His gaze rested on me for 1 second longer than form required, not impertinently. More dangerously than that. Precisely. As if he had already heard enough about me to know I might prove useful, and was now deciding whether usefulness would arrive with friction. Pritchard withdrew. The door shut. Rain moved softly at the windows. Lord Westridge indicated the chair opposite the desk. "Hope the journey was tolerable." "No," I said. But it was brief enough to be forgivable. A pause. Then, "Wes." I nearly sighed. Men who answer in single syllables are either fools, cowards, or worth paying closer attention to. I had not yet decided which he might be. I sat. He remained standing a moment longer, then did the same. "Good. I have always distrusted noblemen who prefer to negotiate from altitude." He drew one packet toward him and untied the black ribbon. My letter may have suggested urgency without sufficient explanation. That was deliberate. I had not yet seen the north rooms myself. I looked at him. "Why?" His face altered by one fraction only. "My mother died in London a month ago. I returned to Westridge 12 days later. Until then the northern papers had remained under my aunt's supervision and the steward's broader management. There it was then. Return. And an aunt. No English house has ever grown morally healthier from the addition of an aunt with principles. I see. Yes. There it was again. Infuriating already. He continued. Before my mother's death, arrangements had already begun for an estate review. Household furniture, plate, duplicate books, and certain rooms not in regular family use were to be valued. The North Journal room was included under that instruction because it had been closed for years, and because no one now living could say with confidence whether the papers within were personal relics, domestic accounts, or legal debris. Legal debris is a phrase I should like to borrow, I said. It sounds exactly like the sort of thing families call women's claims once the relevant women have become inconveniently dead. For the first time, something nearly alive touched the corner of his mouth. Not smile, possibility of it. I expect you will find several better phrases before we are done. There's confidence, he said. No. Experience. That unfortunately was better. I folded my hands in my lap, because his answers had already begun being more exact than was prudent for my peace. And now that you have seen the room. This time the pause was longer. Outside, the wind moved rain against the west pane in slow diagonal lines. Somewhere deeper in the house a door closed with the muff force only thick carpets allow. He said. Now, I know the room was not closed because no one could make use of it. There. Not dust then. Not merely journals and harmless feminine recollections. Something administrative. Something the house had later preferred sentimentalized. I should like a more useful noun than that. So should I. That startled me enough that I forgot caution and simply looked at him. No deflection, no noble abstraction. Only the plain answer. Interesting. He opened the first packet and spread 3 index cards between us. They were found in the outer ledger drawer behind household memoranda. Not in the room itself. I leaned forward. The cards were old, yellowed slightly at the edge, and written in a neat female hand made firmer by discipline rather than grace. The headings had been crossed through in later ink, but not so heavily that the original entries were lost. Widow allowances, continuity daughters' portions, pending and delayed guest provision for women of the house. I stared. Then looked at him. This was not a journal room. No, Bow. There is your word. It appears correct. No, I said. Only provoking. That time the near smile almost fully formed. Gone at once. He went on. The north room has been described in family memory for years as my mother's private journal room. Sentimental. Personal. Not a matter for estate review beyond cataloging and possible sealing. I touched the card marked widow allowances, continuity once with my finger. And in reality, he said, in reality, I think it may have been a record room by which my mother tracked and preserved female claims the rest of the house preferred to treat as temporary, embarrassing, or domestic. There. The center already or near enough to it to make the room contract around the truth. I asked, why was it closed? His gaze held mine. My aunt says my mother stopped using it after my father's death and that the room became painful to her. And you believe that? No. A cleaner word than yes, useful. Why not? He took up the third card. On the reverse side, in the same female hand, was written, no woman should have to ask twice for what the house already knows it owes. I read it once. Then again. There are sentences women recognize at once because we have been surviving the absence of them for generations. He said, my mother, quietly, did not close rooms because they pained her. She kept them open longer than anyone wished when the rooms still told the truth. There it was. Not only the dead Countess then. The Earl knew the shape of her mind well enough to distrust the family legend arranged around her silence after death. I said, and your aunt wishes the papers classed as personal. Of course. Yes. There is your word again. It remains useful. I ought perhaps to have disliked him more than I did at that moment. Instead I said, a dangerous quality in a man. What? Being answerable to the right objection before I have sharpened the second. That nearly won the smile again. Nearly. He opened the next packet. This one held 2 journal indexes, 1 guest ledger abstract, and a folded sheet bearing the heading, North Corridor Women's Records, removed to domestic holding pending family decision. I felt, very distinctly, the air of the room change. There it was then. Not private grief. Not sentimental relics. Removal. Domestic holding. Family decision. The whole machinery by which female structure is reduced, renamed, and folded back into harmlessness before it can inconvenience the estate. I looked up slowly. How many English crimes have been committed under the phrase pending family decision? His face did not alter. More than the law enjoys recording. That was so exactly the sort of answer I ought not to have appreciated that I had to look back at the papers immediately to preserve my moral advantage. The folded sheet listed not journals alone, but categories. Correspondence, household women settlement copies, allowance revisions, widow continuations, guests, long, stay ladies, and dependent female relations private journals, to remain sealed at family discretion. There. Not one room. A whole female archive. One meant not only to record feeling, but to preserve claim, continuity, and memory informs the rest of the house could not later misremember without effort. I said, your mother was keeping parallel records. So it appears. No, not appears, it is there in the headings. A pause. Then, Wes, there it was again. I laid the paper flat and looked at him fully. My lord, if these records were moved into domestic holding after your mother's death, then your house did not merely misplace women's paper. It intervened. His attention sharpened at once. Not anger. Recognition. I think so. That is not enough. No. Better. He went on after a moment. The north room itself has not yet been reopened fully. Pritchard had the door unsealed yesterday. The shelves remain as they were left when last arranged for appearances. Nothing has yet been touched inside beyond one cabinet examined by the steward. And your aunt? His gaze changed by a degree, not visible enough to count as irritation to anyone not already attentive. More like the controlled inward brace of a man whose relation has become predictable in the wrong way. My aunt believes the room should be sorted privately and anything of legal consequence removed before official review reaches the north wing. There it was, the whole thing's. Not incompetence. not confusion. Sequence. Removal before review. Family decision before truth. The older female version of the same estate instinct by which men have hidden behind account books for centuries. I said. And you summoned me because I do not trust private sorting where my mother is concerned. Because, if the room contains what I think it may, then the house has already had too many days to improve its memory. And because Mrs. Bell told me that if I wanted a woman who could distinguish between sentiment, evidence, and domestic deceit in ledger form, I should offer you a proper fee, and then remain out of your way as much as possible. I stared at him. Mrs. Bell, I thought, was growing reckless with accuracy in her advancing years. I shall write to thank her for that charitable assessment of your prospects. If you do, I would recommend delaying it until after the first day. The almost smile again. Because he knew. Because you may yet decide she overestimated my usefulness. No, I said. Only your survivability. That time the near smile became real for one brief second and changed his whole face more alarmingly than beauty ever could have done. I looked away at once. That would never do. He drew a sheet toward me. This is the temporary agreement. 4 weeks certain. 2 more if required. Independent payment, half now and half at conclusion. Additional fee if the room proves to contain material affecting estate review or legal provision. Full access to the north record room, the adjoining correspondence cupboard, and any boxes already removed from them. No paper to be taken away or opened in your absence once you begin. I scanned the page. Good paper, clean hand. No buried clause offering hospitality in place of pay. No nonsense about family gratitude. A practical contract. That counted heavily in his favor and annoyed me for exactly that reason. And if I find material the house would prefer not to acknowledge. His answer came at once. You tell me, I said. Wrong. I tell myself first, then the room, then, if warranted, you. He took that without visible offense. Again intolerable. Very well. No more auntly intervention. No reclassification after I begin. No servant instructed to tidy first. And if there are journals missing from the index, you do not summarize their probable contents at me like a man improving female ruin into digestible bullet points. That one, unmistakably the dangerous near life at the corner of his mouth. He said, I do not think I have ever been accused of digestible bullet points. There is still time. I signed. Not elegantly. Clearly enough to discourage future legend. He signed after me, blotted the page, and opened the drawer at his right hand. From it he took a key ring holding 3 keys, 1 large, 2 small, all darkened with age and use. He separated the largest and one of the smaller ones and laid them on the table between us. The north room. And the journal cabinet. I looked at the keys. Then at him. That was not nothing. Not hospitality, not performance. Perhaps, or something nearer to practical desperation dressed well enough to pass for it. Your aunt will dislike this. Wes. There is your word again. It remains the correct one. I nearly smiled. Then did not. Very well, my lord. Show me the room. He rose at once. So did I. As he came around the desk, one thought moved through me with irritating clarity. I had not, after all, been brought to Westridge merely to put dead women's journals in order. I had been brought because somewhere inside the north corridor was a room the house had failed to bury cleanly. And Lord Westridge, for reasons not yet simple enough to trust, had decided he would rather let me hear it confess than allow his family to improve the story first. The north corridor smelled of lavender, dust, and old female patients. That is the nearest I can come to accuracy. Some passages in great houses are only architectural. Others are arguments continued in wallpaper and door frames long after the people who first fought them have gone to churchyards and portraits. The north corridor at Westridge was one of those. It had once belonged, I thought at once, not to children precisely, nor wholly to invalids, nor to the decorative female occupations men prefer to remember when speaking of dead wives. It had belonged to women who remained in the house during the hours when the gentlemen were elsewhere, and the servants knew better than to ask too many questions. The carpet was thick enough to discourage confession, the windows narrower than in the main front, and the doors all painted the same pale gray-green by some long, ago hand trying to make continuity look restful. It did not. Lord Westridge led me past 3 closed rooms and 1 small sitting chamber before stopping at the far end of the passage. "This will be yours." Of course it was at the end. Houses always place inconvenient women where both access and isolation may be achieved with the least public explanation. The room itself was not large, which counted in its favor. Bed, dressing table, writing desk, a narrow fire already lit, and a single armchair by the window overlooking the yew walk and the east lawn beyond. On the mantel stood a blue glass vase with nothing in it, which made me trust the room more immediately than if it had held roses. Empty vessels, like empty shelves, tend to tell the truth better than arrangements. He set the larger of my cases just inside the door and said, "Mrs. Briscoe will come presently." The housekeeper. "Yes." "There is your word again." He looked at me. The almost smile did not appear this time, only a brief dry patience. I had not realized the syllable itself had become offensive. "No," I said, taking off my gloves finger by finger. "Only overused." That nearly altered his mouth after all. "I shall endeavor toward improvement." Duh. There is a sentence no earl should ever make to a widow before supper. This time I did see it, the faintest brief movement, gone almost before it formed. Dangerous, I thought at once. "That would never do," he said. "Tia will be sent. If you require anything before the room is shown." The room. His face altered by 1 fraction. Good. He knew what I meant. "I had not come to admire North Corridor upholstery," he said. "West." The room. There it was again. I ought perhaps to have begun resenting the habit on principle. Instead I found myself wanting to see whether he would keep answering so directly. Once the house became less manageable in content. "I would rather look before tea," I said. "Practical truths are always easier on an empty stomach than after cake." "As you wish." "There. Better than yes." He led me farther down the corridor, to a door set slightly back from the others as if modesty in wood might disguise the fact that generations had clearly passed it with active thought. The lock had been recently opened. I could tell from the scratch mark near the plate and the cleaner brass around the keyhole where old tarnish had been disturbed. He handed me the larger key. I looked at it, then at him. "You are not going to open it yourself?" "No." "Why?" "Why? Because you were right below. If the room has been waiting this long, it deserves to speak first without my summary." That reached me more sharply than I had expected, not because the sentiment was beautiful. It was not, exactly. More severe than that. More useful, too. The sort of decency one mistrusts in men because it might mean only intelligence until it survives pressure. I said, "That is a dangerous sentence." "Why?" "Because it suggests educability." Again the almost smile. Very nearly. I put the key in the lock and turned it. The door opened onto stale air and fading order. No melodrama, no shrouded portraits. No great feminine mausoleum arranged for effect. Worse. The room had clearly once been made very practical and later made to look merely private by people who thought that would suffice. It was larger than I had expected. Long, rectangular, with 2 tall windows facing east and a lower set of built-in shelves between them. A central table. 2 smaller desks against the wall. A fire grate laid empty. A sofa too narrow for comfort, and clearly once intended for reading rather than languishing. The walls were lined not with portraits, but with cabinets, shallow drawers, and shelf runs labeled in tiny hand-painted tabs, now partly faded and partly removed. That told me everything. Sentimental rooms are not built-in drawers. I went first not to the journal shelves, which would have been the move expected of a more romantic fool, but to the labels. Some remained intact. Household visits correspondence. Ladies received marriage portions, winter accounts, journals, private. Others had been more recently overpainted or stripped. There were blanks where labels once sat. Clean rectangular ghosts against darker wood. Empty runs where a category had been excised and the space left to look accidental. I touched one of the blank places. The room has been altered. Behind me, Sebastian said, "Wes. There is your word." It would have been false to use another. I ignored that because he was becoming inconveniently answerable again, and I preferred the room at present. I crossed to the nearer desk. The surface had been dusted recently, but not by anyone familiar with the room's logic. The inkstand had been centered, which I always distrust in women's workrooms after death. Men and timid maids center objects when they do not know where function once lived. The right drawer stuck. That was promising. I opened it with some force and found only blotting paper, sealing wafers, and 3 index cards turned face down as if ashamed. I turned them over, blank. No, not blank. Scraped. The surface had been sanded just enough to remove entries while leaving the card itself reusable, if one were shameless enough to try. I held one up. Your family economizes even in erasure. He came nearer then, not too near, enough to see the card. His face changed by 1 degree only. The lower, colder degree. That was not done for economy. No, I said. For smoothness. Economy at least admits need. I went to the shelves. The journals were there, yes, but not in any arrangement I trusted. Uniformly rebound, too cleanly aligned, and with obvious gaps every few feet where other volumes had once stood. Worse than missing books are books left behind in false proportion. They try too hard to look harmless. I pulled one volume free. Household Journal 1808. The hand inside was the Countess's indeed. Neat. Controlled. Full of visits, weather, dinner parties, servants' illnesses, and charitable calls. Entirely proper. Entirely useless. I put it back. Then drew the next. Household Journal 1810. No 1809 between them. Interesting. 3 shelves lower, 1813 stood beside 1815. Then 1816. 1817, 1820. I turned. Either your mother kept journals only in years she found worthwhile, or someone has been cultivating selective memory. He took that without argument. The catalog prepared for me listed 12 volumes. I looked back at the shelves. There are 8. Wes. There is your word again. He did not answer this time. Good, let him begin learning silence where the room demanded it. At the far wall stood the cabinets. That was where the real room lived. Shallow drawers for papers. Narrow pigeonholes. A locking compartment below with 2 brass escutcheons and no key in sight. I crouched at the first run of small drawers. Most had labels removed, but one still read. A widow continuations a there. Not sentiment, not personal memory, structure. I opened it. Empty. The wood beneath held the pale rectangular marks of bundles, once tied there in packets. The next drawer. Guests longer stay empty again. The next household ladies, clothing and quarter. That one held only 2 pins, a snapped ribbon, and 1 folded list in faded ink of winter flannel requisitions for Miss Armitage, Mrs. Cole, and Nurse Finch. Not family then. Or not family only. Woman in the house with categories and needs requiring continuity across years. The Countess had tracked them. The later household had cleaned the drawer and left only what it thought too trivial to matter. Men and poor archivists always leave behind the very scraps that prove the system existed. I stood. Your mother kept parallel household accounts for women. It appears so. No, I said. Again not appears. She did. Clothing quarter, widow continuations, longer stay guests, marriage portions. This room was not merely where she wrote her thoughts. It was where she prevented women from being dissolved into general household memory. There was a pause. Then, yes. Of course. I turned away before he could become more tolerable in my estimation. A knock came at the half-open door. A woman entered carrying a tray and wearing the expression of one who has already seen enough of a family to distrust all of its nouns equally. Mrs. Briscoe, then. She was perhaps 55, compact rather than tall, dressed in dark bombazine with a cap so exact one might have used it to measure moral weather. Her face was not severe precisely. It had simply outlived all decorative uses of expression. I liked her at once, which meant I immediately mistrusted my own instinct, then trusted it again. My lord, Mrs. Briscoe. She set the tray on the smaller desk and let her gaze move once around the room. Not sentimental, not startled, only attentive enough to tell me she had been waiting years for someone to reopen it and intended to survive the consequences with all the dignity God and silver polish had granted her. You have not changed the curtains, I said.
No, madame. Why?
Her ladyship disliked how they altered the morning light on paper. There. One true thing at once. Good. I like the housekeeper more. Sebastian said. Mrs. Vale will have full access here. No papers are to be moved without her knowledge. Mrs. Briscoe inclined her head once. Very good, my lord. No surprise. Which meant either the house had known this was coming or the housekeeper had. I asked, who dusted the room? I did, madam. The surfaces only. Not the drawers. Interesting. Why not the drawers? Because I do not open women's things after death, unless instructed by another woman or compelled by fire. I looked at her. Sebastian, to his credit, did not interrupt. There are times when a housekeeper says something so correct one feels at once an urge toward gratitude and conspiracy both. Excellent, I said. That earned from her the faintest fraction of life around the mouth. Tea is there, madam. The fire may be lit if the room is to be used long. The room is to be used immediate.
Ah.
Wes, madam. There it was, another one. The whole north wing, I thought, was catching the disease. When she had gone, I poured tea and drank it standing, because sitting too soon in a room like that feels like surrender. Sebastian had moved to the journal shelves and was reading the numbers without touching the volumes, which I approved of more than I intended. You knew some were missing, I said. Yes. There is your word. I am beginning to suspect the fault lies less in the word than in the questions. No, I said. The fault is in the family. The word is merely symptomatic. That almost won the dangerous near smile again. Almost. I set down my cup and crossed to the lower locking cabinet. There is no key. There was one in my mother's chain. None among her effects. How helpful. No. That made me look at him. Because there it was, a clean no in place of the habitual yes. Better somehow. Sharper. Less acquiescent and more willing to let the objection stand where it belonged. I said, I begin to think there may be hope for your education. There is a dangerous amount of confidence in that sentence. No. I replied her. I knelt before the cabinet. The lock was old. Not impossible. The right panel showed faint pressure marks along the edge, however, and a scratch low near the base where someone had once tried to move the frame rather than the key. I pressed my fingertips along the joint. The panel shifted. Not much. There. He came closer. Still leaving distance. Always that measured degree of nearness. It was beginning, I admit, to irritate me in ways not wholly professional. The cabinet. No, I said. The frame. False front or secondary latch. He crouched opposite me. Again too natural. Again I disliked noticing it. I used the small steel knife from my reticule and worked it into the narrow seam. The wood gave with a dry sound like old paper settling. The panel released. Inside lay no jewels, no secret engagement portrait, no Gothic absurdity. Worse, bundles. 3 tied in green ribbon, 2 in blue, 1 in black, and on top, a folded inventory sheet in the Countess's hand. I took that first. Of course. Women do not build hidden compartments for poetry when law is involved. The sheet read, North Room, Private Working Order Blue, Household Women, Continuing Green, Daughters, Guests. And Unsettled Claims Black. Journals not to be entered in the public shelf list. If Sebastian ever reopens this room, he must be made to understand and that silence is not discretion, when women are the cost of it. I read it twice, then once more. The room had gone very quiet, not because he spoke, because he did not. I looked up. He was staring at the line to his own name as if the dead had reached directly through wood and paper to strike him without first seeking permission from grief. I said, very quietly, Your mother appears to have anticipated you. A pause. Then, Wes. There. Not infuriating this time. Only true. I set the sheet flat on the desk. Very well, my lord. We begin with blue. He looked at me then, not the room. Me that, too, I noticed. Why blue? Because household women continuing sounds like the category most likely to have been reduced later into kindness, atmosphere, or family duty. I touched the green bundles. Daughters and unsettled claims will matter. Black journals may matter more. But the women who continued in the house after expectation failed, they are almost always where the house first lies. This time he answered with no syllable at all. Only a nod. Good. I untied the first blue bundle. Inside were quarterly lists, clothing continuations, notes on rooms occupied, servants assigned, medical visits paid, and one folded sheet headed, Longer stay ladies, to be provided without repeated petition. The entire English crime in 7 words. I looked at him again. He saw it at once. Of course. This was a structured, I said, Wes. There is your word. It seems to be losing ground. No, I said. Only earning it more honestly. And as the rain moved softly against the north windows, the dead Countess's hidden bundles lay open before us. And Westridge began by inches, and labels and one false panel to confess what it had made of women after their usefulness turned socially inconvenient. I understood at last the true shape of my employment. I was not there merely to sort journals. I was there to stand where the house had once decided women should not remain legible. Once the first blue bundle lay open, the room stopped pretending it had ever been merely personal. That is the mercy of paper, arranged by competent women. One does not have to guess at long once the system begins showing its bones. Men may turn rooms into legend after death. Women who keep parallel records make legend much harder work. I untied the second blue packet. Inside were quarterly sheets, room allocations, doctor's notes, clothing allowances, stipend continuations, and a narrow ledger folded into thirds and labeled in the Countess's hand. Women continuing in the house, not to be left among general domestic abstracts there. Not memory, not sentiment, instruction. I opened the ledger. The first page held names, dates, and categories. Mrs. Ashby, widow, cousin, south upper room. Quarter coal and linen continued Miss Pryor, companion, eye trouble, reading allowance not to lapse Mrs. Cole. A guest beyond 6 weeks, black silk and medicine under my hand. Not the steward's Lady Hester, portion delayed. No reduction in her personal writing desk or correspondence fire. I read the last line twice. Then once more. A personal writing desk. Correspondence fire. These were not indulgences. They were the smallest structural recognitions of female continuity. The means by which a woman remains a person, and not a tolerated burden, once her expected place in the world has failed or altered. Sebastian had moved closer by then. Still not too close. Always that measured degree of nearness, which had already begun irritating me for reasons not wholly professional. What is it? I turned the ledger so he could see. Your mother kept account not only of what women cost the house, but of what they required in order not to be dissolved by it. Bah, he read silently. Then, after a moment, Lady Hester was my father's sister. Portion delayed. Her engagement failed. The settlement was disputed. There. Not a tale then. A mechanism. I tapped the line again, and so the house answered by making sure her desk and correspondence fire remained. His gaze remained on the page. Wes. "There is your word," he said. "It is difficult." Quietly. To use another where she was more exact than we have been. That struck more deeply than I liked. Because it was not only true, it was well said. Men ought never to be allowed both conscience and phrasing if women are expected to survive them sensibly. I turned the page before the thought could do harm. The second leaf was divided differently. Ladies received beyond customary visit reason for continuance. What is owed quietly, what must never be made to depend on gratitude. I sat down at once. Not gracefully, necessarily. The room had shifted again, not in atmosphere only, in category. This was no collection of compassionate notes kept by an overfeeling countess too fond of feminine detail. This was a working administrative record, built to prevent precisely the kinds of social erosion great houses later prefer to call unfortunate. I said aloud, though perhaps more to the room than to him. Sebastian said. She was tracking vulnerability against household convenience. Nothing. Good. Sometimes men improve most by not trying to help with the sentence too early. The entries grew worse, which is to say clearer, the further I read. Mrs. Darnley, husband deceased in India, no male relation yet settled. Do not let the ladies call her stay a kindness if quarter has already been promised. Miss Elford. Return from Bath. Nerves overstated by sister, journals and receipt book to remain with her Lady Agnes, marriage articles broken, physician's account not to be entered under ordinary guest expense, Mrs. Vere. Winter allowance continued. Though the house pretends surprise every quarter. I laughed once. Not because anything amused me. Because once truth becomes this exact, laughter is sometimes the body's last decent resistance before anger becomes permanent. What? I looked up at him. The phrase "the house pretends surprise every quarter." Something moved at the corner of his mouth. Not smile. Never properly that where the room had become serious. Something more like unwilling recognition warmed by shame. He said, "Wes, there is your word. It appears durable." "No," I replied, "only hereditary." That nearly won the dangerous almost smile. Nearly. I reached for the third blue packet. This one had not cards tucked between the folded sheets. Cross, references, shelf marks. Tiny instructions in the Countess's hand. Several read "See Jorn. 1814, for beginning see private volume. Autumn 1816. Do not separate from marriage abstracts Gust book North drawer C. I went still. Not because cross-references themselves were surprising. Because of where they pointed. The journals. There it was then. The whole ugly family lie laid bare in 4 words and a neat female hand. The journals had never stood apart as private meditation. They were indexed against allowances, delayed portions, guests received beyond propriety, and continuations granted to women the house had reason to remember without being willing to remember publicly. I spread the cards on the desk. My lord. He came nearer at once. Enough to read. Not enough to crowd. Good. Let him at least continue learning that. I tapped the cards one by one. Here. Your mother's journals were cross-filed with the women's records. Not sentiment parallel to administration. Administration with private corroboration attached. He read. His face changed by a degree only I would likely have noticed if I had not already become far too attentive to such things. The missing volumes. Wes. There is your word. He ignored that. Good. We had finally reached matter grave enough to improve him out of rhythm. The missing journal years correspond to the women whose positions turned unstable, I said, or whose claims required more than household memory could safely be trusted with. I touched the card marked private volume, Autumn 1816. Whoever removed the journals knew exactly what they were doing. They were not taking recollection. They were removing linked evidence. That landed. Harder than anything before. Because now the room had crossed from female history into a state risk. A knock sounded at the door. Not Pritchard's. Too light for that. Mrs. Briscoe entered with a second tray, and two younger figures behind her. "Forgive the intrusion, my lord, madam." Lady Beatrice and Miss Lucy asked whether the north room was truly open or whether the servants were only speaking poetically again. The un, of course. No house ever keeps a room this alive from girls for long. They smell truth and floorboards the way hounds scent game. The taller of the two girls stood first and quietest. 15 perhaps, dark-haired, grave, with the self-command of a young woman who has already learned that speaking carefully is mistaken for virtue and may as well be used, where possible. Lady Beatrice, then. His sister, perhaps, or very near relation. Her gaze went first to Sebastian, then the desks, the shelves, the spread cards, and finally me. The younger one, Miss Lucy, all curiosity and straight-backed impatience, looked directly at the blank spaces on the journal shelf and said, "There are fewer than there used to be." "Interesting," Sebastian said. "Lucy." "What?" "There are." Beatrice added, more quietly, "She is right." Mrs. Briscoe set down the tray with the air of a woman who had expected exactly this, and meant the house to survive it by superior calm. I asked, "You remember the room?" Lucy answered before Beatrice could perform caution around her. "Not everything. Only that it used to feel larger." Beatrice looked at the shelves. "Felt occupied." "There. Not cluttered. Not sentimental. Occupied." I could have embraced the child for the noun alone. Sebastian said, "Mrs. Vale is reviewing the room before legal inventory reaches it." Lucy looked at me instantly. "Are you allowed to move things?" "Everything." "No, we not." Because, I thought, houses are forever asking women to answer structural injustice in terms suitable for children, while the men stand nearby being noble in silence. Aloud I said, "Because some people have already moved too much." Lucy considered that and seemed, to my relief, satisfied by the truth's sharp edge. Beatrice stepped nearer the desk. Her attention had gone not to the journals themselves but to the cross-reference cards. "You found the links." Sebastian and I both looked at her. "What links?" I asked. She did not touch the cards. "Good girl. Mama used to tell me the journals were not to be read like stories. She said if ever I wanted to understand a woman in this house properly, I was to find where her name appeared twice." There. The whole maternal intelligence of the room distilled into one surviving lesson. I said very quietly, "And where was that?" "In the journals and the other drawers." Her face shifted by only a fraction. "After she died, Aunt Eudora said the journals were private, and the drawers domestic, and that confusing the two made women dramatic." "Aunt Eudora? Then. Not the same aunt as every other house in England perhaps, but functionally her sister." Lucy made a face. "Aunt Eudora says any feeling longer than 6 minutes is dramatic if it belongs to a woman, and expensive if it belongs to a horse." Sebastian's mouth altered by the smallest degree. Not enough to count. Enough to show family resemblance had not wholly ruined him. I asked Beatrice, "Did your mother ever tell you why the links mattered?" The girl looked at the shelf marked marriage portions. "She said houses forget women in categories, so women must learn to read across shelves." I sat back slowly. Not because the sentence surprised me. Because it reached too far, too fast, and too exactly into the room's hidden center. Houses forget women in categories. Yes. We dust. Daughter. Companion. Lady. Poor relation. All the safe nouns by which claims are thinned, delayed, or made respectable enough to ignore. I said, "Your mother was dangerously clear." Lucy brightened. "Wes. There is your word again," Beatrice murmured to her cousin. "It suits things." Unfortunately. I ought perhaps to have laughed. Instead I picked up the cross, reference to the missing 1816 volume and asked, "Did either of you ever see the journals moved?" Lucy shook her head at once. Beatrice hesitated. That was enough. Sebastian saw it too. "Beatrice." His tone was careful. Too careful. I heard at once that old male instinct to prevent pressure by making the room gentler, before it had chosen to be. I said, "Only if you wish, The girl looked at me, not grateful, measuring. Good, she said. I saw Aunt Eudora in here once. With Mr. Kenning. The steward. Wes. She had 3 books on the table and said, "These go nowhere public." Mr. Kenning asked whether they were legal. She said, "No," which is exactly why they are dangerous. There. The room did not merely sharpen, it clarified. Not theft by confusion. Not misplacement, selection. I laid the 1816 card beside the ledger. Sebastian said, "She chose the private volumes because they attached women to their claims in language the house could not later improve." Very low, Wes. No irritation now. None. The word stood where it belonged. Lucy looked from one to the other of us and then at the shelves again. She asked, "If the room is open now, does that mean it stops being sad?" No child should ever have to ask that of a room, I answered carefully. It may stop being lied about first. That is not the same thing, but it is usually how improvement begins. Beatrice received that with the grave steadiness of a girl, already too old in the wrong directions. Lucy, by contrast, asked, "May we come back when you are sorting the drawers?" Sebastian started to answer. I heard the breath before the word, the quick protective refusal. Not against them perhaps. Against complication. Against too many girls in too live a room before the house had chosen its next lie. He heard it too. Good. I saw the correction happen. At last he said, "If Mrs. Vale permits it." There, better. Much better. Both girls looked at me. What a dangerous thing it is, I thought, when the younger women in a house begin waiting for another woman to define whether truth is to be lived with or kept upstairs. "Wes," I said. "But not as amusement. If you return, you work." Lucy looked delighted. Beatrice only nodded once, which in her case I thought probably meant much more. Mrs. Briscoe shepherded them out with tea, moral force, and the air of a woman who had seen enough of female inheritance for one afternoon and meant to preserve the rest for better light. When the door shut again, Sebastian remained where he was. One hand on the back of the chair Beatrice had nearly taken and then thought better of. "You heard her." "Yes." "There is." "Wes," I said. I know. The word. That almost won the near smile from him, but the room was too serious for either of us to profit by it. I spread the blue sheets wider across the desk. The room was administrative. The journals were attached to the records. And your aunt knew precisely which volumes could not be allowed near official eyes. He nodded once. Then said, "Kenning died last year. Interesting. Convenient. No, a better no. Cleaner. More useful. No, not convenient. But no help to us either." I turned another sheet and found, tucked between 2 widow continuation entries, a loose guest register leaf for 1816. One name had been crossed through and rewritten in later ink. Lady Agnes March, longer stay, under family discretion beneath it, faintly visible under scraping. Lady Agnes March, awaiting correction of articles. There, not scandal perhaps, worse, a woman turned from claimant into guest by revision of noun alone. I held up the page. This is how they did it. Sebastian came to the desk. Again not too near. Enough to read, he said. Awaiting correction of articles. And later only a longer stay under family discretion. The claim becomes social presence. The legal instability becomes female inconvenience. The room remembers both. The house keeps only the gentler version. The sentence sat between us. Heavy. Accurate. Entirely too intimate in its implications for any woman with sense under a noble roof. Because Eleanor Vale, financially pressed widow, with a decent hand and a practical mind, sat there in his mother's north room doing work half domestic and wholly structural under temporary terms and clear pay, and knew all at once that the room had once been built to prevent precisely the kind of woman I was from being reduced into gratitude, if her stay should lengthen beyond convenience. I do not know whether he saw that thought move through me. Of course he did. Men like Sebastian miss the first obvious meaning and then, maddeningly, catch the deeper second one Exactly when you most wish them dull, he said, after a moment. My mother anticipated women remaining here under worse luck than they deserved. I looked at him. Yes. And there, at last, we had reached the sentence neither of us yet wished to touch too directly, that the room's design leaned not only backward toward claimants and delayed portions, but forward toward women like me. I folded the 1816 guest leaf once, then laid it flat again. Not yet. Not in this light. Not before I had the rest, I said. Very well. We know now that the journals once sat with dowries, guest records, widow continuations, and settlement papers. That makes the missing volumes evidence, not memory. Which means whoever took them was not tidying grief. They were curating liability. A pause. Then, yes. This time I did not remark upon the word. We had reached beyond irony into work. I gathered the blue packets, the cross-reference cards, and the altered guest leaf into one ordered stack. The green bundle next, I said. Daughters, guests, unsettled claims. If the journals were attached thereto, we may begin matching missing years to the women whose records became socially inconvenient. He nodded. No interruption, no arrangement. Good. The room had already begun teaching him something, and I intended, for now, to let that small victory stand. And as the rain thinned at the windows, the north corridor held its breath outside the door, and the Countess's hidden system lay opening under my hands one category at a time, I understood with sudden clarity what the next discovery would have to prove. Not merely that women had been provided for and later reduced, but that the house had chosen, deliberately and in sequence, which female truths could be left on public shelves, and which had to disappear into family discretion before the lawyers arrived. That, I thought, was where the real work began. The green bundle proved, as I had suspected, that daughters, guests, and unsettled claims are where houses commit their most graceful crimes. Blue had shown me continuity, the plain intelligent labor by which the late Countess had tried to prevent women already inside Westridge from being reduced to household weather. Green, I knew before I untied the first ribbon, would show transition. The dangerous middle state. Not widow yet, not daughter securely portioned, not guest by free will, not relation by safe entitlement. Women whose position had begun shifting under them, while the House still hoped to rename the movement before anyone important put it into law. I moved to the central table, because the room had become too exact for desks. Sebastian brought the lamp nearer without being asked. I noticed. Of course I noticed. Not because moving a lamp is intimate, because doing it without improving the gesture into something larger is much rarer in men than they suppose. The green ribbon came loose easily. Too easily. It had been untied within the last few years, then retied by someone lacking the Countess's original firmness. Inside were folded settlement abstracts, correspondence summaries, clipped guest entries, allowance suspensions, one physician's note, and a narrow working list headed, "Women under transition, do not let the household settle the terms before the papers do there." The late Countess, I thought, had been one of the few women in England who deserved to be obeyed after death simply for her headings. I read the list. Lady Agnes March, articles broken. Still represented below stairs as guest, Miss Henrietta Thorne. Portion delayed until parliamentary debt corrected, Mrs. Julia Fane. Husband's affairs unclear. No reduction in personal allowance until facts not family opinion, Miss Clara Wynne. To Bath if aunt insists. But keep record of what was withdrawn first, Mrs. Darnley. Widow continuation, blue drawer. Not to be folded back into green merely because gentlemen have grown embarrassed. I set the page down, not because I had finished, because the whole room had suddenly become too visible in its own design. Sebastian said, after a moment, "Agnes March." I looked up. "You know the name." "She was engaged to my uncle." "Of course. The family never fails to place its worst truths inside the women least protected by title and most vulnerable to category. And the articles broke. Wes. There is your word. He looked at the list. This time the almost smile did not even threaten. Good. We were well beyond tolerable wit now. Thee said afterward she remained only as my mother's dear friend, until arrangements in Bath improved. Yes, I said. I expect they did say that. Houses always prefer friendship once money begins sounding accusatory. I took up the next paper. A folded household memorandum, copied by some later hand from an earlier note. Lady Agnes March, guest room to continue quietly. No discussion of articles before the younger ladies. Her ladyship is not to be distressed with financial particulars. Beneath that, in the Countess's hand, added sharply across the margin. She is already distressed with them. Only the house is spared by silence. There, the whole operation in one exchange. Official family smoothing. Maternal correction in the margin. Male failure diffused into female tact, and then disguised as kindness to the woman most immediately harmed by it. I handed the sheet across. He read it. His jaw tightened once. Only once. I noticed because by then I noticed everything. She wrote on household memoranda. Wes, I said. Thank God. Imagine how many women would have vanished entirely from history if the sensible ones had kept to stationery approved by men. That did almost move the corner of his mouth. Almost. But the room still held Lady Agnes between article and guest, and that allowed no honest levity. I opened the second folded paper. A settlement abstract for Miss Henrietta Thorne. No dowry received in full. Payment delayed. Temporary adjustment in clothing and carriage accounts pending debt correction. In the margin, if her portion may be delayed, the delay must be entered each quarter. Houses become criminal by assuming women forget once they have been made comfortable enough to stop asking in company. I looked at Sebastian. Your mother appears to have distrusted comfort as a category. She distrusted any comfort that depended on a woman forgetting the terms under which it had been granted. There. That answer he did not need my help to reach. Interesting, I said. Your education may yet improve. It appears under harsh instruction. No, I replied. Only accurate conditions. I laid out the green papers in order. Now, the shape sharpened. Women promise something in law or expectation. Promises delayed. Delays renamed temporary. Temporary states recategorized as guesthood, family adjustment, discretion, kindness. The Countess recording all transitions against the house's preferred language, so no later relation could claim the female story had always been the gentler one. There was a particular elegance to it. Not sentimental elegance, structural. She had built a counter-memory. And someone, after her death, had clearly understood exactly how dangerous that was. At the bottom of the green bundle lay a packet of clipped slips, held with green thread, and a small brass pin. I removed the pin and unfolded them. Guest register extracts. One for Lady Agnes March. One for Miss Clara Wynne. One for a woman named Mrs. Julia Fane, who had apparently remained at Westridge through an entire winter while. Circumstances in Exeter clarified. Each guest entry had something odd about it. Not the usual names, dates, and lengths of stay. On each, one phrase had been crossed out and another substituted later. Lady Agnes March, awaiting correction of articles, became remaining by family affection. Miss Clara Wynne, a portion dispute unresolved, became to be guided by her aunt in Bath. Mrs. Julia Fane, husband's insolvency not yet proven, became staying until her nerves improve. I sat very still indeed. There are moments when revision becomes so shameless it ceases to be merely revealing and becomes almost art. This was one. Your house, I said, is fond of changing legal nouns into feminine temperament. He did not answer. He did not need to. The page had already done the work. I went on more quietly. Articles become affection. Portion dispute becomes guidance. Insolvency becomes nerves. I looked up. Do you know how many women have disappeared socially through exactly that grammar? His answer came after a moment. More than any house should survive with dignity. A there. A sentence, not a yes. Better. Much better. I almost said so. Then the final slip in the packet stopped me. It was smaller than the others. Torn at one edge. Written first in the Countess's hand, then later amended by another. Miss Clara Wynne, if Bath must take her, record what desk, books, and cash allowance were removed from her before departure, so her aunt may not later call dependency natural. Below that, in later ink, unnecessary. I read that word twice. Then a third time. Unnecessary. Of course. Nothing is more unnecessary to families that records than prevent from improving a woman's later misery into inevitability. Sebastian had risen by then and come around the table. Not too close. Still that. Always that last fraction of room. He looked at the slip in my hand and said nothing. Good. Let silence serve for once. At length I said, "This is your first proof." His gaze remained on the page. Oh, what? Thought that the missing journals are not simply painful. They are evidentiary. The Countess cross-filed women against the house's revisions. If the journals remain, then every later softer family version can be matched against what she saw while it was happening. He drew one breath. Yes, Thayer. Again. But now the word carried force, because he had resisted the easier question first. I laid Miss Clara Wynne's slip beside the scratched guest leaf from Lady Agnes March. 2 women already. 2 revisions. 2 places where the house had chosen the gentler lie over the harder claim. And the journals missing precisely where those claims would have been corroborated in private female language too dangerous to survive public shelving. I said, "We open black." That altered him. Not refusal. Not caution exactly. Recognition that if green had proved revision, black would likely prove intention. No. Yes. Unless you mean to become nervous. The almost smile did appear then. Very briefly. I am already nervous. No, I said. Only male. That time he did smile, though only with one corner of his mouth, and only long enough to make him more dangerous than was useful. I untied the black ribbon. The packet inside was thinner than I expected and much more devastating for it. No journals. Of course not. Instead, an index. 3 pages, each headed in the Countess's hand. Private journals, not to be entered in the public shelf list because linked to unsettled female claims of Thayer. Not emotional overflow. Not confidential nonsense. Deliberate concealment in defense of women, whom the house had already begun recategorizing. The first page listed years. 1814, Lady Agnes M.E. articles Uncle's delay 1816, Miss Clara W. Bath transfer U. What withdrawn first 1818, Julia F. So insolvency Sid guest register altered by request 1820, 1 Hester T. 2 delayed portion synroom reduction, after Christmas 1820, 3 Beatrice's first season observations not for family circulation. I stopped. Not because the page ended. Because that last entry struck much nearer the living than I had expected in the first hour. Beatrice's first season observations. Not merely the old Countess then. The room had continued active almost to the end. She had been watching the next generation too. Recording how the house read girls into society, and what it withdrew, softened, or relabeled as soon as visibility became inconvenient. I said very quietly, "Your mother kept private journals only where women began being managed in public." Sebastian looked at the page. Then at me. Wes. No remark this time. The word stood there because it had earned the right and we both knew it. I turned to the second page. It was worse. Not journal titles now, but cross-references to where supporting evidence had been stored. See green drawer, Clara W. See blue continuation, Hester T. See guest leaf, Julia F. See private note to Sebastian if ever the room must be opened honestly. I stopped again, looked up. He had seen the final line too. There was another note, I said, apparently. For you. Yes. There it was again. I almost smiled from sheer fatigue with the entire afflicted family. Then I found the last page. A shorter list. No journal years. Only one line written at the top in the Countess's hand, so hard the ink had nearly cut the paper. If these journals are removed, and the room made harmless, the house will later call female ruin misfortune where it ought to call it management. That one I read aloud, because lines like that should never again rot unseen in locked cabinets while men take tea nearby and call the silence dignity. The room held. Rain moved softly against the glass. Somewhere farther down the corridor a board creaked and then settled. Sebastian stood opposite me with the black pages in my hand, and the Countess's dead indictment between us. I said, "Here is your proof." He answered after a long moment, "Yes." Then, more quietly, "And my instruction." I looked down at the second page again. The private note to Sebastian. Missing now. If it had ever survived apart from the reference. Interesting. So the Countess had expected him, someday, to open the room honestly. And someone had removed not only the journals tied to female claims, but the one personal paper directed toward the heir's conscience. I felt the shape of that immediately. Too deliberate to be ordinary tidying. Too personal to be left behind by accident. Someone had known the note mattered not, because it was legal, but because it might teach him how to read the room against the family's improved version. I said, "Your aunt." He did not answer at once. Then, "Possibly." "No," I said. "Not possibly. Either your aunt, your steward, or someone acting under instructions from one of them chose to remove every private volume linked to female claims and also the note addressed to you. That is not household overreach. It is targeted family intervention." The words sharpened the whole air. He received them without flinch. Good. If he had flinched, I think I might have thrown the black index directly into his fire simply to see whether noble discomfort burns hotter than old paper. At length he said, "What do you require?" There. The asking. Not permission. Not arrangement. Not what is to be done, which would have been the old house speaking through him in better boots. Only what do you require? I set the black pages down flat on the table and answered immediately, because the answer had already formed as the last line was still entering me. The first agreement is dead. His attention sharpened. Good. I went on, he said. You hired me to organize neglected papers before official inventory mishandled them. That fiction ended 3 headings ago. I am no longer merely sorting journals. I am reconstructing an erased female record system and determining how, by whom, and for whose advantage it was made socially harmless after your mother's death. Nothing. Better. Let the sentence stand before the room and learn its own size, I continued. If I stay under revised terms. What terms? Fear. Again. Better. I drew one breath. First, the north room remains open. Not ceremonially, in fact. No family relation steward, aunt, cousin, or moral half-invalid is to reclassify it as private memorial while I am in the house. Agreed. Too fast. Think I have thought. Good. Second, every box, drawer, packet, and ledger already removed from this room comes here before supper. Not to the study. Not to the steward. Here. He nodded once. Agreed. Third, if the missing journals or the note to you are found, I read them before any summary reaches me through male conscience or family kindness. That one reached him. I saw it. Good, he said, after only a moment. Wes, there is your word. It remains necessary. I went on. Fourth, your aunt is not to speak to me as if I am a temporary hand among sentimental relics. If she wishes to contest my position, she may do so in front of the records proving why this room is not harmless enough for her comfort. Again the slight pause. Again the thought behind it. Then, Wes. And because the answer cost him enough, I let it stand. I added, and fifth, if I find proof that the house turned women's claims into temperament, affection, or family discretion by revision of language, I am not expected to soften the conclusion to preserve Westridge from embarrassment. His face altered by the smallest degree. Enough. No. That surprised me. I looked at him. No. No. His voice remained level, but something colder had entered it now, directed not at me but at the room's dead machinery finally made visible. Do not soften it. There. A better no than any yes yet spoken. I nodded once. Very well. He reached then, not for the papers, but to the inside pocket of his coat. From it he drew a second key. Smaller than the room key, darker. Older. He said. The inner correspondence cupboard in my study. My mother kept later packets there after my father stopped entering the north room. If anything relevant was removed from here but not destroyed, it may be there. I looked at the key, then at him. That was not nothing, not apology, not charm, not even trust in the sentimental sense. More dangerous than that. Surrender of ground. You are either improving rapidly, I said, or making a magnificent administrative error. The almost smile did appear then. Actually appeared. Brief. Real. Gone at once. Yes. This time I did smile. Only a little. Only because the room had earned it. Then I took the key. It lay cold in my palm. Westridge, I thought, had just shifted by 1 degree no aunt in England would ever willingly approve. At the door came another knock. Mrs. Briscoe, of course. She entered, took in the open black pages. The green slips spread at the table. Sebastian standing not at the head of the room, but opposite me like a witness under instruction. And if anything in her face changed, it did so by so little that only a very attentive woman would have noticed. Tea has gone cold again, my lord. That appears habitual, I said. Mrs. Briscoe's mouth moved by a fraction. Yes, madam, there it was. The whole corridor infected now, she added. Lady Beatrice asks whether the room is to remain open at 7. Miss Lucy asks whether, if it is, she may return with string, as she believes categories improve by visible attachment. I closed my eyes once. Then looked at Sebastian. There it was. The first practical test after revised terms had scarcely cooled in the air. Young women asking not whether truth exists, but whether it will remain accessible at an ordinary hour under an ordinary pretext. He heard it too. I could see the old instinct rise, to preserve order, limit complication, control traffic, and then I saw him let it go. He said, Wes, if Mrs. Vale permits it, there, better, much better. I looked at Mrs. Briscoe. Wes. But only if Miss Lucy works and Lady Beatrice thinks. Mrs. Briscoe inclined her head. Then the room will be well populated. When she had gone, I gathered the black pages, the green guest slips, and the Countess's first blue ledger into one neat stack and tied them with the fresh ribbon from my case. Then I said, because the room required it, and because women like me do not mistake small transfer for final security. Very well, my lord. I stay. The words entered the room with more force than either of us pretended. He looked at me, not triumph, not relief, only that grave impossible exactness of his already becoming more difficult to dismiss than was healthy. Very well, Mrs. Val. Fear, that is better than yes. Marginally. No, I said, only less repetitive. The almost smile threatened once more. Gone at once. And as I placed the Countess's index, the altered guest leaf, and the key to the inner correspondence cupboard into my own satchel, because a woman who means to stand in the center of a house's buried female architecture better begin by carrying the evidence herself. I understood the true shape of what had happened at Westridge that afternoon. I was no longer merely the widow hired to put dead paper in order. Whether the house liked it or not, I had become the witness it had failed to bury. Source of file Chapter 1, The Room No One Opened. Text chunks returned 70 files written 77. Right errors zur. Chapter 2, Ledgers Against the Light. The next morning Westridge Hall began rearranging itself around me. Not dramatically. Rate houses rarely do anything dramatic unless the county is present to admire the effort. No real change in such places comes by quieter means. A housekeeper sending the correct key before it is asked for, a footman learning a new tray rote, a steward discovering that the room he thought sentimental now receives papers before breakfast, and younger female relations beginning to look toward one door instead of another when they want the truth rather than permission. All revolutions worth respecting begin in household traffic. Mrs. Briscoe proved this at 8 of the clock by sending coffee, ink fresh labels, and the missing north room fire key to my chamber before I had rung for anything at all. That, from a competent housekeeper, is practically an oath. I drank the coffee, dressed in my plainest working gown, and went first not to breakfast, nor to the front stairs, nor anywhere near the ordinary social arteries of the house. I went straight to the north room. If one means to survive under a noble roof, one must reach the dead before the living have fully dressed. The corridor was still quiet at that hour. Pale light at the windows. No movement except the soft domestic progress of a maid farther down carrying coal, and the low clink of silver from regions too respectable for immediate usefulness. The north room door stood shut but no longer forbidding. Merely waiting. I unlocked it and entered. Morning altered the place. That is always the second truth of old rooms. Dust accuses best by lamplight, but intention survives most clearly in day. The shelves looked less mournful than they had yesterday and more practical. The desks less abandoned. The cabinet labels, even half stripped, showed their pattern better. One saw at once what the Countess had meant the room to do, and one saw equally clearly what later hands had tried to make it resemble instead. I lit the fire first. This is not sentimentalism. Rooms should be warmed before they are judged. Cold encourages men to call structures impractical, when the real fault lies in their own fingers. Then I began. The first hour was physical work. A woman cannot think properly in a room still arranged by concealment. Before one reaches doctrine, one must move chairs. I shifted the central table toward the east windows, where actual reading might occur without treating daylight as a trespasser. I moved the sofa back against the far wall, where it belonged. If the room was to be worked in rather than languished through, I relabeled the first shelf run in my own hand, but according to the Countess's surviving logic, rather than the family's softened memory. Women continuing gusts under transition marriage portions and delays correspondence, household women journals, public shelf journals, missing chick cross, referenced. That last card I left standing openly at the center of the table. If the room was to revive, it must begin by ceasing to pretend its absences were harmless. At 9:30 came the knock I had expected. Not Sebastian's. Lucy entered first without waiting properly to be announced, followed 2 steps later by Beatrice, who had clearly intended to preserve order, and had again been betrayed by youth moving at a less moral speed beside her. Lucy stopped at once. Not because the room frightened her, because it no longer resembled a relic, and she had not expected to find one improved into function before the second bell. You have changed it. Yes. Here is your word again, Beatrice murmured. Lucy ignored her with the gravity of the newly vindicated. It looks larger. That, I thought, was precisely right. Rooms made for women almost always look smaller once men have finished sentimentalizing them. Beatrice came farther in, her gaze moving over the relabeled shelves, the shifted desk, the open bundles on the far table, and the new card marked missings or cross, reference. That is rather bold. No, I said. Only accurate. She looked at me. Good girl. She was beginning to hear what kind of room this was. Lucy asked, may we help? I looked at both of them. One cannot decide such things by age alone. One must consider appetite, steadiness, and whether the room will enlarge a girl, or merely excite her into uselessness. Lucy had appetite enough for 3 generations and steadiness enough for perhaps half one. Beatrice, on the other hand, had the grave composure of a young woman, already too accustomed to reading atmosphere in hallways and long enough deprived of the chance to test whether truth might feel less exhausting than tact. "Why," said. "But if you help, you work." Lucy brightened at once. Obviously. Beatrice only nodded once, which in her case meant much more. I set them first to harmless labor. No need to throw girls directly into the deepest female machinery before the room had even warmed properly. Lucy was given the public journals shelf to match surviving years against the cross-reference index. Beatrice took the green transition slips and began copying names, dates, and later revisions into a clean book, so we might compare the house's softened versions against the Countess's own categories. They worked better than I had hoped. Lucy, for all her impatience, had the quick eye of a child who notices pattern before authority has had time to forbid the noticing. Beatrice copied slowly, beautifully, and with that grave seriousness some families call dutiful, because they fear the word intelligent in their daughters may generate actual expectations. By 10 of the clock we had our first new proof. Lucy held up a journal volume from the public shelf. "This one has 2 numbers. I crossed the room. She was right. On the spine, visible to anyone, it read Household Journal 1818. But inside, faint beneath the newer paste down, was the shadow of an earlier pencil mark. A J. Private Chit Julia F. there, not just a missing year on an index. Physical reuse. One private journal stripped, rebound, or recategorized into harmless household narrative once the supporting woman had been safely reduced into a guest, a widow or a memory no one important meant to verify. I touched the inside mark once. Well, Lucy looked delighted. Beatrice set down her pen at once. "What does it mean?" "It means," I said, "that someone wanted a journal to remain on the shelf, but not under its original relation." Lucy considered this. "So they changed the name of the book the way they changed the names of the women." I looked at her. There are moments when children make one want to applaud and mourn simultaneously. "Wes," I said. "Exactly." Beatrice went still in a different way than before. Not the stillness of politeness. The stillness of a girl recognizing that a room she had been taught to think of as private memory was, in fact, a map of female revision. At 11 Sebastian came. He paused at the threshold. That, I noticed immediately. He did not enter at once, and claim the room by stride and title as lesser men would have done. He stopped, looked first at the rilabelled shelves, then the girls at work, then the table where the blue and green bundles lay in ordered rows beneath my hand, and only after that crossed inside. Good. The room had begun teaching him manners its own class should have learned years earlier. "What have you found?" I handed him the 1818 volume. Not summary. Object first. Always better with men. He opened it, saw the shadow mark beneath the newer label, and said nothing for a moment. Good. Let the thing itself reach him before language improved it. At last, Julia feigned. "Wes. There is your word." He looked at me. This time the near smile almost appeared. "It has become unavoidable." "No," I said. "Only educational." Lucy from the journal shelf said, "I like that he is learning publicly." Beatrice turned pink. Sebastian, to his credit, did not attempt to rescue himself through rank. That seems increasingly out of my hands. An encouraging sign, I said. He came nearer the central table then, and saw the fresh labels, the copied transition ledger in Beatrice's hand, and the open blue continuation pages weighted beneath the inkstand. "You have worked quickly." "No, the room has. I have only stopped putting chairs where memory wanted them and returned them to function." That answer did something in his face I did not yet care to name. So I turned at once to the actual matter. The Countess did not merely keep women's claims from disappearing into the domestic books. She cross-referenced journals to those claims. And at least one public household journal is a disguised private volume. Sebastian set the book down very carefully. A's cover. Wes. There is your word again, said Lucy with immense satisfaction. Beatrice murmured, You really must stop saying that aloud. Lucy replied, No. The house improves by witness. And if ever the child marries, I thought God help the man unless he possesses either brilliance or uncommon endurance. Sebastian asked, How many altered volumes? I do not yet know. I tapped the cross-reference list. But if this one remained in public view under false title, then the missing journals may not all be missing. Some may have been thinned, rebound, or folded into the harmless shelf. That altered his whole attention. Not anxiety. Better. Intellect under pressure. Dangerous in a different direction. What do you require? Fear. Again. He looked at me. I went on before he could answer with more syllables than the room deserved. Every public household journal comes off the shelf today. Every volume is checked against paste downs, cross-reference marks, and internal names. The girls are to remain if they wish. Briscoe sends luncheon here. No one below stairs is to be told we have found altered journals until I know whether the steward's hands have touched the rebinding list. He listened. Then, Wes. Lucy nearly clapped. Beatrice looked torn between mortification and admiration. I said, And one more thing. He waited. Good, that was becoming better in him. Not the old quick decision. Waiting long enough to hear whether room had one more line to add. If your aunt asks today what has been found, you tell her only that the room is under review. Not that a disguised journal has already emerged. His gaze held mine. Then, Wes. There is the dangerous educability again. The almost smile. Gone at once, he turned to the girls. Lucy said, Will you remain? Obvious. Beatrice answered more carefully. Wes, if Mrs. Vale has use for us. Mrs. Vale. Not because she meant to remind me of widowhood. Because in that room, under that roof, the title carried not dismissal but professional gravity. Interesting. Yes, I said. I have use for both of you. Lucy, shelf comparison. Beatrice, every name on the green slips copied twice. Once as the Countess entered it, once as the house later revised it. Leave space between. Beatrice's brows drew together slightly. For what? For the difference, I said. Always leave room where houses have rewritten women. The truth usually enters there later. She nodded once. Not as a child, as a scholar. Sebastian saw that too. Of course he did. He left only after sending for Pritchard with instructions for the remaining journal keys and telling Briscoe the room was to be treated as active until further notice. Again I noticed the distinction. Not opened, not sentimental. Active. The noun matters. Rooms live or die by nouns first and fire second. When he had gone, Lucy said, He listens to you differently now. Beatrice went crimson. I did not. I have outlived the age when a remark from a young girl may drive me instantly into fluster. It can, however, make me tired in interesting ways. Differently than what? Lucy thought. Beatrice said, Differently than he listens in the drawing room. There he hears and decides together. Here he hears first, sharply. Lucy. What? It is true. No one in England should be required to defend herself against a child with structural instincts. I returned to the journals. By noon we had 5 public volumes off the shelf, and 3 of them showed signs of having once belonged elsewhere. One had an internal reference to Lady Agan's march cut away with a blade fine enough to suggest masculine administrative hands, or female housekeeping done under orders. Another held a list of clothing reductions pasted over with household visiting accounts. The third, worse than the rest, contained 2 pages in the Countess's own hand describing what was withdrawn from Clara Wynne before Bath pretended to receive her naturally. Those pages had been folded inward and stitched against the binding so that they disappeared unless the book were opened past the proper stopping point. I opened them fully and read. Desk removed first under pretense of economy. then her private fire, then the quarter cash. Books sent after in a crate as if they followed inclination and not subtraction. Eudora says Bath will smooth what Westridge cannot. I say that if we do not record the stripping, they will later call dependence original to her nature. I looked up. The room had gone very quiet again. Lucy had stopped sorting. Beatrice's pen rested above the page without moving. I read the final line aloud, then laid the journal flat on the table. There are moments in a room when everyone present understands at once that the dead have just spoken more clearly than the living yet know how to answer. This was one. Beatrice said, after a moment. Thea made her smaller first. Yes, I said. So Bath could call her what remained. Lucy asked, Wes, in a voice suddenly stripped of all its usual bright irreverence. Do houses always do that? There are questions one should answer honestly or not at all. Often, I said, when they are determined to make a woman's later dependence sound natural instead of arranged. Neither girl moved. Good. Let the sentence remain where their minds could test it without adult rescue. Briscoe entered then with luncheon and stopped the moment she saw the journal pages open. Not long. Enough, she asked. What is it? I turned the book so she could read the Countess's hand. She read. Then, very quietly, Miss Clara Wynne was my mother's niece. I looked at her. There it was. No room in England ever belongs only to one woman's dead. Briscoe went on, still looking at the page. They said she had always been too delicate for independent circumstances. My mother said she had been perfectly equal to them until Westridge removed the desk and the cash allowance, and then sent her to Bath with gratitude packed round her. Like straw. The room changed again. Because now the housekeeper stood not beside the room but inside its lost categories. One more woman tied to the erased line between dependence naturalized and dependence arranged. I said quietly, then the Countess was right to record it. Briscoe looked up. Her ladyship was right in most things. It was the house that found this exhausting. Lucy murmured, I begin to dislike the house. Beatrice said, no, with terrible precision. You begin to understand it, Bob. There. The chapter's true note at last. By 1 of the clock the north room no longer felt like a dead woman's archive reopened for legal tidying. It felt active, populated, and dangerously legible. Public journals stripped from the shelf, girls copying revisions. The housekeeper tied by blood to one of the women entered there. The Countess's system rising under our hands one altered noun at a time. I stood at the central table, Clara Wynne's pages open beneath my fingers, and understood at last what the room was becoming. Not memory. Counter-history. And because it was becoming that, I knew the next step was no longer merely to restore what the Countess had built, but to determine whether Westridge had once intended a broader structure for women whose positions shifted under the family roof. Widows, delayed daughters, long-stay guests, female relations in transition, and had then deliberately starved that structure back into politeness before it could become precedent. That, I thought, was where the real danger began. The county arrived 2 days later under the pretense of civility, and with the appetite of people who regard other families' discomfort as a form of weather best enjoyed from upholstered chairs. This was not, I should say, unusual. Great houses draw scrutiny the way old walls draw damp steadily, silently, and always from the same direction. Add to Westridge a reopened women's record room. 2 young ladies who had begun speaking with the dangerous clarity of girls no longer satisfied by atmosphere, and a widowed practical woman moving through the north corridor with keys, ledgers, and enough authority to make servants alter tray routes, and one might as well ring the county bell oneself and save everyone the trouble of pretending surprise. I knew trouble was coming before noon, not because anyone warned me directly. Because Mrs. Briscoe moved the flowers in the blue drawing room twice, and then removed half of them altogether. No competent housekeeper reconsiders flowers twice unless judgment is expected, and the room must be made to look as if it has always arranged itself morally without assistance from panic. Lucy noticed first. Oh, of course. She stood in the north room window with a cross-reference card in one hand and said, "Visitors. Beatrice," copying Clara Wynn's withdrawn articles into the new continuity book, did not look up. That is not evidence. It is when Briscoe dismisses roses as untrustworthy. I looked over the top of the altered guest register. How often does that happen? Lucy considered. Only for funerals, bishops, and women who ask too many questions about rooms they were not invited to see. Beatrice set down her pen. That, more than Lucy's speech, told me enough. Who? Lucy counted on her fingers. Lady Marchmont. Because she believes every county house exists partly for her remarks. Mrs. Linley from the rectory. Because she calls on every scandal disguised as Christian concern. And perhaps Miss Trent. Because she hopes to marry rank without ever once being required to improve her mind first. Beatrice looked up at that. Lucy. What? I am only reading society across shelves. That was so entirely the room's own lesson returned in younger form that I nearly smiled. A knock came at the door. A Briscoe entered with the expression of a woman who had already measured the next hour and found it beneath her while intending to survive it properly, all the same. Mrs. Vale. Yes. Lady Marchmont and Mrs. Linley have arrived. Miss Trent is with them. They ask whether Lady Beatrice and Miss Lucy are at liberty for tea. Lucy exhaled as if fate had once again proved equal to her worst theories. Beatrice rose. Not quickly. Not slowly. Only with that grave acceptance girls acquire, when they have already learned that refusal in such moments merely produces a more irritating species of female inquiry later. "And me," I said. Briscoe's face did not alter. Lady Marchmont has also expressed interest in the room's new industry and in the lady to whom it is, I believe, attributed. There. Not even veiled. Attributed. As though usefulness under a noble roof must always threaten to become influence unless properly escorted back into a smaller noun. Lucy said at once, "How vulgar." Beatrice closed her eyes briefly. I asked Briscoe, and Lord Westridge. In the study with Kenning. He will join the drawing-room when the callers are fully settled. There it was again, that small clean sting. He would join when the callers were settled. Not wrong. Not even discourteous. Yet already sequence had begun arranging itself around me before I had been invited into it. I said, "Very well." Briscoe did not move. Good. She was waiting, I think, to see whether I would choose retreat, fortification, or folly. "We'll go down," I said. "All of us. No one is ill. No one has a headache. No one requires rescue by curtains or educational duties. If the county wants to see what Westridge has been teaching its girls, it may at least have the decency to hear them standing." Lucy's face lit with the sort of bright vindication children ought not yet know how to wear. Beatrice said only, "Very well." Briscoe inclined her head once. "Tea in 10 minutes. When she had gone, Lucy said, "I should like very much to say something appalling." "No," I replied. "Why not?" "Because you are not yet old enough to do it beautifully." Beatrice made a sound suspiciously like a swallowed laugh. We went down together. The blue drawing-room looked, by the time we entered it, exactly as blue drawing-rooms always look when their principal function has become the management of social danger under porcelain cover. Fire even. Lamps low. Tea arranged with sufficient silver to suggest civilization, and not enough cake to imply comfort. The flowers Briscoe had finally spared stood on the far table in a shape so carefully accidental it could only have been the result of hours of controlled annoyance. Lady Marchmont sat nearest the fire. Of course. She was one of those county women who have spent so many years arranging themselves advantageously in other people's rooms that they begin to mistake the arrangement for hereditary right. She was handsome in the hard, expensive manner of women whose principal gift has always been never once appearing surprised by bad behavior in others. Her gown was plum silk. her eyes gray and appraising, her smile the kind given by people who regard sympathy chiefly as a means of classification. Mrs. Linley sat beside her, all bright Christian concern and eager attention. The sort of woman who says, "My dear," when she means, "How interestingly unfortunate." Miss Trent occupied the smaller sofa, and wore youth the way some women wear pearls, as if it might excuse the absence of deeper ornament for another season or two. Sebastian stood by the mantel, not seated, not relaxed, not pretending the room was anything but what it was. That, at least, I respected. Lady Marchmont turned first to Beatrice and Lucy, greeted them with the smooth, cool correctness county women reserve for young females whose futures might yet prove socially relevant, and then let her gaze settle on me. "Mrs. Val." "Ah, my lady." She smiled. Not warmly. Precisely. Westridge has become industrious. There. The first strike. Not direct enough to answer bluntly, not mild enough to ignore. "Only in the better rooms," I said. Lucy's cup rattled very slightly in its saucer. Not from nerves, I thought. Delight. Mrs. Linley leaned forward at once. "My dear Mrs. Vale, we hear you have quite transformed the old North Retreat. How fortunate that Lord Westridge found a lady so capable in these delicate circumstances. There are women who can make capable sound 1 part compliment and 2 parts social warning." I smiled. Fortune is rarely the first word I choose for my own circumstances. But I am touched by your optimism. Miss Trent gave me a look half curious, half affronted, as if widows were not meant to reply at conversational speed. Lady Marchmont said, "And the girls are much in the room." "I understand," Beatrice answered before I could. "Yes." Lucy added, "Rooms improve by use." Mrs. Linley laughed too brightly. "How modern, no," I said. "Only practical." Sebastian chose that moment to speak. "Mrs. Vale has restored order to material the house had no right to leave in confusion. There. Too soon. Too direct. Not rescue yet. But alignment made public in a room, still measuring whether I might be treated as a useful temporary woman, and no more." I felt the whole company register it at once. Lady Marchmont's gaze shifted from him to me and back again, with that elegant speed women of her kind reserve for recognizing whether that may become narrative before supper. Mrs. Linley's smile sharpened into something more intent. Miss Trent, who had until then looked only conventionally young, suddenly appeared much more awake. I wished, not for the first time, that Sebastian possessed 1 ounce more social cunning and 1 ounce less grave sincerity where I was concerned. It would make him easier to survive. Lady Marchmont said, "How gratifying. One always hopes a temporary arrangement will not unsettle a house beyond what necessity already requires." There. Not said to me. Said around me, which is much worse. I set down my cup. Temporary arrangements unsettle houses only when the houses were already balancing on bad principles. Beatrice's fingers tightened once around her saucer. Lucy looked at me with the radiant intensity of a child watching someone do aloud what she herself has always been told to phrase inwardly. Mrs. Linley said, "My dear, how severe." "No," I said. "Only measurable." Miss Trent asked, with the sort of false innocence young women mistake for subtlety, "And is the room truly so very important?" I had always heard it was merely the late Countess's private retreat. There. That one mattered. Not because she was clever enough to mean the whole attack. Because she repeated exactly the reduced family noun we had spent 2 days dismantling. Beatrice said quietly, "It was not merely that. Interesting." The girl had chosen a side. Lucy added, "It has drawers." Mrs. Linley looked vaguely alarmed. Sebastian said, "The room contains records linked to household provisions and female settlements." Again too direct. Again the room shifted around the sentence. Lady Marchmont's eyes narrowed by the smallest degree. "Indeed." No woman in England should ever say indeed in that tone, unless she means to turn the next 10 minutes into surgical inquiry. I answered before she could. The late Countess appears to have preferred accuracy to atmosphere. It gives certain papers a longer afterlife than some people find comfortable. That landed. Not on Mrs. Linley, who had no taste for structure, where general scandal might be had cheaper, but on Lady Marchmont, who recognized a real line when it was drawn and respected blades if not the women holding them. She said, and Lord Westridge has permitted this revival entirely. Permitted. There was the old word. The large male roof extended over female action, and therefore claiming moral authorship of it in the very act of allowing it. I said, Lord Westridge has refrained from becoming an obstacle. The room deserves more credit than either of us. Lucy's teacup gave another small dangerous click. Sebastian looked at me. Not offended. Worse, understanding too quickly. Mrs. Linley said, still, a house must be careful. Women's papers are so often emotional in nature, and when one begins drawing legal inferences from grief, misunderstandings multiply. There. The Church's favorite little dagger. Call the papers emotional, and you need not answer what they record. I turned to her. Misunderstandings usually multiply only after documents have been removed from the drawers best fitted to clarify them. That stopped her. Miss Trent said brightly, but surely one cannot expect families to preserve every private complaint forever. There it was then. The young, repeating brutality because elegance has not yet taught them to prefer embroidery. No, I said, only the ones tied to promises. The room sharpened. Lady Marchmont asked, promises of what kind? I held her gaze. Exactly the kind houses later prefer to describe as atmosphere. That was the first moment the room truly chose. Not in noise. In attention. Beatrice looked down, but not from shame. From concentration. Lucy had gone still, with the full, terrible stillness of a child listening, at the edge of a dangerous adult truth, and knowing it has finally become too real for delight alone. Mrs. Linley fluttered at her teaspoon, as if hoping silver might yet restore vagueness to the air. And Sebastian, God help me, spoke again. Mrs. Vale's work here is under my express direction and full confidence. There. The blow. Perfectly meant. Entirely wrong in shape. I felt it at once. Not gratitude. Heat, because he had just done in polished public form exactly what I had begun fearing he might take in my authority and, by naming his confidence over it, framed it inside male protection at the very instant the room most needed me to stand unparented by his rank. Lady Marchmont heard it too. Of course she did. Her gaze moved between us once, very carefully, and I knew at once that from this moment on nothing I said in the county would be heard without the memory of that sentence attached to it. Mrs. Linley smiled wider, which in women like her usually means alarm has found a harmless seeming mask. She said, how reassuring. No, not reassuring, damaging. Lucy, who would one day either save civilization or ruin several drawing rooms beyond repair, said aloud. It did not sound that. Beatrice closed her eyes once in outright despair. Lady Marchmont set down her cup. My dear child, how did it sound? Lucy looked at Sebastian first, then at me, then answered with all the merciless clarity of 12. It sounded as if Mrs. Vale must be defended from us instead of heard. The room recoiled. Not visibly. Much inwardly. Mrs. Linley murmured, children do say anything. Wes, I replied, which is one of their more useful distinctions. Sebastian turned then, not to Lucy, but to me. I saw it. The immediate recognition. Too late. Because the sentence had already entered the room, and county memory with all the wrong emphasis attached. Yet real enough that I could not even enjoy hating him cleanly for it. Lady Marchmont said, one does wonder whether intelligence in very young girls ought always to be encouraged so directly. Beatrice looked up at that with a force that nearly startled me. It is discouraged often enough indirectly. There. The girl had reached the room too. Mrs. Linley went quite still. Miss Trent stared at Beatrice, as if younger women were not meant to sound like that without first acquiring husbands or age enough to make the sound picturesque. Lady Marchmont said coolly, you speak with extraordinary freedom. Beatrice answered, only because the room has. No one in England should permit such girls to grow up, and then be surprised when they become difficult. I ought perhaps to have stepped in. I did not need to. Sebastian said, low and controlled, that is enough. There. The old movement. Not wrong in itself. Worse. Understandable. The room had gone too near the edge, and he reached for containment before asking whether the women standing there wished it. I felt the whole fault of him in that one line as clearly as if the Countess herself had written it in the margin of the tea tray. Lucy stiffened. Beatrice went pale but remained upright. Lady Marchmont, of course, heard everything. She rose, not because she was defeated, because she had learned enough for one visit, and knew that departure preserves social advantage far better than overplaying the final blow. She said, My dear Westridge, your house has become much more alive than is always prudent. Sebastian bowed, not trusting himself, I think, to risk speech. Mrs. Linley fluttered to her feet with all the pious uselessness of a woman who will, by dinner, have 3 versions of the afternoon and believe herself charitable in preferring the least vulgar one allowed. Miss Trent smiled at me in that strained young manner by which girls attempt to conceal both curiosity and caution and achieve neither. At the door, Lady Marchmont paused and looked back once. She said, Mrs. Val, Owen hopes your gifts will not make Westridge too dependent on candor. I smiled. My lady, dependence is usually formed far earlier and under gentler names. That won me from her one long assessing look. Not kind, not hostile, interested. Good. Let the county at least work harder for its injuries. When they had gone, the drawing-room remained for a moment in the peculiar hush left behind by social violence performed correctly. Cups on tables. Fire steady. The whole scene outwardly intact and inwardly altered beyond repair. Lucy let out one long breath. I dislike county women. No, said Beatrice, with the exhausted precision of a girl already becoming too intelligent to be safe. You dislike being arranged by them. There. Again the room's lesson, I said. Upstairs. Both of you. Not because you have done wrong, because, if you remain another minute, you will begin speaking better than the grown people, and then no one will survive tea with dignity. Lucy looked pleased. Beatrice looked unconvinced but obedient. They went. Briscoe followed with the tray and an expression which, from her, constituted almost open fury at civilization. That left only Sebastian and me. The room changed at once. Not into intimacy. Into consequence. He stood by the mantel again, one hand flat on the marble as, if the house might still yet be held upright by reasonable pressure. I remained by the tea table because silver at least does not apologize while simultaneously proving the apology accurate. At last he said, I was too direct. There it was, not defense. Not delay. The right fault named at once. I looked at him. Yes. He accepted that without visible flinch. Again intolerable. Again better than the alternatives. Then he said, and I placed my name over your work in the room. Yes. The silence after that should have been satisfying. It was not. Because the problem with Sebastian was never that he failed to understand once the line had been drawn. The problem was that understanding came, so exactly, so quickly, that anger lost all its simpler pleasures and became labor instead. I said, do you know what makes you exhausting? No, Beau. That every time I prepare to despise you properly, you insist on hearing the charge before I have half enjoyed it. Something moved at the corner of his mouth. Not smile. Something too strained for that and too alive to be comfort. He said, I am trying not to miss the right sentence when it comes. No, I replied. You are trying not to let the wrong one remain yours for long enough to harden. He took that too. Of course he did. I set down my cup. The room had not yet fully chosen. Lady Marchmont was still measuring. Mrs. Linley was still trying to reduce paper into grief and intelligence into nerves. I could have answered them well enough on my own. I met his eyes. He said, but when you spoke as you did, you changed the balance. I was no longer merely the woman in the north room. I became the woman under your declared confidence. Nothing. Good. Let the sentence remain visible where it had been made. I went on. And there is the deeper injury. You meant to defend me from being socially diminished, and instead made me more visible in exactly the wrong way. At that he moved from the mantel. Only one step. Not enough to crowd. Enough to matter. Wes. There it was again. I laughed once, softly, because there was no use pretending the word had not now become part of the whole wounded machinery between us. I begin to think your agreement should be taxed. Probably. That one almost won me. Almost. I said, do not joke where the room has earned better. His face closed by a degree. Rightly. Very well. We stood in silence a moment more. Then he asked, what should I have done? Ah, there. The asking again. Not as social posture. Because he meant it. Which made the answer more dangerous to give and much harder not to. You should have let me answer first, I said. And if the room turned uglier afterward, then perhaps your name might have been used. But not before. Not over. Not a shield where the shield itself alters the shape of the woman beneath it. He heard every inch of that. I could see him hearing it. Then, Wes. No one should be allowed to be so indictable and so impossible to hate in the ordinary fashion. I turned toward the door because one more minute in the blue drawing room, and I might have said something even truer than I had intended. Do not give instructions to the servants touching my name, my room, or my movements without telling me first, I said over my shoulder. If the county gossips, let it gossip. I will not have Westridge deciding in private how much of me society may be permitted to handle. His answer came at once. You will hear everything first. There. Better than yes. Much better. I paused, then nodded once. Good. As I left the room, I understood with unpleasant clarity that the county had done what it always does best. Not destroyed anything. Only exposed the pressure points. The housekeeper's flowers. The girl's new voices. The altered journals. His public defense. My sharpened answer. All of it had shown the same underlying fact. The north room was not merely opening. It was beginning to make everyone in Westridge more visible than was socially safe. And Sebastian, for all his learning, still had the old family instinct to step in front of danger before asking whether the women already standing in it wished him there. The county left behind it the usual residue. Cold tea, sharpened air, and the distinct impression that 3 women had just visited the house, less to enjoy its hospitality than to test whether its newest female complication might be made socially manageable before dinner. I went back to the north room at once. Not dramatically. I did not sweep from the drawing room like a wronged duchess in a circulating novel. Women in my position do not have the luxury of dramatic exits. We leave rooms the same way we endure them, with our gloves in hand, our back straight, and our temper put temporarily into storage until it may be used where it will actually alter the structure. The north corridor felt different after tea. Not because the walls had changed. Because I had. One always does after county women have looked one over, placed one under a noble roof, and begun doing mental arithmetic with the words temporary, useful, and visible. It becomes impossible afterward to enter a room of female records without feeling, however briefly and however much one despises the fact, that one has just been entered into one more ledger not of one's own making. Briscoe had sent up fresh coal. That from her was solidarity. The girls were already there. Of course they were. Lucy sat on the floor with 3 altered guest slips spread around her like military planning. Beatrice had returned to the continuity book and was copying with the grave exactitude of a young woman who had now understood enough to know copying itself may become a species of moral resistance. If the original hand was female and endangered, neither of them looked up at once when I entered. Good. No theatrical concern. No schoolroom sympathy. The room had taught them better already, At the far table sat a new packet, not large, tied in plain brown tape. A note in Sebastian's hand lay on top. I stopped. There it was again. Not the man himself, paper sent ahead of him. Better already than a public defense in a drawing room. More dangerous in another way because it suggested, against all convenience, that he had heard the fault quickly enough to try answering it in the room where it belonged. I picked up the note. Mrs. Vale. These were taken from the estate review chest after tea. Marriage settlements. Rito continuations later transferred into ordinary household accounts, and the quarterly abstracts for women's provisions from 1813 onward. I have not opened them. If you prefer I remain out of the room until morning, say so through Briscoe. If not, I will come at 6. S.B. I read it twice, then at Lucy, looked up at last. Is it dreadful? No, I said. Only inconvenient. Bob Beatrice's pen paused. That sounds worse. It often is. I laid the note down. There are men who apologize in flowers and men who apologize in altered behavior. One should always fear the second kind more, because they have a chance of succeeding where the first are too easily ridiculous to survive inspection. Lucy asked, Will he come? At 6. I said, unless I send him away. Beatrice said, Will you? Quietly, Lucy. What? It is a structural question. That was so nearly Briscoe's own tone that I could not help looking at the child more carefully. Interesting indeed. No, I said after a moment. I will not send him away. Not yet. Lucy nodded as if I had made the only constitutionally sound choice available. Beatrice, however, watched me for one beat longer than comfort required, and then lowered her eyes again to the continuity book. Good girl. She was learning when not to ask a question she had already heard answered in atmosphere. I untied the brown tape. Inside lay exactly what the note had promised and one thing it had not. 3 settlement abstracts. 2 widow continuation ledgers rebound in later calf. A bundle of quarterly household provision sheets. And between them, a narrow account book marked in the Countess's hand. What was reduced first? There. No one in England should be allowed headings that good without parliamentary oversight. I sat down immediately. Lucy rose from the floor and came nearer. Not too near. The room had begun teaching even her distance where paper deserved it. What is it? A better question than most men ask before supper. Beatrice put down her pen and came to the other side of the table. I opened the narrow account book. It was small enough to be overlooked and exact enough to matter far beyond its size. Each page held a woman's name at the top, then a list beneath in columns. Promised, withheld, renamed, how the house later described it. I closed the book again for 1 second because anger, when it arrives that cleanly, requires acknowledgement. Then I opened it once more. First page, Lady Ag's March. Promised true settlement correction. Room until articles clarified. Continued writing desk. Carriage on Tuesdays withheld. Settlement correction. Writing desk removed. After Michaelmas. Carriage reduced to shared use. Renamed family affection. Practical simplification. Unnecessary privacy. How the house later described it. Delicate after disappointment. Much soothed by our care. There. The whole machinery again. Not simple theft. More offensive than theft. Revision by tone. Turn a claim into affection. A removal into simplification. A woman's right to private working space into feminine excess, kindly corrected by wiser relatives. Lucy read over my shoulder and made a sound low enough to be almost a growl. Beatrice said nothing. That silence in her had become, I was discovering, much more alarming than Lucy's noise. I turned the page. Miss Clara Wynne. A promised quarter allowance continued until bath arrangement secure. Personal desk, reading fire, books and locked papers sent with her withheld. 1 quarter cash, desk, private fire, books delayed reniment. Travel adjustment. Temporary household economy. Aunt better placed to guide how the house later described it. Always unsuited to independence, and happier under affectionate supervision. I read the final line aloud. Not because the girls needed it. Because some lies deserve to hear their own vulgarity in daylight before being sent back into the drawer. Lucy said, I hate them. Beatrice looked at the page, then said, very quietly, no, you hate the sentence. We still live in the house. That reached me. Because yes, precisely. Girls in large houses learn early that hatred must be properly distributed if one means to survive among the furniture. I said, she is right. Hatred is a broad tool and houses are always stronger than broad tools. Accuracy wounds them much more deeply. I turned another page. Mrs. Julia Fane. Promised winter allowance untouched until insolvency proved. Separate physician account. No reduction in correspondence postage withheld. Correspondence postage. Physician entered under guest miscellany. Winter coal reduced 1/4 renamed nerves. Rest cure household economy. How the house later described it. Never practical in domestic self-command. There it was then in full. Not only marriage settlements or daughters' portions. The system had moved across categories with perfect family flexibility. Widow, delayed bride, uncertain wife, long-stay guest, dependent cousin, it mattered almost not at all which noun a woman first entered under. If her claim became inconvenient, the house reduced something material, renamed the reduction prudence, and later described the woman herself as temperamentally fitted to the diminished condition. I said, more to myself than the room. Thea made the outcome look original. No one answered. No one had to. At length Beatrice asked, is that why Mama kept private journals beside the records? The right question. Not because girls are clever. Because they were finally reading the room in the order it deserved. Yes, I said. Because accounts alone can be explained away by men and improved by stewards. A woman must attach her own witness somewhere nearby if she means the later gentler versions to fail under comparison. Lucy leaned on the table with both palms flat. So if the journals go missing, the house keeps only the polished side, I said. The reduction remains. The witness disappears. And then, 10 years later, everyone says the woman was always nervous, always impractical, always better under supervision. Beatrice went back to her chair. Not because she had lost interest. Because she had become serious enough to need distance in order to think properly. She said, as she sat, I should like another book. Lucy looked at her. For what? To copy not only what was changed, but what they made the women sound like after. There it was. Good girl. I took a fresh ledger from the side stack and slid it across to her. Title it yourself. She thought a moment. Then wrote, in careful hand, How the House Later Spoke. I nearly smiled. Not because the title was elegant. Because it was exact and she had chosen the true front of the war without help. At 6, Sebastian came. He knocked first. That alone told me enough. Not because knocking is heroic. Because men accustomed to authority only remember doors belatedly when something in them has been properly corrected. Come in. He entered, saw the open reduction book. Lucy on the rug sorting renamed provisions by year, Beatrice bent over her new ledger, and me at the central table with Lady Agnes. March's page spread before me like a legal prayer, and stopped one step inside the room. Good, let the room be larger than him for once. What have you found? I turned the book so he could see. Not summary, object first, always. He came closer. Read. And for the first time, since my arrival at Westridge, I saw something in him not merely grave, but cold in a way I trusted. Not toward me. Toward the pattern itself. Toward his house finally made indecent enough that conscience no longer had room to refine the shock into nobility. God. Thea, I said. A rare full word. Lucy from the rug looked up with open interest. It seems the occasion required one. Beatrice murmured, without looking up, Lucy. What? It did. Sebastian ignored them both, which was wise because no adult truly wins by arguing with accurate children. Once the records are out, he turned a page. Then another. His hand remained very still on the paper. Only the stillness was too exact. That, in men like him, is usually where anger lives when dignity still has the room by the throat, he said. This is not provision at last. It is sequence. What's there? My word now. That is the point. Not that women lost things. That they lost them in the same order every time. Desk. Fire. Cash. Carriage. Postage. Medical discretion. Privacy. And only after the material reduction had been put in place did the house improve the woman into a creature suited by nature to what remained. He looked up then. At me, not the page me. I could feel him hearing, not only the women in the ledger but the possible line toward my own position, under his roof, if rooms like this had not existed at all, or had failed entirely in their purpose. He said, very carefully, You think the Countess built this room to prevent the making of dependent women by narrative. Lucy said, Wes. And by account, houses make dependence materially first and narratively second. That is why the room needed both ledgers and journals. And why the journals had to be stolen. No one corrected her. Good. Let the child keep the sharper verb. Accuracy sometimes enters as history by the younger mouths first and deserves to remain there. Sebastian went to the far table and stood a moment with his back to us. Not because he wished to avoid the room. Because some facts require physical distance before a man may look back at them without immediately trying to improve them into action. I watched him. Of course I did. Beatrice watched him too, though more discreetly. At last he turned. There are more. God, he held up the remaining settlement packets. 3 marriage abstracts not yet entered in the review copies. 2 widow continuations transferred into ordinary domestic books after my mother's death. And, he hesitated the smallest fraction. A private memorandum from the steward to my aunt. There. The room sharpened, not loudly worse. I held out my hand. He brought the packet to me and laid it down without opening it first. Better. Much better. I read the memorandum. It was in Kenning's hand and dated 11 days after the Countess's death. My lady, if the northern ledgers remain, as presently arranged, official review will note the separate treatment of female continuations, delayed portions, and guest provisions beyond the ordinary domestic scale. I submit that the household will be better protected if such papers are entered thereafter under general accounts, with journals remaining private where possible and any particular connections removed, before the family becomes vulnerable to interpretive mischief. Interpretive mischief. I looked at the line twice. Then once more. There are phrases so full in their tidiness that one wants to pin them to the nearest mail chest and drag them through county dinner tables until everyone has admitted what kind of cowardice polite nouns are hiding. I looked up. Your steward was a poet of cowardice. Sebastian took that without flinch. Yes. There is your word. It seems structurally unavoidable. Lucy laughed outright. Beatrice actually put her pen down and looked pleased, which in her case counted nearly as triumph. I returned to the memorandum. Beneath Kenning's note, in another hand, Eudora's, I assumed, appeared the answer proceed. Women seldom improve by having every transitional irritation preserved against the house in perpetuity. There the doctrine sat in full evening dress. Not mistake, not confusion, not grief, deliberate household philosophy. Women under transition, irritation. The house the permanent structure. Women the passing disturbance to be smoothed until their own losses sound temporary enough to deserve no separate shelf. I laid the page flat. Lucy said softly, I hate her. Beatrice answered before I could. She said, No. You hate what she believes and what it makes easy. Good, I thought again. Very good. The room was educating them faster than any governess ever could. Sebastian said nothing for a long moment. Then, low enough that only we in the room heard how much the sentence cost, This is not defensible. No, I said. Now we are getting somewhere. He met my gaze. There it was again in him, that grave, dangerous exactness of a man who, once the line had been drawn properly, never wasted energy pretending he had not seen where it lay. It made him harder to hate and much more difficult to leave unconsidered. I turned back to the marriage abstracts. The first was Lady Agnes March's. Promise of settlement correction upon uncle's acknowledgement. Delayed. Then delayed again. Then replaced with a note in later family hand. And no further legal urgency required once emotional calm restored. I read it aloud. Lucy made a sound of pure contempt. Beatrice said, "Emotional calm means she stopped asking where they could hear it." Yes. Exactly that. I marked the line and moved to the second abstract. Miss Henrietta Thorne's portion had been cut in practical effect long before any formal reduction appeared. Her carriage allowance shifted. One maid shared. Writing paper restricted, while London expenditure remains uncertain. The Countess had noted each change in the margin with dates. The later domestic abstract included none of them. By the third page the pattern no longer required proving. It required naming. I stood. Because some sentences deserve a woman upright behind them. The house preserved male appearance first, I said. Always. Parliamentary debt, broken articles, disputed settlements, uncertain husbands, delayed portions every time pressure came. Female provisions were the first true currency paid. Then the payment was renamed prudence. Family feeling, nerves, simplification, affection, or care. The room listened, so did he. I went on. And because women were expected to remain grateful for what survived, the Countess built a parallel structure to stop the gratitude from rewriting the loss. That is what this room is. Not grief. Not memory. Counter-accounting. Sebastian was very still. Then, Wes. No irritation now. None. The word stood there as witness and not one syllable less. I said, "And now we know something else." He waited. Good. The room had taught him at least that much. These separate papers were not merely administrative preference. They formed a system. Women's continuations, delayed portions, transition cases, altered guest registers, private journals tied to claims. This was not one competent countess keeping better notes than the rest of her house deserved. Beatrice looked up from her ledger. It was a record. Wes. Lucy rose from the rug altogether now, face intent. Way hole one, Sebastian said, almost certainly. What do you call it? There. There. The right question. Naming matters. Houses know that better than anyone. That is why they steal nouns first. I looked at the shelves, the altered journals, the reduction book, the copied ledgers in Beatrice's hand. Lucy standing there with Clara Wynn's page under one arm, like a standard, captured in war, and said the thing exactly as it had to be said. A woman's continuity record. The words changed the room, not by magic, by precision. Suddenly every drawer, every crossed-out allowance, every removed journal year, every guest relabeled affection, instead of claimant, belonged not to disconnected female sadnesses but to a structure. A deliberate counter-memory by which women might remain legible to one another, and to the future, after the house had done its best to convert them into easier stories. Lucy's eyes widened. Beatrice repeated it softly to herself, as if testing the fit of the truth in her own mouth. Sebastian said nothing at all. That somehow told me most. Because he had heard it. And because he had heard it, I knew the next step would be worse and better both. Not only tracing what had been reduced, but proving whether the Countess had meant the record to continue beyond her own hand and into the lives of the girls, the guests, the widows, and the women yet to come under Westridge's roof. That, I thought as I retied Lady Agnes March's altered pages, and laid the steward's memorandum beside the disguised journal for 1818. Would be the discovery from which the house might never again safely recover its innocence. Once the phrase women's continuity record had been spoken aloud, the room ceased behaving like a private archive and began acting like a system that had been interrupted mid-sentence. That is the danger of naming things correctly in old houses. Before the right noun arrives, everyone may still pretend the matter is atmospheric, regrettable, sentimental, female. After the right noun arrives, Drawers begin joining hands with ledgers, ledgers with journals, journals with altered guest leaves. And suddenly the house discovers that what it had hoped to keep as scattered feminine grievance is, in fact, evidence of design. Lucy felt it first. Oh, of course she did. She stood by the shelf with the disguised 1818 journal in one hand, and said, "If it is a record, then there must be rules." Beatrice looked up from the continuity book. "Why?" "Because otherwise it is only a pile of excellent complaints." I looked at the child. No one in England should allow 12-year-old girls to become this structurally minded without supervision. The consequences for county society would be catastrophic. "She is right," I said. Sebastian, still by the far table with the steward's memorandum open beneath one hand, turned at once. Rules, or instructions, or a master index, or continuation notes. Your mother did not build much cross-reference, disguise journals, and keep parallel categories merely to leave the room at the mercy of whoever came after her with a decent pen and bad intention. I touched the reduction book. Systems that mean to survive leave behind method. Beatrice rose at once. Not dramatic intent. The labels. Yes. I crossed to the cabinets again. This time I was not looking at the surviving categories only. I was looking at the spaces between them. The shelf ghosts. The removed labels. The distance between correspondence, household women and journals, public shelf. The peculiar blank span below marriage portions, too wide to have held only one drawer and too narrow for a full cabinet. Sebastian came nearer. Not too near. Still that. "Do you see something?" Lucy said, "Not yet." Which means the room probably does. From behind us. That is exactly how Mama used to sound when she thought the servants had hidden Christmas. Beatrice murmured, "Lucy." "What?" "It is true." I pressed the lower panel beneath the marriage portion drawer. Nothing. Then the narrow strip beneath the correspondence run. Still nothing. Then, on impulse, the blank span between the journal shelves and the green transition drawer. The panel shifted. Only a fraction. Enough. Fear. Sebastian moved at once, crouching opposite me. Again that irritatingly measured nearness. No crowding. No taking over. Only readness. I was beginning to understand why this made him harder and not easier to survive. He said, "The edge is wrong. Wes. There is your word again." Lucy whispered with savage satisfaction to no one in particular. I worked the steel knife from my reticule into the seam, and felt the wood give with a small dry catch. The front panel opened sideways. Inside was not another bundle. It was a case. Shallow. Built to hold papers flat and long. At the top lay a single folded sheet labeled in the Countess's hand. For the continuity room, not to be classed as private sentiment. I looked up at once. Sebastian had already seen the line. There, the room had named itself. Not journal room. Not north room. Not Mama's retreat. The continuity room. I opened the paper. It was not a legal document. Better and more dangerous than that. A working statement of purpose, written in the Countess's own hand, neat and deliberate. As if she had known exactly what the house would one day try to call the room after her death, and had decided to deny it the pleasure in advance. I read aloud. The continuity room exists so that no woman under this roof, or passing through it under claim, dependence, uncertainty, or family management, may later be reduced to rumor, temperament, or gratitude where record is owed. Journals alone do not suffice. Accounts alone do not suffice. The house must be made to remember across categories, since it forgets women by category first. No one spoke. Good. Let the sentence enter every wall it had once been denied. I read on. Therefore all matters touching delayed portions, unsettled marriage articles, widow continuations, longer stay female guests, altered room provision, withdrawn personal property, reduced correspondence, medical charges hidden under domestic miscellany, and any transition from claim to kindness must be entered in parallel with private witness where possible. Otherwise the house will later call management misfortune, and female diminishment natural. Lucy sat down very abruptly on the rug, not from faintness, from impact. Beatrice had gone white. Not frightened. Clear. I continued. No entry is to be removed merely because a gentleman finds the material shameful or a lady relation finds it tiresome. Shame and tedium are not legal principles. That one, unexpectedly and in spite of the room's seriousness, a short breath of laughter from me. Sebastian heard it. Of course. He looked at the page and said very quietly, "She wrote exactly as she spoke. Then your mother was a national treasure improperly managed by her own family." The almost smile. Brief. Good. The room remained too important for comfort. Beneath the statement lay 3 more documents. One was a shelf map. One an annual review list. The third, a set of instructions titled, "How the continuity record is to be continued if I die before the girls are grown." There it was then. Not only a system for the past, a plan for the future. I felt the whole room change around us. Because now the Countess's design could no longer be reduced, even by the most viciously polite relation, into personal grievance or retrospective female fuss. She had built a mechanism meant to continue after her own hand left it. I opened the shelf map first. Every run of drawers and cabinets was marked in her hand. Blue for women continuing, green for transition and unsettled claim, black for private corroboration, red there it was, red for obligations not yet acknowledged publicly. There had once been a red drawer. The blank span beneath the journal shelf. The one panel removed entirely. I touched the map. There was another category. Sebastian looked over my shoulder. Red. Yes. Lucy had come up behind us again. What does that mean? I read the heading. Beatrice said, "Obligations not yet acknowledged publicly. At once." "That is the worst one, Wes," I said. "Which is why it is gone." The annual review list confirmed it. Each Michaelmas the Countess had reviewed not only the public household books, but the continuity categories against them. What has been promised, what has been withheld, what has been renamed, what now stands only by private witness, what must be carried forward, if the family chooses comfort over correction. Dear. That final line made the room almost unbearably clear. Not passive record then. A living system of female carry forward. The room had existed to preserve not simply evidence of past injury, but the obligations men and orderly women alike would most want the next season to forget. I laid the list flat. Sebastian said after a long moment, "And the girls." I looked at the third document, the one meant for after her death. I opened it. The first lines were addressed not to him, but to Mrs. Briscoe. "If I am dead, Mrs. Briscoe is to keep the key until Lady Beatrice is old enough to read across shelves without being softened into family pity. If no such age is reached before the house interferes, then the red drawer is to be removed first, not because it matters least, but because it will be attacked first." I stopped, looked at Beatrice. She stood very still at the table, one hand flat against the continuity book she had been copying all afternoon. "Your mother meant you to inherit the room." The girl took one breath. Only one. Then, yes. There was the word again, different in her mouth, not disease this time. "Inheritance." I read on. "Lucy is not to be trusted with pins, ribbon, or any packet requiring sequence until she has learned that righteous indignation is not the same thing as order. She is, however, to be trusted with memory where rooms are concerned, because she notices what adults are trying to improve before they have yet agreed on the words." Lucy gasped. Actually gasped. The child looked as if resurrection itself had just taken the form of adult approval addressed specifically to her faults. "She knew me," Beatrice said. "Wes." And this time even I could hear the laughter under the seriousness. I went on. "If Sebastian opens the room honestly, let him read everything, but do not let him call the room kind. Kindness is what houses claim after women have done the harder work of keeping records. The room is not kind. It is corrective." There. I did not look at him. I could feel rather than see how precisely that line struck. I read the last section. The purpose of the continuity record is not to preserve female feeling for posterity's admiration. It is to keep women from being made narratively smaller than the material facts of their lives. If a daughter, guest, widow, dependent relation, or woman in transition must later ask what was promised, what was removed, what was renamed, or how the house first began converting obligation into atmosphere, she must be able to find the answer without asking a gentleman what version would be least painful. Silence. Utter and complete. The kind that makes one hear dust settling as if it too had become part of the argument. Sebastian stood up first. Not abruptly. No, that seemed impossible in him. Only with that grave, controlled motion of a man who has just heard his mother name the whole family theology, and by implication, something of him in it too. He went to the window. Of course. Men always go to windows when the room has become too true, and they need landscape to help them endure what walls are saying more exactly. Lucy said, low enough that she perhaps thought only Beatrice and I would hear. I dislike her less for the pin remark because she was right. Beatrice, still pale, answered, that is not the line most worth carrying. No. But it is encouraging. I nearly smiled. Then did not, because what came next mattered more. I turned back to the case. Beneath the instructions lay a single empty label card painted red. No drawer attached, no red bundle. Nothing but the card itself and, tucked beneath it, one short note in Briscoe's hand from a much later date. Removed as directed. Not safe after Lady Eudora began asking for the review map. I pray the box was not found. There, the red drawer. Removed before the house could attack it. Not destroyed perhaps. Hidden elsewhere. Somewhere beyond this room. Somewhere Briscoe or the Countess had meant it to survive until the house could again be trusted less with its own memory. I looked at Briscoe's note, then toward the door. She knows. Beatrice looked up at once. Mrs. Briscoe, Lucy said. Wes. With full outraged admiration, she rescued the dangerous shelf puff. Not shelf, I said. Rower. That is even better. But Sebastian turned from the window then. His face had altered. Not softened, sharpened into something colder and more useful than sorrow. I will send for her. No. He stopped. Good. There it was again. The old movement toward action first. Better intention. Same first shape. I went on. You will not send for her as if she were a servant to be examined over missing family evidence. She comes here if she wishes, and she speaks if she chooses. This room has already made enough women answerable to male timing. He absorbed that. Then after a beat, Wes, there. Back again. I let it stand. Beatrice said quietly, she will come if she knows the case has been found. I looked at the girl. And how will she know that without being summoned like a steward? Beatrice's eyes moved to the bell rope near the mantel. Lucy. The child brightened at once. Of course. No one notices if I go for pins. I should perhaps have forbidden it. Instead I said, go then. But if you describe the red drawer to anyone below stairs, I shall have you copying widow continuations until Michaelmas. Lucy flew from the room with the solemn joy of a child entrusted at last with a mission worthy of her temperament. Beatrice remained by the table, one hand on the continuity instructions. After a moment she said, Mama thought the house would attack the red drawer first. Wes. Why? Before I could answer, Sebastian did. Because obligations not yet acknowledged publicly are the ones that can still cost living men. There. A full sentence. The right one. I looked at him. He looked not at me but at the empty red label card. Would. Let the card teach him without my adding too quickly to the lesson. I said. And because once such obligations are entered, the house can no longer call later reduction misunderstanding. It becomes choice. Beatrice took that in and nodded once then, so the record was not only backward looking. No. I said. It was meant to preserve claims, still in danger of being softened before anyone outside the family had to answer them. The girl looked at the red label again. Then at the shelf ghosts. Mama meant the room to continue. Yes. There was that word once more. Only now it belonged not to acquiescence but to continuity itself. Lucy returned in under 3 minutes with Briscoe behind her. The housekeeper entered, saw the open case, the shelf map, the continuity instructions in Beatrice's hand, the red label card on the table, and stopped. Not for long. Enough. So. She had not expected the case to remain hidden much longer. Perhaps had expected it years ago and gone tired waiting. Mrs. Briscoe closed the door behind her. No tray. No pretense. She said, I see. That the room has become impossible again. No, I replied. Only honest, duh. Her gaze moved to the red label card. Then to me. You found the review case, Wes. Then you know what is missing. The red drawer. A pause. Then, Wes. There. The whole house now thoroughly infected. Sebastian said, carefully, Briscoe. She turned to him. Do not ask the question as if I were under account to you first, my lord. Her ladyship would dislike the shape of it. That stopped him at once. Good, I said. Did you remove it? Mrs. Briscoe came to the table and touched the red label card once with the tip of one finger. I did. Lucy looked triumphant. Beatrice looked as if relief had arrived too fast to trust yet. I asked, Where? Briscoe's expression did not change. No. There was a different no. Not refusal to truth, protection of it. I understood at once. Sebastian did too. Good. Let him hear what an honest refusal sounds like, when it answers not to concealment but to sequence chosen properly by a woman. Briscoe went on. Not yet. You have enough to know the room's shape. You do not yet know the house's cost. The cost to whom? To the living. There. Always that. She looked at Beatrice, then at Sebastian, then finally at me. The red drawer contains what the Countess called the unacknowledged obligations. Not delayed things. Not softened things. Things the house had not yet admitted at all. If I give it back, before the room is strong enough to hold the truth, and before the right person in this house knows what must be paid publicly for it, then I have not preserved anything. I have merely handed better ammunition to the family. The line landed. Because it was true. Because the house had not yet been tested enough. Because for all our discoveries, we still stood only at the beginning of the design. I said, what must the room be strong enough to hold? Briscoe met my gaze steadily. Inheritance. Settlement correction. Female residence not by kindness but by right. And one claim touching the house itself which, if admitted, will make the county much less interested in flowers and much more interested in law. There, the true cliff edge at last. Lucy stared. Beatrice gripped the back of the chair before her. Sebastian did not move. Only the stillness around him changed, deepened, perhaps, into that dangerous exactness I had already come to recognize as the place where his mind and conscience met, and began preparing to step into weather first unless corrected. I said before he could. No. He looked at Meade. I continued. Whatever the red drawer holds, it comes here when Briscoe decides the room can bear it, not when fear or urgency in any living man begins feeling noble. Mrs. Briscoe, God bless her, inclined her head to me first. Then to him. The room is improving. Sebastian absorbed that without visible offense. Again impossible. Again better than the alternatives. At last he said, What do you require of me? The asking. Not arrangement. Not authority. Better. Briscoe answered before I could. 2 things, my lord. First, you do not let Lady Eudora or Kenning touch another paper in the north wing. Second, you decide, before this week is out, whether you mean to read your mother's room as house correction or family embarrassment. Because if it is the second, the red drawer remains where it is until your grandchildren begin rotting. Lucy looked impressed. Beatrice looked relieved enough that it almost hurt. I looked at Sebastian. He was watching Briscoe with that grave, unwavering attention of a man who has finally found the one woman in his own house less interested in preserving his dignity than in educating it. At length he said, "House correction." No hesitation. No, yes, good. Briscoe nodded once. Then perhaps there is hope for Westridge after all. When she had gone, taking with her the location of the red drawer and all our immediate peace, the room felt at once larger and more dangerous. Not because we had lost ground, because we had found the true scale of the design. The Countess had built a continuity room, not merely to preserve journals, altered guest leaves, delayed portions, and women's reductions across years, but to hold, somewhere beyond the public shelf, and even beyond the disguised private volumes, a category of obligations the house had never admitted at all. I looked at the empty red label, then at Beatrice's new continuity book, then at Sebastian standing opposite me under the full weight of his mother's design and Briscoe's challenge. "We are no longer restoring a room," I said. No one answered. They did not need to, because the room itself had already done it. What had begun as sorting, then revision, then cross-reference had now become something much larger and much more dangerous. We were tracing the outline of a female system, built to force Westridge to remember what it owed women, even when law, sentiment, family order, and male convenience all preferred forgetting. And somewhere beyond the north shelves, hidden until the house could prove itself equal to bearing it, lay the red drawer, the part of the record that touched not simply memory or mismanagement, but open claim. That, I thought as evening gathered at the windows and the labels on the shelves seemed to glow more clearly in the falling light, was where the story ceased being archival and became inheritance. A source file, a chapter 2 ledgers against the light. Text chunks returned 80 files written 80 Rita Arizunor. Chapter 3. What Women Leave in Margins. The storm announced itself at breakfast and arrived by afternoon with all the delicacy of inherited male debt. Coastal weather has no respect for domestic timing. It never waits to see whether girls have finished copywork, whether tea is laid, or whether women in north corridors are in the middle of discovering that a dead countess once built an entire private counter, history to prevent the house from converting female loss into improved narrative. It simply comes, which I suppose is one reason I have always found storms easier company than families. Weather at least does not call itself prudent. By 9 of the clock the sky over Westridge had gone from pewter to iron. The beeches along the east lawn were already uneasy in their upper branches. The light in the north corridor had that peculiar strained brightness which means clouds are massing somewhere just beyond sight and intend, presently, to make themselves everyone else's concern. Briscoe noticed first. Of course. She entered the north room with a coal scuttle and said, "The shutters on the west front are to be checked at noon." Lucy, who had been trying to sort altered guest leaves by what she called pre-degree of insult, rather than year, looked up instantly. It is coming. Beatrice did not yet look up from the continuity book. That is not evidence. It is when Briscoe brings extra coal before 11. Briscoe set down the scuttle by the hearth. Miss Lucy is, for once, not speaking nonsense. Lucy said. "There. You see, I was at the central table with the shelf map and the Countess's annual review list spread open beneath my hand. Sebastian stood by the cabinet run with one of the disguised journals, comparing the rebound spine against the public numbering in silence that had become, over the last 2 days, less obstructive than his earlier forms of help. That in itself was dangerous enough. "How bad?" I asked. Briscoe glanced toward the windows. "The sea wind has turned earlier than expected. If it comes fully around to the east, the north corridor will take less rain than the west front, but more pressure in the old frames." She paused. "And the room had better be treated like a working room by then and not a shrine. Shrines mildew faster. There are women, I have found, whose theology is so correct one need not ask whether they have ever read sermons." Briscoe belonged to that order. Sebastian said, "The north shutters will hold." Briscoe looked at him. "The north shutters will do what old wood always does, my lord. They will obey until they can no longer afford the principle." "Ah." Lucy grinned outright. Beatrice closed her eyes once as if asking Providence not to let any of them become too much like the room. Briscoe left. The air seemed to tighten behind her. I went back to the review list and found I had read the same line 3 times without taking it in. What must be carried forward if the family chooses comfort over correction? Interesting, I thought, how even now the Countess continued instructing the living more accurately than most living relations manage among themselves. By 11 the first wind had arrived, not the modest spring gusts that fuss at hedges and then grow bored. The true article. Long, low, and steady enough that the house itself seemed to hear it coming through the walls before the trees fully declared it. Somewhere on the west side a shutter banged once and then was caught. Pritchard's footsteps sounded in the hall below with unusual speed. The fire in the north grate drew harder. Lucy looked toward the windows every time the panes shifted. Not fear exactly, alertness. Beatrice, by contrast, became more intent over her copying. Girls raised in old houses generally respond to danger in one of 2 ways. They either become all eyes or all discipline. Both are methods of survival. Neither is childish in the least. At 12:15 Sebastian closed the disguised 1818 journal and said, "Lucy said, we should stop for luncheon." Immediately Beatrice said no. "Lucy, what?" "We are near the line about Mrs. Fane's winter coal." I looked at Sebastian. He was standing exactly as he always did, when he believed he had made a reasonable suggestion and had not yet decided whether room would require him to improve it. "We eat here," I said. "The room is active." He looked at the table, the journals, the copied continuity book, the red label card still lying at the corner like a challenge preserved under daylight. Then, "Wes." "There is your word again," Lucy murmured. "It appears permanent," I said. Sebastian's mouth altered by the faintest degree. Very nearly, he rang for Briscoe and asked for luncheon in the north room, not the dining room, not the schoolroom, not downstairs under the respectable eye of household silver. Here. That counted. By 1 of the clock rain had begun, at first only a slanting gray stitch against the window panes. Then harder. Then with sufficient force that the sound itself became part of the room's argument. Westridge changed under such weather. The north corridor grew dim despite the hour. The old wood in the cabinet frames drew in damp and released a smell of paper, ash, and polish worn thin over decades of female use. Somewhere farther down the passage a door began complaining rhythmically in the wind and had to be secured by a maid under Briscoe's direction. We lunched in the room by necessity and therefore honestly. Cold beef, bread, Stilton, apples, tea too strong. Lucy used a crust to demonstrate how articles, once broken, ought never be trusted on the same plate as family affection. Beatrice told her if she continued mapping legal betrayal onto luncheon, no respectable girl in England would ever marry. Lucy replied that this sounded less like a warning than a policy, and went on buttering bread. Sebastian, to my increasing private inconvenience, listened more than he spoke. That should not have mattered. It did. Because silence in him had changed over the last days from lordly economy into actual hearing, and there is nothing more dangerous in a serious man than improvement one has oneself helped produce. At 2:30, the storm arrived in full. The first real blow struck the north windows so hard that all three girls in the room, and I include Lucy under the term only by technical mercy, went still at once. The upper right pane in the outer corridor room rattled like teeth against china. A second gust drove rain under the east casement and across the sill in one sharp spray. Lucy was on her feet, not because she meant to flee, because she meant to see. Sebastian moved at the same moment. Of course, he reached the window first. I reached Lucy first. That, I noticed even then. Even in the noise. Even with the room shifting under weather. He always moved first toward impact. I always moved first toward whoever might be made to endure it. No moral judgment yet. Only pattern. It is all right, I said. Though I did not mean calm only, survival. It is not all right, Lucy answered, and the honesty of it was so exact I nearly loved the child outright. That sounded like breakage. In old houses, I said, everything sounds like breakage in weather. Beatrice had risen too now, though more slowly. Her face had gone pale, but not from fear of shattered glass. From something older, I thought, and far more specific. Sebastian had one hand against the frame. The casement has loosened in the outer room. Lucy said, I can hear that. With unnecessary vigor. He turned. The north corridor is to be cleared. There, it came too fast. Not monstrous, worse. Understandable. The old instinct. Preserve. Reduce movement. Remove the vulnerable from the zone before the room grows complicated enough to wound them. I heard the wrongness of it before either girl spoke. Beatrice said quietly, the room. Not the corridor, not the weather room. Lucy said, you are going to shut it. There it was then. Not fear of storm at all. Fear of sequence. The same fear that had already shaped every younger woman we had encountered beneath Westridge's roof. Not what the weather might do, what adults would make of weather afterward. What closures, rearrangements, withdrawals, and prudent household relocations might grow out of one cracked pane if left in the hands of the wrong relation or the wrong man trying to be good too quickly. Sebastian heard it. I saw him hear it. Good. I said, before he could harden the first error into instruction, no, bah. His gaze came to mine immediately. The outer room, perhaps. Not this one. Not yet. The windows. May require securing, I said. That is weather. Weather is not doctrine unless the house begins using it as one. Lucy looked between us. Beatrice had gone very still indeed. Then she said, in that low grave way of hers which always sounded to me like a sentence copied too carefully to be dismissed later, if the room closes now, it will not reopen the same. No child should ever know that. No child in a well-run house ever ought to, which was precisely why girls in houses like Westridge learned it first. The Sebastian stood by the window, rein on one cuff, the pressure of the frame still held in his hand, and for 1 second I saw the whole conflict in him exactly. The man who wanted the room safe. The here who had been taught to anticipate structural failure before it spread, and the better self that had lately begun learning those instincts. However honest. Become dangerous the instant they start choosing for women and girls how much truth or risk may reach them in what order. At last he said, what do you propose? There. The asking. Not enough to erase the first movement. Enough to matter. I answered at once. The outer corridor room is emptied of loose paper. The north room remains active. The girls help move the journals and continuity ledgers to the inner table if the leakage worsens. We light more lamps now before the sky worsens further. And no one says shut unless glass is actually broken. Lucy looked triumphant. Beatrice looked relieved in a way that hurt more. Sebastian held my gaze 1 second longer than comfort required. Then, there is your word. It is still the right one. And because he had heard the room before acting the second time, I let that stand. The next hour became labor. Good. Labor is the proper companion to fear. Briscoe sent 2 housemaids with cloths, extra lamp oil, and 1 footman under Pritchard's orders to secure the corridor casement from outside if the wind allowed. Sebastian and I moved the central table farther from the windows. Beatrice wrapped the Countess's continuity room instructions in dry linen and put them in the upper cabinet. Lucy carried journals by the armful and muttered darkly about tyrannical weather and even more tyrannical family vocabulary. I gathered the red label card, the shelf map, the reduction book, and the altered guest leaves into 1 locked case, and placed it on the mantel where no puddled sill might claim later it had only meant to help the house forget. At one point Sebastian reached for the red label card before I did. He stopped himself. That, more than anything else, almost undid me. Not because it was dramatic. Because I saw the old habit rise, take charge of the most dangerous paper first, and then saw him recognize it as habit, and let his hand fall back. Small, invisible to anyone else. Immense. By 4 of the clock the storm had found the house properly. Rain struck the windows in hard diagonal sheets. The east lawn had vanished into a silver, gray blur beyond the panes. The old frame in the outer room finally gave with a sharp report like a pistol crack, and Lucy flinched so violently the journal she held slipped from her arms onto the rug. I was beside her before the sound had finished. "It is all right," she said. "No," at once, breathing too fast and too brightly. "It is not, and if anyone says weather is invigorating I shall strike them with a geography." That one from Beatrice, unexpectedly. The briefest laugh. Not amusement precisely. Relief finding one cracked exit through discipline. Sebastian came back from the corridor with 2 wet boards and Pritchard behind him. "The outer pane has gone." "There. Not catastrophic. Not safe either." Pritchard bowed slightly to me and said, with the grave calm of a butler who has survived worse and intends the room to know it, "We can board from the passage side if the table is moved 6 feet inward, madam." Interesting. Not my lord. Not the Earl. To me. The room was already teaching the household where authority lived in it. "Do it," I said. Sebastian heard that too. Good. Again, he did not interfere. Pritchard and the footman secured the outer room while we remained in the north room amid journals, wet wind, lamp smoke, and the low relentless force of rain. The sounds from the corridor were ugly enough to tighten any sensible pulse, boards, hammer. The occasional muttered curse from male mouths too busy to remember refinement. Yet what I noticed most was not the weather. It was Beatrice's hands. Still neat. Too neat. She was folding and refolding the same cloth around the continuity book without any further practical need. I crossed to her. "What?" She looked up at me. Not embarrassed. That would have been easier. Only honest enough for the room. She said, "One rooms in this house become dangerous. Quietly, things are always moved after. And when they are moved after, they come back smaller." There it was. Not the storm, the education. Girls who have already watched too many female things, letters, desks, visits, expectations, fires, freedom withdrawn under pretext of weather, propriety, grief, economy, or one of the other respectable nouns by which houses commit their neatest crimes. I said, low enough for her and Lucy both, "Listen to me. If this room must be altered for tonight because wood has split and rain has entered, that is weather. If anyone later uses weather as excuse to reduce its purpose, that will be named bias. By me first." Still pale with adrenaline and anger both, said truly, "Yes. There, my word now." "Mine." Beatrice watched my face for one long second, as if measuring whether I understood not only what I promised but why girls like her require such promises said plainly. Then she nodded once. Sebastian was standing just near enough to have heard. Of course he had. He said nothing at all. That too was progress. By 6 the storm had worsened into a full evening siege. Briscoe sent word that no one was to cross the west stair under any noble pretense whatsoever, which I thought one of her stronger religious formulations. Supper was brought to the north room on trays. Not because we meant to become domestic there, but because the house had already admitted the room could no longer be treated as an ornament set aside during weather. It had become command. The girls ate with us: bread, soup, cold chicken, cheese, apples, again the ordinary mercies. Lucy proposed between mouthfuls that if the red drawer must eventually return, it ought to be shelved under a new label called Things Men Cannot Be Trusted to Phrase. Beatrice replied that the label would require a cabinet longer than the house. Sebastian, who had spent the day lifting tables, securing frames, reading his mother's warnings, and being corrected by 3 females of different ages, said only, "That seems probable." I nearly smiled. Nearly. The room quieted after supper, not because the storm eased. It did not. But because labor had done what labor often does in bad hours, given shape to alarm. Lucy drowsed in the armchair under a shawl Briscoe had sent without admitting it was protection. Beatrice sat at the central table copying the Countess's statement of purpose into the new continuity book in a hand so exact the sentence looked carved rather than written. Sebastian and I secured the last packets, relit 2 lamps, and shifted the public journals farther inward. At 7:30 the next shock came. Not glass. A deep, heavy thud from below the corridor, followed by men's voices, and then the unmistakable sound of something large dragged across stone. Lucy was upright before any of us could stop her. Beatrice went white. Sebastian moved at once. Of course. He reached the door, opened it, and met Pritchard and one of the footmen wrestling with a freestanding wardrobe table that had blown over in the small outer sitting room when the broken pane admitted the full force of the draft. Pritchard said, "It is all right, my lord," before he could ask anything useful. Only the outer table. Only, I thought, is one of the most expensive words in English. Sebastian turned back to us. "The girls stay here." There again. Not wrong in content perhaps, wrong in shape, the old instinct still. I said, "Beatrice. Lucy, do you wish to remain here or stand at the threshold?" The difference mattered. Lucy answered first. "Threshold." Beatrice hesitated, then, "Here." But with the door open, interesting, neither wanted ignorance. Only different distances. Sebastian heard it too. I saw the correction arrive before speech. He said, "Very well." Better. He left the door open. Lucy came to the threshold and watched the corridor with one hand on the jamb as if she personally intended to memorize the weather's tactics for later argument. Beatrice remained by the table, but no longer with that neat composure of before. The room had given her something better than discipline. Choice of stance. When the wardrobe was righted and the corridor secured, Sebastian came back in and shut the door only most of the way, leaving the latch open. Again I noticed. Again I disliked how much I noticed. By 8 the girls should have been sent upstairs by every ordinary household rule in England. We ignored those rules. This, more than any romantic speech, may be the truest sign that a house has begun changing. Briscoe came herself with blankets, hot bricks, and enough additional lamp oil to suggest she had already decided no one would move those girls through rattling corridors merely because clocks believed in convention. She said, "Thee remain here tonight if the wind holds." Lucy looked vindicated. Beatrice looked tired enough to count as courageous. Sebastian said, "Will that inconvenience the house?" Briscoe looked at him. "My lord, the house has been inconveniencing women in one form or another for years. It may survive this return blow. There are moments when a housekeeper should be made chancellor." This was one. The girls settled by degrees. Lucy on the narrow sofa, beneath the public journal's shelf, wrapped in 2 blankets and still muttering occasional insults toward the storm's character. Beatrice at the far table until her eyes blurred. Then finally in the armchair with the continuity book in her lap, as though even sleep ought not entirely to remove her from the room's witness. The dog, having discovered civilization required arbitration, lay across the hearth-rug and refused all invitations to higher upholstery. By 10 only the four of us remained fully awake. Briscoe had gone to manage the servants' wing and secure the east stairs. Pritchard passed once with a lamp in the corridor, and the expression of a man who had accepted long ago that certain knights abolish rank in favor of basic competence. The house beyond the north room breathed, strained and endured. Inside, the room had become smaller and much more honest. The wind struck. The fire answered. Lamp flames moved occasionally in the drafts the old stone could not entirely refuse. The girls drifted in and out of that half-sleep peculiar to youth and storm. Enough awareness left to hear whether the house means to betray them while still too tired to perform fear. Sebastian sat opposite me at the table with one hand resting on the locked case that now held the red label card, the review map, and the altered guest leaves. Not possessively, not absent-mindedly either. More like a man who knew exactly what dangerous memory weighed and had no wish tonight to let it out of reach again. We had not spoken for some time when Lucy, eyes still closed, said into the room at large, "I do not mind storms." No one answered immediately. Then Beatrice from the chair said quietly, "You mind not being told what they are doing." There. Again, the true education of the house, not fear of weather. Fear of sequence. Fear of rooms closing under explanation chosen by others. Lucy did not open her eyes. Yes. There was the word in another mouth, stripped of all our adult games and returned to its right function, plain witness. Sebastian looked at the girls. Then, at me. I saw in the stillness around him that he was hearing the full lesson now, not as theory or my accusation or his mother's old warning, but alive in the younger women he was meant to help shape. They did not fear broken glass most. They feared being put beyond the door while adults decided what version of danger they were old enough to be told. At last he said very low, "Thee fear arrangement more than weather." I looked at him. Wes. And because we were past with then, because the room had stripped us of easier motions, I added, "Children raised in houses like this usually do." He accepted that without defense. Good. After a while he said, "I would have moved them upstairs 3 weeks ago." Yes. He said no. Quietly. Not as agreement. As fact. I turned toward him fully. There it was then. Not the Earl. Not the family conscience. The man finally seeing the line between care and arrangement not only in women already grown enough to accuse him of it, but in the girls whose future he might yet teach better or badly. And, now, he looked toward Lucy on the sofa, then Beatrice in the chair, then the north shelves where the Countess's relabeled categories stood under lamp light, as if the room itself were listening. No, I think being sent away would have frightened them more. Fear, I said softly. That is the whole lesson. No one spoke after that for some time. The storm went on battering the house with all the old violence of sea-facing weather. Yet the room, though threatened, no longer felt endangered in the same way. It had become inhabited during truth, which is the only real defense such rooms ever possess. At last I understood what the night had done. Not rescued us. Not even tested us merely. It had revealed the deepest common fear in every younger woman under Westridge, not broken panes, not thunder, not old walls. The fear that the moment truth became sharp, someone older and more authoritative would call the next arrangement kindness and remove them from witness. And as Sebastian sat opposite me, finally hearing that, with the storm wearing itself out against the north wing and the girls sleeping under the Countess's categories, I knew Chapter 3 had begun in exactly the right place. Not with desire. With vigilance. Because trust in houses like Westridge never begins when two adults find each other interesting. It begins when a room turns dangerous, and the women in it are still permitted to remain. The storm broke at dawn and left Westridge looking as if it had argued all night with Providence and won only on structural grounds. That is one of the less comforting beauties of country houses. They do not emerge from weather prettily. They endure it. By morning the north lawn was flattened in dark wet bands, the east gravel shone like cold pewter, and every window in the corridor wore the exhausted cleanliness of glass forced too long into honesty. Lucy woke first. Of course. She sat up under her blanket, hair half loose and moral satisfaction entirely intact, and announced, "I am starving," which proved survival. Beatrice, who had fallen asleep only after midnight with a continuity book still in her lap, opened one eye and said, "That proves greed." No. Appetite. Very different. Sebastian, already at the window with the expression of a man who had slept little and considered this a private matter between himself and the weather, said, "Briscoe sent word at 6 that the outer pane is boarded and the corridor no longer in danger of taking the east side with it, but..." Lucy drew her knees up and looked at the boards visible through the half-open door. "So the room won?" "No," I said, rising from the chair where I had apparently slept at some indefensible angle with my shawl still on. "Only held." Beatrice sat up more fully then. "That, I think, was the better distinction. Rooms like that do not win. They survive. And survival, though less decorative than triumph, is often the more useful habit in houses bred to denial." Briscoe arrived at 7:30 with breakfast enough to restore civilization if civilization had deserved the effort. Coffee, chocolate for the girls, bread, butter, boiled eggs, and an expression of competent disapproval toward everyone under 40. She said, "You all look dreadful." Lucy accepted the chocolate. "That means the room was educational." Briscoe replied, "No. It means weather does not flatter youth as reliably as youth imagines." Sebastian's mouth altered by the faintest fraction. Not smile. The possibility of it. Dangerous, I thought again. Improvement always was. Briscoe went to the window, checked the catch, looked once at the locked case on the mantel, and the continuity materials stacked under linen on the inner table, and then said, "The house will attempt ordinary hours today. I advise all sensible people to distrust the effort. There are women whose guidance ought to be printed and distributed at church porches." I drank my coffee and looked around the room. The girls' blankets, the displaced journals, the review list, the red label card still lying on the locked case like an accusation without drawers to hold it. And, beyond all that, the after-effect of the night itself, not fear now, but the strange intimacy of shared vigilance. We had kept the room open through danger. That alters the air even after lamps are extinguished and windows mended. By 9 the girls were sent to wash and dress under Briscoe's stern supervision, and Sebastian and I were left alone in the north room with morning light, the remains of breakfast, and the sense, difficult and not entirely unwelcome, that the house had shifted a little farther than either of us had intended. He stood by the central table, one hand resting near the Countess's continuity room statement. I had begun, against prudence, to recognize that hand position in him. Not authority. Restraint. The place he put one hand when the rest of him wanted too much to move first. "You heard them last night," I said. He looked up. "The girls." "Yes." There was his word again. Not irritating this morning, only tired. He feared being sent out of the room more than the storm. Wes. A pause. Then, because truth in him had at last become a thing impossible not to press where it mattered, I said, "And you?" He did not answer immediately. "Good. Let the line cost him," he said. "Wes, at last." I heard that too. No defense, no refinement, only the fact. I tied the breakfast cloth more neatly around the warmed plates simply because my hands required a task while my mind considered the shape of him in that answer. "There is hope for you then." That sounds alarming. It is. Improvement in a man is the most exhausting thing in the world. Cruelty is much simpler to organize around. That did win the almost smile. Very briefly. Then he said, "What do we do next, huh?" There. The asking again. Better than deciding. Always better. I looked toward the locked case. The room has shown us what it is. Now, it must show us what it was meant to become. He came nearer the table. Not too near. Still that careful measure, increasingly more dangerous because I could no longer pretend not to notice it. You think there are more instructions? No, I think there are working files. I tapped the Countess's annual review list. This room did not operate on index cards and female fury alone. She reviewed. She carried forward. She meant Beatrice to inherit the method. That requires training material, comparative accounts, perhaps even model entries. Something by which the room could continue even after the original hand was gone. He followed the thought quickly. Of course he did. Not merely the records then. The teaching of the records. Wes. There it was again, mine this time, and because it was mine, not his, it felt less like wound and more like instrument. When the girls returned, washed, ribboned, and trying with differing levels of success to look as if sleeping in the north room during a storm had been an ordinary household occurrence, I set them to work at once. Beatrice, the continuity book from yesterday. I want every reference to carry forward or review marked with blue thread. Lucy, the public journal's shelf. Every volume that appears harmless but uses any woman's full Christian name in the margin goes to the inner table law. Lucy brightened. That sounds like criminal theology. No, I said. Only indexing. Sebastian said. That is less cheerful, but you appear to be confusing cheerfulness with danger again. Lucy considered this. That is because they so often arrive together. No one in England should be required to educate such children without hazard pay. The search took nearly 2 hours. That is how real rooms answer when they do not wish to be made melodramatic. Not by surrendering the great truth at once, but by forcing one through all the lesser orderly proofs until the larger design becomes undeniable through accumulation. Beatrice found the first clue in the continuity book itself. Not in the entries I had given her, but at the back, where the Countess had evidently used the last blank leaves for working notes. There. She held out the book. Between copied revisions and carry-forward marks, in the Countess's own hand. No use preserving the room if the girls are taught only grievance and not method. Need examplist, what was promised, what withdrawn, what renamed. What a woman may still ask once the house has improved the language around her. I read it aloud. Then once more. Lucy looked from the page to the journal shelf and said, That sounds like a lesson plan. Interesting. Very interesting. Sebastian said quietly, Method. Wes, I replied. Not only protection. Instruction. I turned the page. Beneath it another note. For Beatrice when older begin with guest leaves and portions. Continue to widows after. Do not start with the crueler papers. Let her first learn pattern before motive. Beatrice went very still. Not embarrassed. Seen. The Countess had not merely intended her inherit the room. She had planned the order in which the inheritance should wound her. There is a love in that, and also a cruelty. The only mercy is that the cruelty serves knowledge, rather than ignorance. Lucy found the second clue hidden, where only a child with useful impatience would have looked for it. Behind the public journals on the shallow rear shelf meant, I think, to keep the heavier volumes from sitting flush against damp plaster. She gave a shout not of fear, but of discovery. Paper. We all came at once. Folded behind the journals, pushed so far back that only fingers willing to ignore good sense would ever have reached it, lay a stitched packet of copy sheets titled, Examples for Continuity Instruction, Not for Gentleman's Review. I laughed then. I could not help it. The Countess, I thought, deserved beatification on the strength of headings alone. Sebastian, who had read the title upside down over Lucy's shoulder, said, She was uncommonly direct. No, I said. Only civilized in the right direction. We opened the packet. It was exactly what I had suspected and more than I had hoped. Model comparisons for younger female readers of the house. On one side, the public or family version of a woman's situation. On the other, the Countess's parallel record of what had materially occurred. House version: Lady Agnes March remained from affection. Continuity note: article correction delayed. Desk removed after Michaelmas. Carriage shared from November. No fire in East morning room after Christmas. House version: Miss Clara Wynne was always happier under her aunt's guidance. Continuity note: quarter cash stopped first. Desk removed. Books delayed. Bath made to receive after subtraction. House version: Mrs. Julia Fane needed rest. Continuity note: correspondence postage cut. Medical account hidden in domestic miscellany. For cool reduced before insolvency was spoken aloud. Beatrice sat down, not faintly, carefully, because the packet had just shown beyond doubt what the Countess meant the room to teach. Not resentment, not memory, but comparative reading. The art of placing the house's softened story beside the material sequence, and refusing to let gentility decide which version sounded easier on the ear. Sebastian had taken one page in his own hand. He read in silence for some time, then said, "She was teaching them how to dispute the house." "Yes. There is your word." "Earned again," I said. He did not reply. The room had gone too serious for that. The next packet lay beneath the first, larger, wrapped in faded muslin, labeled, "For women continuing after first disappointment." That one stopped us all. Because now the room had crossed yet another line. Not only daughters, guests, and delayed brides. Women continuing after first disappointment. A whole category of life the house evidently knew perfectly well how to produce, and had never wished named so plainly. I opened it. Inside were copy exercises, draft account forms, model receipts, notes on correspondence, a schedule in the Countess's hand titled, Practical Continuation Series. The lessons were itemized. How to keep private accounts when held kindness begins swallowing line items, how to read room reassignment as financial fact, what to ask before accepting travel under family guidance, how to correspond with a solicitor losing nitty without must be listed before one illness is beans rimbam, how to distinguish pifrapnawume when used to soften a month to us to in use distinguish ditty from provision. There, not sentiment training, actual training. Lucy stared. So she meant them to learn Ga. Beatrice said, no, voice almost inaudible. She meant them to survive. That line, from the grave quiet girl more than any page, made the room turn fully. Because yes, exactly that. The Countess had not intended the continuity room merely to prove later that women had been diminished unfairly. She had meant to teach the next generation how to read the diminishment early enough to answer it, before it hardened into fate. I turned to the back of the schedule. There I found the line that altered everything. If the room cannot be publicly acknowledged, it must at least remain privately operative. A girl taught to compare shelves cannot be made grateful so easily. I read it aloud. Then looked up. Sebastian stood absolutely still. That stillness in him no longer frightened me in the same way. I knew too much now about what filled it, not emptiness, not indifference, but the hard pressure of a man hearing his mother name, with terrible female precision, the ways houses train women into manageable gratitude, and hoping too late not to resemble the structure, while already made from it. He said after a long moment, so the room was not only for records. No, I answered. It was for transmission. The right word, not archive. Not memory, transmission. The room was built to pass method from one woman to the next where public family history would otherwise have passed only improved versions of obedience. Lucy sat cross-legged on the rug and said, then, the red drawer would hold the cases not yet fit for instruction, I said, or the ones too dangerous to teach from until the house changed. Beatrice added, good girls, both of them. Far too good for Westridge. Sebastian came to the inner table and looked down at the practical continuation schedule. What else? I turned the last folded leaves. One more set of working notes. Questions for girls not yet brought out. Why are women called guests in houses where their lives are already being decided? What does it mean when a claim is moved from the study to the drawing room? Why do rooms grow smaller before women are sent away? What may be taken first without servants naming it theft? There it was then. The room had always known the girls would notice before anyone admitted they were meant to notice. I looked at Beatrice. Then at Lucy. Not because they had become the subject of the room only now, but because the room had been anticipating them long before either of them was old enough to understand why their questions irritated certain female relations. Lucy asked, softly. Now, Beatrice said, did she write those for us? For girls like us? I answered with the only honest sentence available. Wes. No embellishment, no pity, only yes. The room held it. At length Sebastian said, my mother built a school. The word startled me, because he was right. Not a school in the ordinary sense. No slates, no catechism, no rows of useful female humility taught under a governess's eye. A private school of comparison, claim, material reading, and resistance to narrative diminishment. One housed in drawers, journals, guest leaves, portion abstracts, and practical continuation exercises. Yes, I said. For women the house was already trying to soften before they had learned how to read it. That landed deeply. We all felt it. And because we felt it, I think, the room became less ghostly in that moment, and more alive than it had ever been under our hands. Not only what the Countess had done, what she had meant still to do after death, through whoever next opened the right drawer. Ed Briscoe came at noon, to find the practical continuation schedule spread open on the table, and the girls sitting nearer me than before. Not from childish affection, but from the instinctive gravitation of younger women toward a room that has at last begun telling them why it always made them uneasy. She took in the packet and said only, So, she left lessons. Wes. Briscoe nodded once. That was the part Eudora feared most. There. Not merely evidence then, not merely liability. Lessons. Of course Aunt Eudora would fear that most. Records may be contained, argued, or locked. Method, once learned by girls' travels. I asked. Did you know? Only the shape of it. Not where she hid the continuation papers. Briscoe's gaze moved to Beatrice. Her ladyship said once that girls are easier to govern if they are taught from the prayer book and the weather alone. She intended other books. Lucy looked almost luminous with vindication. Beatrice, on the other hand, said quietly, Why did she not simply tell us? That question hung there, not childish. Perfectly adult in its hurt. Why do older women build structures and not simply speak plainly to the girls beneath the same roof? Because girls are not safe from rooms yet. Because houses listen. Because a dead countess could hide instructions better than a living one could hold open war in the drawing room. Because female strategy in such places always pays with delay what justice would rather pay in light. I answered carefully. Briscoe said, Because she thought the room might outlive the argument even if she did not. Hunt. Because girls are often heard better after death than before it. If the dead had good handwriting. That one stayed with all of us. After luncheon the storm had mostly passed, leaving Westridge washed pale and tired. Sun broke once through the thinning cloud and turned the wet glass briefly brilliant enough that the north room seemed, for one impossible instant, almost hopeful. Almost. The next discovery ended that mood properly. At the back of the practical continuation packet lay a folded placement list. Not for books, for women. 3 names. Lady Agnes March, not safe to teach directly while articles remain unresolved. Clara Wynne, teach after bath removal, if letters survive. Beatrice, begin with guest leaves and portions if the room stays hidden beneath these. In different ink and written later, shakier perhaps, if Mrs. Vale, like woman ever enters the room by work rather than family. Do not let the house call her temporary before she understands what it has done here. I did not speak for a moment. Could not. Because all at once the room had turned and looked straight at me. Not Eleanor Vale only as investigator, widow, practical woman in a noble house. A type. A category the Countess had anticipated without my name, a woman entering by work, not family, by competence, not claim. In danger therefore of being praised into usefulness, while the house still reserved the right to call her temporary the moment her understanding grew structurally inconvenient. Sebastian saw the line in the same second I did. Of course he did. No one spoke. Beatrice looked from the paper to me, and then away again with that grave tact of hers, as if she understood more than any girl should and wished the room to know she would not make theater of it. Lucy, less tactful and more merciful in a wholly different register, said at once, "That means you. There. Simple. Unforgivable. Exact." "Wes," I said. The word left me more quietly than I expected. Briscoe folded her hands together. Her ladyship trusted pattern. I looked at the line again. Do not let the house call her temporary before she understands what it has done here. Not because the Countess had foreseen me. Because she had foreseen the house. That was somehow worse and better both, I said, more to myself than to the room. She knew exactly how women like me are used. Sebastian answered after a beat. Wes. There was the word again. Yet now it no longer felt like concession, irritation, or even witness alone. It felt like standing at the edge of something too true to improve. I folded the placement list carefully and laid it atop the practical continuation packet. The room had now shown its second heart. The first was record. The second was teaching. And because it had shown both, I knew Chapter 3 could no longer remain only about storm, vigilance, and girls fearing arrangement more than weather. It had to move where the Countess's work already pointed, toward the women the house meant to make useful, temporary, dependent, or grateful before they had learned enough to resist the naming. Toward me, in other words. And as the afternoon light widened again across the table, the girls sat silent beside the lessons meant for them. Briscoe watched the room with the exhausted devotion of a woman who had held one line alone too long, and Sebastian stood opposite me, hearing what his mother had built against men like him, and not yet knowing what price the knowledge would finally exact. I understood the true danger at last. The room was no longer only uncovering how Westridge had diminished women. It was beginning to teach us what kind of future, between us, might repeat the same structure under better language, if we were not careful enough to stop it first. For the rest of that afternoon I could not look at a shelf without wanting to indict a bloodline. This is one of the less decorative effects of moral clarity. Once a woman has spent an hour reading that a dead Countess anticipated not only delayed daughters, uncertain widows, and female guests under management, but the future arrival of some practical woman, brought in by work, and therefore in danger of being praised into usefulness before the house turned, and called her temporary. Every harmless domestic object begins seeming complicit. A label card becomes doctrine. A polished drawer handle becomes revision in brass. Even the window latch, if one looked at it too long, appeared ready to confess that somewhere in the last 20 years another woman had been made smaller by means of propriety, sequence, and better nouns. The girls felt the shift too. Lucy did not speak for a full 3 minutes, which in her case amounted almost to a religious event. She sat cross-legged on the rug with the practical continuation packet in her lap and stared at the final note as though she might force the Countess's ghost to clarify whether Mrs. Vale, like woman, was meant as warning, prophecy, or invitation to armed reform. Beatrice, more dangerous because quieter, recopied the line once into the continuity book, and then under it wrote, in a hand so neat it looked almost printed, Women by work are always at risk of being treated as temporary until the house grows dependent on their usefulness. I saw what she wrote when she pushed the book aside to sand the page. I said, "That is not a note. That is a legal principle." She looked up a little startled. "I thought it should not be forgotten." "No," I said. "It should not." Sebastian, who had been standing by the table in the kind of stillness I was increasingly learning to distrust because it usually meant the room, had reached him where he could not easily defend himself from it. It crossed to the book and read the sentence. He did not comment at once. That in him had become better than speech. At last he said, "No, both there." A different no. Not denial. Recognition. Lucy looked between the three of us. "So the room knew you might come?" "No," I said. "The room knew houses." That seemed to satisfy her for perhaps half a second. Then, "That is worse." Beatrice answered quietly, "It is more useful." Briscoe, who had remained just long enough to see the line copied, and the room receive it properly, said, "The room is over-educating before tea. I shall take the girls to the schoolroom for an hour, before their heads begin requiring stronger architecture than these walls can bear." Lucy began at once. "I do not." Briscoe looked at her. Not harshly. That would have been wasted. Simply with the full force of a woman who has spent years governing households, and therefore knows exactly how much resistance may be allowed before it becomes affectation. "You do." Lucy stood. Beatrice gathered the continuity book, then hesitated with the practical continuation packet in her hands. She looked at me. There was no childish pleading in the look, only the grave intelligence of a girl already learning that rooms tell the truth in stages and wanting, very badly, not to miss the next one. I said, "Leave the packet." She obeyed at once. Interesting again. Not obedience to authority, I thought. To the room. To sequence chosen in the right order by a woman she had begun deciding might be trusted with it. When Briscoe had taken them out and the door closed behind all three, the north room altered at once. No girls now to anchor the discoveries in usefulness and youth. No housekeeper to stand as practical witness that female systems may survive a house by competence, if not by justice. Only Sebastian and I, the Countess's packet between us, and that final note lying too near the center of the table to be ignored any longer. I did not look at him first. That would have been foolish. Instead, I picked up the practical continuation schedule again and turned back through the pages already opened. Account forms, model letters, notes on room reassignment. Instruction in distinguishing pity from provision. Beneath the teaching materials, tucked into the final fold, lay one more sheet I had not yet examined closely. A draft clause. Unsigned. Not in the Countess's hand, though corrected by her in the margins. The heading read, "Alternative household footing for women entering by work rather than relation." I went still. Of course. Of course the room had one more knife left. Sebastian saw the heading from across the table. "What is it?" I looked up. "Fear." He heard himself at once. Good. Then, more carefully, "May I?" "Yes." He came nearer. Not too near. Still leaving the room between us. I laid the draft flat. It was not a marriage settlement, nor a servant's agreement, nor any familiar domestic contract by which families keep useful women respectable while never once acknowledging the full value of their work. No. It was something stranger and far more dangerous than that. A proposed provision, likely never finalized, for women of good family and reduced circumstances entering the house in educational, clerical, or archival labor, separate stipend, not to be entered under household gratitude, room, fire, writing materials, and correspondence not to be withdrawn by domestic adjustment, no reclassification from paid work into dependent female presence without written consent, and witnessed settlement of arrears, if retained beyond 1 year, to be entered under house continuity, and not treated as temporary adjunct. I read the last line twice, then once more. The room had reached directly across years and put its hand on my shoulder. Sebastian stood opposite me very still.
She meant it structurally.
Wes, I said. Your mother appears to have distrusted houses bringing in practical gentlewomen, and then pretending later that the women had merely drifted in dependence by gratitude. He looked down at the clause. Not at me. Perhaps wisely. The Countess's corrections in the margin were worse than the draft itself. Too soft. Gratitude must be named as pressure no steward to mediate payment temporary is the first lie told about women. The house means to keep useful if she enters by work, let the work remain legible. I sat down very carefully, because the room had become too exact to bear upright without risk of melodrama. There are some moments when a woman feels history looking at her too directly. This was one. I see, I said at last, that your mother had a thorough dislike of your bloodline. The corner of his mouth altered. Not smile. Something warmer and sadder than that. She had a thorough dislike of what the house made easy. That includes your bloodline. Yes. There was the word again. But now it sounded less like agreement than inheritance admitted under protest. I went back to the clause. The room was not only for daughters, widows, and women under transition. It was also meant to prevent the house from absorbing working women by stealth and then calling the absorption kindness. He did not answer. No need. The paper had already done it. I said more quietly, there are houses all over England with cousins, widowed sisters, unpaid companions, half-employed gentlewomen, governesses made permanent, secretaries with no secret left and no salary fit to mention, all living under roofs that insist on calling them family whenever the bill books grow inconvenient. Yes. Had. Your mother meant to deny Westridge that vocabulary. Gaw. Yes. There it was again. My God, I thought. He really is incapable of escaping the word now the room has taught him properly. I laughed once, softly. Not because anything amused me. Because, once the center of a room has been reached, laughter is sometimes the only remaining way to preserve dignity from solemn collapse. He looked at me. What? Do you know what is most exhausting about you? No. That every time I prepare a sentence meant to wound, you insist on agreeing so exactly that the wound loses all decorative force. That almost won me the near smile. Almost. Instead he said, perhaps the sentence then requires less decoration. No, I said. Only a less educable man. This time the almost smile did show. Very briefly. Gone at once. The room was too serious to permit it long. I laid one hand flat on the clause. He said, your mother expected women like me. Nothing. I looked up. That silence in him had become, I admitted to myself reluctantly, one of the most dangerous things about him. Not because it was empty. Because it so often meant he was allowing the full shape of what I had said to stand without trying to reduce it into manageable answer. I went on. Not me specifically. That would be absurd and somehow much less useful. But women like me. A woman entering by work, not relation. Respectable enough to be kept at proper distance until the work proved indispensable. Vulnerable enough that the house could, if left unchecked, begin calling her temporary, useful, or practically one of us according to what best preserved its own comfort at the time. At that he said quietly, Wes, there. Not the old infuriating yes, a worse one. Because it meant he saw the whole line now from his mother's clause to my room in the north corridor, to the county women in the blue drawing room, to the note he had sent me after Tia. Rather than come himself too quickly in person, I folded my hands because they had begun wanting, very uselessly, to move. The difficult part, I said, is that I do not know whether room is reassuring or insulting. That startled him. Good. Why? Fear. The asking again. It appears unavoidable. I nearly smiled, then did not, because the answer mattered too much. Because on one hand your mother was wiser than her house, and meant to prevent precisely the slow absorption by which women in work become women, in grateful dependence without ever hearing the hour in which the language changed around them. On the other hand, I looked down at the claws. On the other hand, it is a singular experience to discover that one fits so neatly into a dead woman's warning. But, he heard that. Every inch of it. At length he said very low, Wes. I almost closed my eyes from sheer fatigue with the accuracy of him. No one should be allowed to be so indictable, and so impossible to dismiss at once. I rose then and went to the window, because the room had become too narrow to bear from the center table any longer. Outside the storm had fully passed. The lawns shone wet. The clouds were broken in long pale strips. Somewhere below, in the east walk, I could see Lucy escaping Briscoe's authority by means of lateral motion, and Beatrice following with all the wary patience of a girl already born older than the calendar. Behind me, he said, when my mother died. I turned. There it was then. Not the room, not the claws, the older thing. He remained by the table, one hand still near the draft provision. When my mother died, he repeated. I did not understand the north room fully. I knew only that she kept certain papers apart, and that my aunt disliked the habit. I knew the room made my father impatient. I knew it had something to do with women, who remained in the house longer than anyone expected, and with those who left more diminished than the family liked naming. He stopped. I did not understand that she had built against a future woman as well, not for. Against. I heard that at once. Interesting. Against the house's use of her. I said, Wes. Dear is your word. He looked at me. This time no almost smile. Only the grave directness of a man who had learned, perhaps too late, that truth spoken plainly in a woman's mouth feels very different from when one has only suspected its outline privately. I am not offended by the word any more. No, I said. You have become its colony. That did it. The briefest real smile again. Gone almost before it fully formed. The sight of it was becoming much too alarming. I turned back to the window immediately. After a moment he said, my mother used to count. I looked over my shoulder. Count. He nodded once. Rooms women occupied after disappointment. How long letters took to arrive once claims were in dispute. Which maids knew not to move a desk. Which guests had begun being spoken of as family comfort instead of legal inconvenience. Which women asked less after some practical reduction had already taken effect. His gaze dropped briefly to the clause. She said houses begin by removing objects and end by rewriting the woman. The objects are easier to reverse, that is why she wrote them down first. There. At last the making of him in one sentence. The Countess counting withdrawal, before the house could complete its second labor of narrative. And a boy somewhere near those rooms watching, perhaps, hearing enough to know the danger before he could yet read it properly. I said quietly, so you learned that harm arrives in sequence. Yes. There is your word. This time he did almost smile. Very slightly. I am aware. No, I said. Only entirely infected. He let that pass. Then, after a longer silence, I think I also learned the wrong lesson there. The center. I went back to the table. Not too close to him. Close enough that the paper lay between us, rather than either of us having to pretend the room was not already personal in all the wrong and right ways at once. What lesson? He looked down at the clause for working women. Then at me. That if I could see the sequence quickly enough, I might stop the later injury by arranging the earlier stage myself. I said nothing. Because there it was, no defense, no noble phrasing. No Countess required now to write him into indictment. He had done it himself. He went on before I could. That is what I have been doing with you whenever the room sharpens. Not as my father would have done, not in appetite or neglect or indifference. Worse in some ways. Better in intention, but still the same shape. His voice lowered. I see the danger and my first instinct is to place my body, my name or my authority where I think the weather will strike hardest. Out there. The whole flaw spoken cleanly. I let the silence stand. Because he had earned it, and because any interruption from me would only have improved the sentence, when it already stood exact enough to wound properly on its own. At last I said, "And what does that make me?" That reached him. I saw it in the stillness. Not because he had not thought it. Because he had and did not want the answer spoken by me first. I did not spare him. "Makes me," I said, "own more woman to be managed beautifully." His answer came after one long second. Yes. There was the word again. Yet now it felt like confession in full and not merely habit. I took one breath. Then another. The room, the claws, the dead Countess, the girls, the county, the note sent after tea. His first instinct at the storm window. All of it seemed to gather itself around that one clean line. I said more quietly, "Do you know what is worst?" He waited. "That if you were vain, I could despise you. If you were selfish, I could guard myself by ordinary contempt. If you were merely another earl pleased to have found a useful widow with a decent hand, I could leave this room tomorrow and sleep better for it. But you are not any of those things. You are a man who sees the danger clearly enough to want to spare women from it, and still not yet fully understand that choosing their sequence of pain is only another form of command." He looked at me with that grave, impossible attention of his, and for 1 second I could see how much of him the room had already stripped of its easier protections. Then, Wes, I laughed softly. Not because anything amused me. Because only Sebastian Thorne could make one reach the center of his soul, and then have the indecency to agree with the diagnosis, before the accuser has properly enjoyed the force of it. No one should be allowed to answer like that. It seems to be all I have. That one reached farther than I liked. I looked away first. Wise? Perhaps. Too late. At the door came a quick running step, then a breathless knock, then Lucy without waiting for reply because Wade and Lucy had never once been fully introduced. She said, "The dog has found a book box in the under-stair cupboard, all in one rush. Risco says it is probably only accounts, and I say cupboards under stairs never hold only accounts unless the house has become very dull indeed." Beatrice followed a beat later with the expression of a girl who had tried to restrain revelation and failed because revelation under Westridge's roof was now running faster than decorum. I looked at Sebastian. He looked at me. There it was again, the old world, trying to interrupt the new center before either of us had fully recovered from naming it. I said, "Good." At the same moment he said, "Ring it here." Lucy grinned as if Providence had once again proved equal to her appetite. And as the child vanished down the corridor already calling for pins, string, and what she claimed was historical courage, I knew the room had crossed another threshold. It was no longer merely teaching us what Westridge had done to women. It was teaching us, much more dangerously, exactly how the house had taught him to love. The dog had found, with more instinct than half the bloodline, the one cupboard in the North Passage no one had opened honestly in years. It stood under the back stair, where the corridor narrowed, toward the servants' turn, and where generations of Westridge had evidently preferred not to linger unless summoned by household emergency or cake. The cupboard itself was mean enough in proportion, low door, warped latch, one shelf sagging from old damp, but the box pushed out from it by the dog was not. It was a proper room, box, oak. Iron corners, lid once painted dark green, and later stripped badly by some hand that had hoped plain wood might look less intentional. Across the top, in faded black letters barely visible beneath grime, WC, working continuations. I stopped in the middle of the passage. So did Sebastian. Lucy, who had apparently dragged the dog from the cupboard to the room, and the box from the cupboard to the corridor, by pure moral force, looked vindicated beyond charity. She said, "There." "You see," I answered. "There is your word." Beatrice said, "No," from behind her cousin, breathless but trying to remain superior to the speed with which she had clearly come down the passage. "It is yours now as well." I knelt by the box. The lid was not locked, only swollen by time. Sebastian crouched opposite me without being asked. That too I noticed. Not because it was improper. Because it had become natural enough that neither of us wasted thought on whether two intelligent adults might kneel before the same damaged piece of furniture without the house collapsing from principle. I slid the rusted clasp aside. He steadied the lid as it lifted. Inside lay copybooks, stitched exercises, 3 narrow ledgers, a bundle of model letters tied in blue thread, and one packet wrapped in linen and labeled in the Countess's hand. For women continuing by work, the room, or perhaps only my own pulse, changed at once. Lucy leaned so far forward that the dog looked offended by the competition. Beatrice did not move closer. Good girl. She had already learned something from drawers. I took the packet first. Of course. Women do not label things like that unless they mean to survive the opening. Inside lay not one document but a teaching set. Copy exercises on household accounts, receipt forms, model wage acknowledgments, draft letters to solicitors, a page titled "What Must Be Named Before a Woman's Work is Turned into Family Kindness." I sat back on my heels at once. There it was then. Not only daughters, widows, and female guests softened by relation. The Countess had built method for women entering the house by labor itself. Women too respectable to be classed with servants, too precarious to be safe among family, and therefore in the greatest danger of being praised into usefulness until the line between paid work and dependent gratitude disappeared under better manners. I unfolded the top page and read aloud. If a woman enters by work, let the work remain legible. If she is housed, fed, consulted, and relied upon, the house will soon begin calling her influence natural and her payment awkward. This is theft in clean gloves. Prevent it early. No one spoke. No one had to. The sentence had already entered the walls. I turned the page. Essentials not to be withdrawn under domestic adjustment. Private fire, writing desk, correspondence money, locked box or drawer not subject to household search, clear quarter payment entered outside kindness. Room not reclassified as guest accommodation without her consent. There. Not generalized female concern then. Procedure. Sequence. A protocol against exactly the sort of quiet absorption that makes women like me vanish into usefulness and then into atmosphere. Lucy said, very softly for once, "That is for you." Beatrice closed her eyes briefly. I looked at the page, then at the girls. Yes. There was the word again. Only now it belonged not to wit or correction, but to plain recognition. Sebastian had gone very still, not because the line surprised him, because it pointed too directly from the Countess's hand to the north room, to my own position under his roof, and to every dangerously decent instinct in him I had spent the last 2 days trying to name before they could fully govern me. I went on reading because stopping would have been cowardice. Beneath the list lay a model agreement. Not a servant's memorandum. Not a governess arrangement. Something stranger and much more radical. Working continuation form for women of family entering the house under educational, clerical, archival, or corrective labor. Corrective labor. I laughed once at that. Not because it amused me. Because no one in England should ever be permitted to write so accurately without first being given a chapel and a vote. The form set out terms. Quarter payment outside household books. Room, fire, and desk secured independently. No reduction of writing materials under domestic economy. No transfer from working footing into guest footing without settled arrears and written acknowledgement that such transfer altered status. At the bottom, corrected heavily in the Countess's hand. Temporary is the first lie told about women the house means to keep useful. I read that line aloud too. Beatrice sat down. Very carefully. Lucy muttered with all the reverence she was capable of under daylight. I knew the room was a revolution. No, I said. Only a constitution. That nearly won a laugh from Sebastian. Nearly. I lifted one of the copybooks. It belonged not to any daughter of the house, but to Miss Pryor, the companion from the Blue Continuations ledger. exercises in receipts, correspondence forms, small account columns. At the back, one line in a firmer later hand. Her ladyship says if they begin calling my fire indulgence, I am already half removed from my own life. I closed the book slowly, then took up the next. Mrs. Cole. Their widow cousin longer stay. Forder Linen, physician. At the back the house thinks payment embarrassing. Her ladyship says embarrassment is cheaper than dependence, and therefore should be preferred. The third book was the worst. No name on the front, only initials, E. Not mine. Not possible. And yet for one absurd second my whole body went still before reason returned. A different Evelyn perhaps. Edith. Eleanor. The house had too many women for the alphabet to remain private forever. I opened it. Inside it blank forms first. Then on the back leaf, the Countess's hand again. If ever another widow comes by work and not relation, let no one call her temporary until she has first chosen whether the room is only work to her. Men are quickest to admire what they have not yet decided how to keep honorably. This time I did not read the lines aloud. Could not. Because the room had now ceased merely to point toward me, and had started speaking directly enough that even Lucy, if I gave her 5 seconds, would turn pale with understanding. Of course she understood anyway. Children in such houses always do, she said. That one is you too. Beatrice said. Lucy. What? It is. Sebastian spoke then for the first time since the box was opened. Leave us a moment. Dear. Too fast. Too direct. The old instinct rising at once, not to dominate, not even to silence, but to control the order of impact. Spare the girls from the next turn. Spare me perhaps. Spare himself the sight of all three of us hearing the line together. I turned at once. No. He looked at me. I went on before he could improve the mistake into apology. Do not begin there. The room sharpened. Lucy went absolutely still. Beatrice, by contrast, looked relieved enough to hurt me with it. The girl had already learned too much about how quickly adults remove younger women from rooms the instant truth begins turning personal. I said more gently, to the girls, do you wish to remain another 5 minutes, or have you had enough of dead countesses correcting the future for one afternoon? Lucy answered first. Beatrice said, remain. After a breath, Rumbat there. The room righted itself. Sebastian heard it. I saw him hear it, saw the old instinct rise, meet the new lesson, and stop. Not gone. Stopped. That mattered more, he said. Very well. Better. Much better. I read the line aloud then because if the room was to hold, it had to hold honestly. If ever another widow comes by work and not relation, let no one call her temporary until she has first chosen whether the room is only work to her. Men are quickest to admire what they have not yet decided how to keep honorably. Silence followed, not decorative silence, not the polite sort, the real kind. The kind in which every person present knows the sentence has reached the center, and no one yet wishes to move first, because moving first might make them responsible for its weather. At last Beatrice said, very quietly, Mama knew. Wes, I replied. Lucy, who had become uncharacteristically grave, asked, did she mean him? I answered honestly. She meant houses. No one corrected that. Good, because it was true and because, in that room, truth had finally ground too exact to be improved by kindness. Briscoe appeared in the doorway moments later, with the look of a woman who had already decided supper would be necessary within the hour, and no one in the north corridor was to be allowed revolution on an empty stomach. She saw the open box, the copybooks, the teaching forms, the Countess's note before me, and stopped. Not for long. Enough, she said. So, she left the working forms after all. Lucy turned on her with naked vindication. You knew. Briscoe's expression did not alter. I suspected. Her ladyship and I once disagreed violently on whether men deserved warning before practical truth reached them. I nearly smiled. Who won? Briscoe said. At the time, her ladyship. In the long run, perhaps the weather ba. That was one of her better lines. She came farther in, looked once at the girls, then at me. "You have had enough for one afternoon," Lucy said. "No," at once. "Yes," Briscoe answered in the same instant. Beatrice rose without protest. Good girl. She had already understood that one may leave a room without surrendering its truth, if one knows exactly why one is leaving and under whose timing. Lucy, still resisting on principle, gathered the copybooks together, and then abruptly put them back down again. "Will they remain here?" I answered before anyone else could. "Yes." She looked at me one long moment, then nodded and went with Briscoe. Still muttering darkly about time, order, and adult cowardice in approximately equal measure, Beatrice paused at the threshold, not to seek permission, to give witness. She said to me, "The room is not making you smaller. There are sentences girls should not yet know how to say," and yet I was grateful for it. "No," I said. "It is trying not to." She nodded once and left. When the door had shut and the corridor absorbed the last of their steps, the north room changed all at once. Not into intimacy. Into danger without witnesses. No girls now. No housekeeper. No weather loud enough to hide behind. Only Sebastian and I, the working continuation forms, the copybooks, and that final note lying between us like something alive enough to breathe. I stood. Not because I meant to flee, because sitting had become impossible. He remained where he was for a beat. Then rose too. Still not too near. Always that. I picked up the note again. Well, his gaze stayed on the page, then on me. "There it is." "Whoop." "The room has turned." "Wes." There was the word again. This time it sounded almost tired. I laughed softly. "Do you know what is most exhausting about you?"
"No, ba."
That every time the sentence sharpens perfectly, you insist on hearing it first. Something moved in his face then. Not smile. Not even near it. Only the strained, almost light of a man who has begun recognizing his own defects in a woman's mouth, and would rather be wounded by the exactness than miss the shape of it altogether. I said more quietly, "Your mother expected women like me because she expected houses like this. That is one truth. But she also expected men like you." He did not answer immediately. Good. Let the line cost him. At last. And if I remain here long enough. The silence after that was longer. "Then, you will be in danger from more than county women." I looked at him. There it was. Not complete. Honest enough to continue. "Go on." His hand rested on the edge of the table so still I could see where restraint lived in his body, when speech had gone beyond ease. "You will be in danger from the house beginning to depend upon you. From my aunt deciding what kind of usefulness can remain respectable. From the girls wanting what you bring into the room." His gaze did not leave mine. "And from me. There. No one should be allowed such sentences, unless they mean to stand under them fully," I said, very quietly. "In what way?" He took one breath. Then another. This time when he spoke, the words came with none of his usual social caution. Only truth, severe enough to deserve the room. In the way my mother named. In the way I have already begun to feel the weather before it reaches you and to want, immediately, to meet it first. In the way I have started thinking of your room, your papers, your visibility in this house as matters not merely for your judgment but for mine. In the way I... He stopped. I waited. "Of course I did," he finished at last. "In the way I want you." The sentence entered me like fire. Not because it was unexpected. That would have been the cheaper drama. No, because it was spoken there, in the Countess's room, after the forms, after the storm, after the note, with no shield left anywhere in him except honesty. I set the paper down very carefully. "That is a dangerous sentence." "Wes. Da. There is your word. It is the truest one I have. No one should be allowed such answers. Not in a room full of dead women's warnings. Not when the house had just proved how easily desire, usefulness, and dependence might be confused if not named early enough." I said. Because truth had already made lesser language impossible. "And if I want you," his face changed then, not smile, never that, Something deeper and more helpless because more controlled. Then that is dangerous too. Yes. There was my word now. Mine, not his. Only truth. For a moment, neither of us moved. The room seemed to narrow around us, not by inches, but by meaning. Every shelf, every label, every copied continuity line, every dead warning from the Countess suddenly bore witness not only to the house's old machinery but to the new, and far more intimate question the room now demanded. Whether desire between us could ever remain outside that machinery, or whether the house would take it too and begin converting it into one more arrangement before either of us knew how to stop it. He said then, and his voice had lowered enough that the room seemed to lean to hear it, Eleanor. My name. Not Mrs. Vale. Not by accident. The sound of it altered everything more than the confession itself had done. I went still, Wes. He took one slow step closer. Only one. Still leaving space. Always that space now. Where he remembered perhaps at last, that women are not to be crossed toward without permission merely because one wishes ardently to do it. May I use your name?
There it was.
The asking inside the body before the body had even moved. Wes, I said. Something in his face eased and tightened at once. No relief exactly. Only truth permitted 1 inch farther into the room. He said, Eleanor. Again, and this time my name sounded less like identity than recognition. No one should survive such things sensibly, I said, because I had to say something or the silence might turn into surrender before I had consented to its shape. You are being very careful. Wes. Why? His answer came at once. Because I know too much now about what happens when men mistake wanting to protect a woman from a room for permission to choose the room for her. That did it, not the nearness. Not the confession. The sentence. The whole unbearable exactness of him finally turned toward the right end of truth. I said, very softly, I do not want the next thing between us to be another arrangement. His gaze held mine. Nor I quant. That, somehow, was worse. Because I believed him. And belief, after all the room had taught, was far more dangerous than desire alone. I do not know whether I crossed the final fraction first or whether he did. Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. Sometimes a room teaches two people the same truth long enough that the body simply arrives after thought has already decided to stop pretending. His hand rose and stopped. There again, the question inside touch. May I, not take, not, kiss, touch. The word itself nearly undid me. Wes. He touched my face as if the permission remained active there and must still be honored in the touch. No ownership. No haste. Only warmth and care and such complete attention that I nearly turned away from it simply because being seen so exactly by a man one has just accused of dangerous instinct ought to be illegal in any well-governed country. You are still being careful, I whispered. Yes. That is almost intolerable. Something near warmth crossed his mouth, then vanished. The room had become too true for smiles. I said, because if this was to happen at all it must happen awake and under the whole weight of what had already been named. If you kiss me, Sebastian, it does not simplify the room. No bow. Good. I do not know whether I leaned up first or whether he bent down, only that the kiss itself was not dramatic. No storm. No broken pain. No theatrical collapse into arms. Only warmth. Steadiness. Recognition admitted at last into the body after days of thought, danger, and restraint had already done most of the work words never quite managed cleanly. It undid me more thoroughly than urgency would have done. When he drew back, only slightly, I could still feel the exact place where truth had entered a different register and made future explanations useless. His forehead nearly touched mine. Nearly. Still that final fraction of space. Still asking even there. I was breathing too quickly to admire him properly for it. That, I said, and my voice sounded unlike itself, was an extremely poor idea. The faintest dangerous light touched his face. Yes. I laughed then. Breathless enough that the sound shamed me and pleased him both, I think. You do see the defect. What defect? That every time you agree with me, I become less certain whether to argue or kiss you again. That changed him more than the kiss had, because he heard in it what I had not meant to yield quite so plainly, that I was already too far inside the danger to remain wholly sensible about it. He said very quietly, I would advise neither unless chosen freely. No one should be allowed such answers, Dawes. That is becoming clear. I ought to have stepped back then. Instead I said, you are not what I expected. Noba. There is your word again, Wes. This time when I smiled, I could feel the whole room alter with it. He saw that too, of course. Then, because the world is a viciously practical place, and refuses to let two people stand forever in a dead countess's room behaving as if houses do not contain children, servants, and corridor traffic. There came a knock at the door and Lucy's unmistakable voice. Mrs. Vale, Beatrice says if the room is now too historical for arithmetic, I should like the judgment entered formally. We sprang apart like morally compromised archivists. The effect would have been laughable if my pulse had not already become a legal dispute. Sebastian stepped back at once. Not guiltily, deliberately. Returning the room to me before the door opened and the world came back in with copybooks and girls too sharp for all our dignity. Lucy burst in carrying a slate. Beatrice followed, pink with propriety and already suspecting more than any girl should be asked to arrange before supper. Lucy said, There you are. I maintain figures after revelation ought not to exceed mercy. I took the slate, then looked at the sum, then at Sebastian. That, I said with astonishing steadiness, Beatrice said, is either arithmetic or assault. I am sorry. Sebastian replied, There is no need. In a voice so level no one, but I could possibly have heard, how recently it had been anything but. Empires survive worse. Lucy looked from him to me and then back again with such naked curiosity that I knew at once the child had scented some alteration in the room, and would now spend the next week trying to determine whether it belonged to law, weather, or emotion. I handed back the slate. No reform before supper, I said. After breakfast we may consider constitutional mathematics. That satisfied her for the moment. Beatrice, however, looked at me once, only once, and in that glance I saw not certainty, but awareness. Enough awareness to make the whole house feel more immediate, and the next day much more dangerous. The girls withdrew under Briscoe's call for the second gong. The door shut. Silence returned, though not the same silence as before. Nothing between Sebastian and me now could ever again fit safely into the old categories of investigator, employer, room, house, county, or weather. The body had entered truth, and truth is never less complicated afterward. I said, after a moment, and with all the steadiness I could assemble from the ruins of my pulse, the next fracture between us will be worse. He understood at once. Wes, there is your word. It is still true. Ah, of course. I went to the table and laid one hand on the working continuation forms because paper, at least, did not kiss one into complication and then stand there looking grave about it. We still have your aunt, the red drawer, the county, and half this house to survive. Yes. And now this. His voice lowered. No refuge. None anywhere. I turned to him fully. Do not mistake one kiss for proof that the old fault in you cannot still do harm. I do not. Good. A pause. Then very quietly. Nor will I pretend it altered nothing. That was better. And much more dangerous for being so. I looked at him and knew, with that miserable clarity, all serious feeling begins by calling something else. That the room had done what all the ledgers and storms and warnings had only been preparing it to do. It had made hope possible. And hope, in houses like Westridge, is never the safest thing in the room. Source of file Chapter 3, What Women Leave in Margins. Text chunks returned 90 files written, 90 right errors 0. Chapter 4. The Price of Being Kept Safe. For 3 days after he kissed me in the continuity room, I made the fatal mistake of believing truth, once admitted into a house, might behave itself. Not that I thought Westridge transformed. I was not young enough for that kind of optimism, nor foolish enough to mistake one kiss and several improved acts of male listening for the redemption of an entire bloodline. I did not imagine Aunt Eudora's doctrines dissolved, the county struck suddenly modest, or Sebastian cured of the instinct to stand in the doorway before any woman had decided whether she wished him there. No. I only believed very briefly, very stupidly, that a kind of working peace might follow. Enough peace for the continuity room to continue breathing, for Beatrice to grow into her new steadiness without being frightened back into caution, for Lucy to turn outrage into method instead of mutiny, for the working continuation forms, the red label card, and the Countess's instructions to remain what they were, papers, systems, obligations, rather than becoming one more emotional weather front beneath the same roof. This, in retrospect, was an unusually English hope, and like many English hopes, it was ruined by relation. The first signs were domestic. That is always how women know before men admit anything. Not by letter. Not by formal announcement. By flowers moved twice in one morning. By a maid sent back upstairs, because the cuff at her wrist was not yet sufficiently moral for afternoon. By silver counted more carefully than appetite requires. By the blue drawing-room fire being laid before luncheon. By Briscoe saying to a footman, in that especially measured tone of hers, "No, not those cups. The other service. The one that does not suggest convalescence." The house did not become chaotic. Westridge would have found chaos beneath its dignity even if a bishop had arrived drunk and the west roof had gone into the lake. It only became more itself. Straighter. Brighter. More ready to be seen by someone whose judgment it already anticipated and distrusted. I knew trouble was coming before noon on the third day. Lucy knew by 11 and announced it with the satisfaction of a prophet vindicated in public. We were in the continuity room with the red label card, the practical continuation packet, and 3 new cross-reference copies spread over the central table when she looked toward the corridor and said, "Someone dreadful is coming." Beatrice, recopying the Countess's annual review categories in a hand more reliable than most solicitors, did not yet look up. That is not evidence. It is when Briscoe dismisses hothouse flowers as vain, and then tells Pritchard the blue drawing-room must look calm. I looked over the top of the working continuation form. How often does that happen? Lucy counted on her fingers. Only for funerals, bishops, and female relations who mean to restore order where order has become inconvenient. Beatrice put down her pen. That, more than Lucy's speech, told me enough. There was a knock. Briscoe entered with a folded note in one hand and the expression of a woman who had already read the future in the morning room's flower arrangements and did not require any further confirmation from heaven. "Mrs. Val, O.S. Lady Eudora arrives at 4 o'clock." There it was. No further weather required. Lucy sat back as if Providence had once again prequel to her worst expectations. Beatrice's face changed by 1 degree only. "Enough. Today." "Yes," Lucy said. "And for long." Darkly. "Which means she will say 3 days and mean a week." Briscoe did not contradict her. "Interesting." I held out my hand for the note. It was from Sebastian. Only 3 lines. "Eudora arrives this afternoon. I have delayed her once already. I would speak with you before she comes, if you are willing. South Library at 1. No ornament, no apology, no arrangement softened into courtesy. That, in itself, was almost suspicious. I folded the note. Lucy asked, "Will she come to the room?" Beatrice went very still. Not fear exactly. Worse. The old anticipatory intelligence of girls who already know that the room itself is often less dangerous than the adult reasons later used to alter it. I looked at Briscoe. She answered before I could. If Lady Eudora comes to the north corridor, she will not come by accident. There. The whole problem in one sentence. Lucy muttered, I should like to become plague. Briscoe said, No. Beatrice asked, You will become washed and properly pinned by 3. Quietly, must we see her at tea? Briscoe replied, Wes. Unless you mean to be ill in a way that survives inspection, which I do not recommend. That made Lucy sigh with the wary martyrdom of the over-observed. When Briscoe had gone, I looked at the girls. Lucy looked mutinous and bright. Beatrice looked tired already, though the day had not yet turned. There are some women who are born with good posture, and some who develop it too early as defense. Beatrice belonged emphatically to the second order. We continue until luncheon, I said. No one flees. No one pretends a headache. If Lady Eudora wishes the room to feel temporary, it will not assist her by behaving timidly. Lucy straightened at once. Beatrice nodded, though not without cost. I went to the South Library at 1. Sebastian was there already. Of course he was. He stood by the table with one hand on the back of a chair, and the look of a man who had not yet decided whether the room would require strategy confession, or both. The fire was lit. Light moved at the high windows though no rain had yet fallen. A packet of estate letters lay unopened near his elbow, which meant his attention had been claimed elsewhere, and not comfortably. When he turned at my entrance, his gaze went first to my face and then, very briefly, to my hands. I noticed. That increasingly was the problem. Mrs. Val. My lord. I remained standing. So did he. Good. Let the room know at once that this would not be one of those civilized conversations in which a man offers a chair to disguise that he has already arranged the floor beneath it. He held out a letter. From Eudora, not after summary, before it. Again the attempt to let me read first. I took the page. The hand was sharp, upright, and very clean. Of course it was. Women who mistake order for virtue always write as though blotting itself were a moral lapse. Sebastian, I arrived today because I have now heard from 3 different directions that your mother's ridiculous North Corridor project has not merely opened but revived under the influence of a widowed practical woman whose usefulness appears already to have exceeded safe proportion. I trust there is still time to prevent the house from embarrassing itself further by turning female grievance into household method. Beatrice and Lucy are to be kept from any papers not suitable for their age and future position. I will see the room and the lady both. Eudora. I read it twice. Then once more. Because some women polish cruelty so well it deserves at least the courtesy of close reading before one despises them. I handed the letter back. She appears affectionate. The corner of his mouth altered by the faintest fraction. Not enough to count as ease. Enough to suggest he had hoped, perhaps, that I would find the line before he did and save him the labor of naming its ugliness. She intends to inspect the room. She intends to inspect me. A pause. Then, Wes. There was the word again. This time it did not irritate me. It merely made me tired. I said, What have you already done? There was the slightest silence. Large enough for me. He knew that, too. He said, I have altered the tea arrangements. She will receive the girls first in the blue drawing room, not in the north corridor. There. Already, he saw it at once in my face. Too fast. Too neat, the old shape returning under a better coat. Wes, I said quietly. There it is. He did not pretend not to understand. I thought. I know what you thought. That the room should not become a battleground before the girls had taken their places in it. That Eudora should meet them first where the furniture itself behaves. That the first line should be drawn downstairs and not over the review table. I folded my hands, because they had begun wanting unhelpfully to move. Perhaps all that is even sensible. But do you understand where the wrong begins? He was very still. Then, low and without defense, in my deciding the sequence before you were told. Yes, there. My word now. My line. I went on more quietly, because the room no longer required force, only accuracy. Your aunt writes at breakfast. You decide before luncheon what room she should enter, where the girls should first stand, how the house may best take the weather. You send for me at 1 when half the house has already been instructed. And while the matter concerns the very room whose first lesson to those girls was that adults close and open truth in sequences they are not permitted to choose. He took that without interruption. Again impossible. Again better than the alternatives. At length he said, Wes. I nearly laughed, because only Sebastian could make agreement feel in the same instant, like decency and injury. I said, Do you know what makes your faults so exhausting? No. That they are never stupid enough to hate cleanly. Something moved in his face then. Not smile. Something more like pain warmed by understanding. I know. No, I said. Here, because if you say I know too quickly, it becomes one more way of getting to stand on the right side of your own error before I have finished naming it, but that landed. Good. He let it. I went on. Lady Eudora does not frighten me. Women like her are perfectly legible, once one has spent 3 drawers learning the grammar, by which they convert female diminishment into atmosphere. What frightens me is how swiftly your body still rises toward arrangement the moment you think the weather is turning. Not because you mean to own me. Not because you mean to silence the girls. Because you mean to spare us, which is always the more dangerous motive in you. He looked at me very steadily. Then, Wes. There. Again. I was too tired with him to resent it properly. He said after a moment, What should I do now there? The asking. Not enough to erase the first movement. Enough to matter. I answered at once. Because the answer had already formed the moment I read Eudora's line about keeping the girls from papers suitable to their age and future position. You do not remove them before they have spoken for themselves. He listened. Then nodded once. I continued. You do not introduce me as if I were a corrective brought in under your confidence. You do not summarize the room into harmlessness. You do not call the girls away the moment Eudora grows sharp, simply because sharpness has become socially ugly. If they choose to leave, they leave. If I choose to answer her, I answer her. If you speak after and not over. He absorbed each line as if placing weights in order. Good, because some men learn only by structure. At last, there is your word, God. It remains useful. No, I said. Only well trained. This time the almost smile came and went too quickly to hold. Then he said, There is one thing more. I waited, not because I wished to. Because he had earned at least that fraction. Eudora asked specifically whether the room has been formalized. That sharpened me at once. What do you mean? Whether any of the records have been copied into a state review or legal abstract. There. The red drawer cast its shadow at once. She suspects more than old journals. Yes. Again. And now the word carried not agreement but warning. I said. Then she is no longer merely county danger. She is continuity danger. He nodded. There is still time before tea. Not enough for another arrangement. No. Good. Better than yes. I crossed to the table and laid one hand on Eudora's letter. Then hear me clearly. The girls are not decorative witnesses. If the room is questioned, they will hear enough to know what is being questioned. I will not have Beatrice taught. 1 hour after the practical continuation packet named exactly her future. That women are trusted only until the room becomes inconveniently personal. And I will not have Lucy learn that her sharpness is amusing until it enters the wrong drawing room and is then sent upstairs for everyone's comfort. That one reached him. Not because he disagreed. Because it named the girls exactly where his own fear had already begun wanting to stand in the doorway on their behalf. He said quietly, Wes. And because the answer had cost him enough I let it stand, I added, Also Lady Eudora does not see the continuity room alone. No. There. A good no. Useful. Clean. That almost pleased me. Almost. At the door, I turned back once. There is one more thing. He waited. If she asks whether the room has become active, you do not call it my project. His face altered by the smallest degree. Nuff. No. Good. Because if any woman in this house is to be publicly blamed for the room's revival, your mother is still the proper culprit. That startled the faintest shadow of life from him. Then it was gone. Dangerous phrasing. No, I said. Only filial accuracy. I left him there with his aunt's letter, the fire, and whatever remained of the old instinct trying even now to decide how best to bear the next room first. Tea came at 4. Of course it did. The blue drawing room had returned to its earlier posture of civilized menace, silver arranged, cups correct, flowers now so carefully composed they had gone beyond beauty into governance. Eudora arrived not in haste but in certainty, which is always much worse. A woman in dark silk and exact gloves. No softness anywhere except perhaps in the lace at her wrist, which I distrusted at once. Her face held the dry, well-bred severity of someone who has spent a lifetime calling order mercy and expects the world to thank her for the discipline. She greeted Beatrice and Lucy first. Not warmly. Precisely. I watched the girls while she did. Lucy looked openly rebellious and therefore in some ways safer. Beatrice looked composed in the particular over-careful way girls do when they have already begun translating themselves into what the room may least punish. That hurt me more. Then Eudora turned to me. Mrs. Val, Sebastian said, Aunt Eudora, from the mantel. There. Already the room had become a map of loyalties. She did not offer me her hand. Good. I would not have liked taking it, she said. I understand that you have made yourself remarkably necessary in a very short time. The strike was clean. Not compliment. Not accusation. Reduction. I answered easily. Necessity is usually only the name houses give practical work once they have delayed admitting how much they required it earlier. Lucy looked into her tea to hide what was very probably delight. Beatrice held her cup in both hands. Eudora's gaze sharpened. Interesting. She had expected resistance perhaps. She had not expected it to arrive already indexed. Sebastian said, Mrs. Vale's work concerns records the house had no right to neglect. There. Too soon. Too direct. Again that. Not control in itself, but public alignment placed over my head, before the room had fully chosen whether I was to stand in my own name or under his declared esteem. I felt it at once. Eudora did too. Of course, she said. My dear Sebastian. That is an unusually ardent way to describe paper. I set down my cup. There are papers, I said, and there are the reasons houses later prefer some papers to have become atmospheric. The room sharpened. Not loudly. Worse. Eudora turned to me fully then. And which kind have you found? There it was. The real engagement at last. Not aunt and employee. Not relation and practical widow. Two women on opposite sides of the same domestic theology, each knowing the other understood perfectly well what the battle was actually about. I answered. The kind tied to women's claims. Beatrice's fingers tightened slightly on her saucer. Lucy went still. Eudora said, Claims are so often merely feelings better educated than their evidence. No, I said. Only when the evidence has first been removed from the drawer. Sebastian did not move. Good. He was hearing. Eudora looked at the girls. And you are both still much in the room, I gather. Beatrice answered before any of us could decide to improve her out of the question. Wes. Lucy added. It is a teaching room. Eudora's eyes returned to me. There. That is exactly the kind of phrase one ought not to put into young mouths before they are ready. I could have answered. I did not need to. Beatrice said quietly. It was already there. No one in England deserves daughters or nieces like that unless properly chastened beforehand. Eudora set down her cup. Lady Beatrice, clarity is not always an accomplishment in girls. There it was. The creed. The old gentle blade. The same doctrine the Countess had built the room against, now standing in silk. Before the fire and speaking as if manners made it cleaner. I answered before Sebastian could. No. Only in households that rely too much upon atmosphere. Eudora looked at me long enough to show the line had landed exactly where it ought. Then she smiled. Not warmly. Sharply. My dear Mrs. Vale, atmosphere is simply the merciful form of sequence in houses, where everyone cannot be told everything at once. Lucy made a sound of pure disgust. Beatrice closed her eyes briefly. There. The whole creed in one sentence. And, because it had now been spoken openly in the room, I knew the fracture to come would not be a question of whether Sebastian heard it. The danger lay in what he would do the instant the girls themselves became part of the line. He did not disappoint me. Or, rather, more painfully, he disappointed me in precisely the shape I had already feared. Eudora turned to Beatrice and said, You are not to be drawn into every adult category merely because your mother had a taste for over-recording. Lucy sat forward at once. Beatrice went pale. And Sebastian said, low and controlled, That is enough. Dear. The old movement again, not monstrous. Understandable. He heard Eudora's doctrine landing on Beatrice and rose toward the blow. Before the girl had even been permitted to decide whether she wished to answer it herself, I saw the whole room recoil inward. Beatrice heard it. Lucy heard it. I heard it with the whole of my body. Too soon. Too familiar. Too much the doorway. And as Eudora turned her head the smallest degree, knowing already from the sentence alone that the house had not changed half as much as it had hoped, I understood with perfect clarity that the price of being kept safe was arriving exactly where I had always known it would. Not in private desire. Not in letters. Not even in the Countess's warnings. In the moment a girl first risked herself in truth, and the nearest good man stepped forward instinctively to save her from its full force before asking whether she wanted saving at all. For one suspended second after Sebastian said, That is enough. No one in the blue drawing-room moved. That is one of the least romantic truths I know about serious damage. It does not always arrive with shouting. Sometimes it enters a room in a single controlled sentence, spoken by exactly the wrong man for exactly the right reason, and everyone present understands at once that care has just stepped, however briefly and however honorably meant, into the same doorway as command. Beatrice went very still, not cowed, worse, interpreting. Lucy looked first at him, then at me, then at Eudora with the naked astonishment of a child watching adults prove, in one elegant instant, the very lesson they have spent weeks trying to deny is structural. Eudora, of course, was the only person in the room not surprised. Women like her are never surprised when their own doctrine reappears in a better man's mouth. They count on it. That is why they survive so long in good silk. She said, very softly, How fortunate that one person in this house still understands sequence. There. Not loud. Not even especially cruel in tone. Crueler than shouting for that reason. Sebastian's hand tightened once on the mantel edge and then stilled. I saw at once what had happened. He had heard the blade turning toward Beatrice, heard the old family language trying to reduce the room into over-recording and the girls into future positions, and he had stepped too quickly, too instinctively, to stop the next strike from landing. And because I saw all that, because I understood the care and the fear and the whole history that had built the reflex in him, the injury was cleaner than if he had simply commanded from authority. Lucy spoke before any of us could organize the room into something tittier. What sequence? Beatrice turned to her cousin. Lucy said, No, what sequence? Eudora looked at her with the sort of composed female pity that has ruined more girls than any openly bad temper ever managed. She said, The sequence by which children are spared adult ugliness until they are old enough to bear it with gratitude rather than appetite. Fear. The whole creed again. Not truth. Management presented as mercy. Beatrice's face altered. Not dramatically. Only by 1 degree, but I had come by then to know how much of her lived in those small measures. she said quietly. Gratitude for what? Eudora turned her head. Not being made to carry everything before your time. No child should ever hear that sentence from a woman who has already spent a lifetime choosing, on younger women's behalf, what parts of their own lives they may be permitted to understand in what order. Lucy set down her cup so hard it rattled against the saucer. She said, "Dear, that is exactly what Mama meant." Eudora's gaze sharpened. "Your mother meant a great many things, not all of them suitable for inheritance." Sebastian moved then. Only one step. Enough. Lucy. Too late. The room had already chosen its line. The child stood. Not from tantrum. From moral clarity, which is much more difficult to shepherd politely. Lucy said. She meant. Looking directly at Eudora with a steadiness that would either save her one day or ruin 3 drawing rooms before she was 20. That houses call things kindness, after they have first taken something away. And that girls are told they are not ready only when everyone older has decided what version sounds better. Beatrice drew one breath. Then, astonishingly, she rose too. There it was. Not Lucy's bright courage, which has never once waited for safety before arriving. Beatrice's, much rarer, much more costly. The courage of girls who have already learned how badly rooms may punish them for exactness, and choose exactness anyway. She said, in that low, grave voice of hers, which always sounded to me like a legal line written by candlelight and copied carefully so it cannot later be denied. Mama meant that when women are called guests, relations, companions, or dependents at the wrong time, those words are often being used to make some other word unnecessary. The room recoiled, not outwardly, inwardly. Mrs. Linley or Lady Marchmont might once have performed alarm for effect. Eudora did not need such theatrics. Her stillness grew finer, sharper, more dangerous. What other word? Beatrice met her gaze. Claim. There. The whole room. The Countess's shelves, the red drawer, Clara Wynn's lost desk, Agnes March's shared carriage, the practical continuation forms. My own room in the north corridor. Lucy's instinctive suspicion of adult sequence. Sebastian's fatal reflex, to step into danger first. All of it had just been spoken back into the drawing room by a girl still technically too young to be trusted with the full shape of what she already understood. I saw Sebastian hear it. Saw him hear not only the word itself, but the full fact of Beatrice saying it there, before Eudora, before me, before the house, before his own conscience had time to decide whether the scene needed improving. And because he heard it, he did the thing I had most feared and most expected. He said, low and controlled, Beatrice. Lucy, go upstairs. There it was done, not monstrous, worse, understandable. He meant to spare them the next blow. To take Eudora's full force himself. To remove the girls from the room before ugliness grew too intimate in front of them. To intercept the weather. And because I understood every inch of the care in it, because I could already feel the old Countess's warning, and my own accusations and the girl's fear of arrangement converging in that single motion. The injury cut far more deeply than simple tyranny ever could have done. Lucy looked as if she had been struck, not by anger, by recognition. Beatrice's face lost the last of its color. Neither moved. Eudora said very softly, Wes. That is better. No, not better. Never that. I heard the room change at once around the sentence. The girls heard it too. Of course they did. The same lesson again. The same old house. The same terrible sequence, by which truth in young female mouths is tolerated just until it becomes too exact, too political, too structurally inconvenient, and then the good man nearest them chooses removal and calls it care. Lucy shook her head. No. Sebastian looked at her. No louder. Much worse for that. Unarguable. Beatrice reached for Lucy's wrist, then looked at me. That look undid me. Not because she wished me to rescue her from her cousin or her guardian or the room. Because she understood exactly what had happened and wanted, in that one suspended second, to know whether I had understood it too. I said nothing. Could say nothing. Because any answer from me in that moment would have been less true than the room itself. The girls left. Lucy went first in wounded fury, every step a protest. Beatrice followed with all the straight-back devastation of a girl who has just risked her clearest sentence in the room, and been told, in the very next breath, that the adults will take it from there. The door closed. Silence followed. Real silence this time. Not social pause. Not drawing room breath. The thing itself. Eudora sat back slowly and lifted her cup as if nothing structurally appalling had just occurred before the tea service. She said, "There. Now the room may continue usefully." I turned to Sebastian very slowly. He knew at once. Of course he did. The whole exact terrible conscience of him had already reached the scene, already recognized the fault, already begun suffering its shape before any accusation left my mouth. Which, I think, was what made it worse. Because only he could manage to do the wrong thing, and then stand there hearing it so quickly that rage itself became a species of labor. "You expected this," I said. He looked at me, not denying it, never that. Yes. There was the word again. I almost laughed from sheer exhaustion. Because only Sebastian could wound one so precisely, and then stand there agreeing with the wound as if exactness itself were a form of reparation. Eudora, who had the tact of a surgeon and the pity of polished steel, rose. "I think we have all had enough tea." No one stopped her. Not because she had won. Because the room no longer belonged to her once the girls were gone. She knew that too. Knew her work had already been done. She had not created the fault. Only drawn it to the surface and let the right man enact it in front of the right witnesses. At the door she turned back to me. "If you are wise, Mrs. Vale, you will remember that men rarely stop being their houses merely because they learn to apologize more elegantly than their fathers." Then she looked once at Sebastian. He said, "Come to the study before dinner." Nothing. She left. The door shut behind her. And for one suspended second I heard only the last line and knew from his face that he had heard it too. That, I thought, was the cruelest thing she had yet done, not because it was false, because it was true in precisely the way I most wished it were not. The blue drawing room had never felt so over-furnished. Tea still on the table. Fire steady. Lamps warm. The whole scene arranged for civilized company, and now holding only the two people least fit to call one another civilized at that precise moment. He stood by the mantel. I remained near the tea table with one hand resting against the polished because I required something cold and unmoving to touch that was not him. At last he said, "Eleanor." "No." The word came sharply enough to stop him at once. Good. Let him stop. I went on more quietly. "Do not say my name now, as if it softens the architecture." His face altered. Not into offense. Into that unbearable look again, immediate understanding arriving where explanation would have better served my temper. He knew at once what I meant. That was precisely the problem. I set down the spoon I had not realized I was still holding. "You sent them away." "Yes, there. Again always yes." I laughed once, softly, without humor. "Of course." I turned fully toward him. "The whole afternoon, the whole room, the whole damned house has been teaching those girls one lesson. That what frightens them is not weather, not old walls, not even Eudora's voice, but the sequence by which adults remove from witness the moment truth grows inconveniently exact." I took one breath. "And then you proved the lesson true." His answer came low and level. "Wes, and do you know what you taught Beatrice in that moment?" A pause. Then, "That I still decide the line. Wes, there, my word now, not his, mine." I stepped away from the tea table, because standing still had become impossible. He said, "You knew what Eudora was doing. You knew she was using the girls, using the room, using the Countess's memory itself, to force the old language back into place. And still, when Beatrice at last risked the one word that mattered, you chose for her before asking whether she wished to bear the next answer. Nothing. Good. Let the sentence stand. I went on. You sent Lucy away because she was too sharp. You sent Beatrice away because she was too clear. And because you meant to spare them, you made Eudora right, before their eyes, in exactly the one direction she most wanted to be right. That landed. I saw it. Because for 1 second the severe architecture of him looked less like command than pain under strain. Not enough to comfort me. Enough to make anger much more exhausting. At length he said, I could not bear to let the next part fall on them. There, at last the cleaner line, not only reflex. Bearing. Always that. The whole tragic male theology of him reduced again to its simplest and most dangerous shape. If I can take it first, then perhaps they will not have to. I nearly laughed again from the misery of recognizing it so well. Instead I said, That is what frightens me. He did not answer. I continued. If you were vain, I could despise you. If you were selfish, I could leave. If you were merely another nobleman made anxious by female discomfort, and eager to clear rooms before dinner, I could protect myself by ordinary contempt. But you are none of those things. You are a man who loves by taking weight first, and calling the act necessary. And in houses like this, that is only another form of deciding for women how much of the weather they may be permitted to bear. The word loves entered the room before I could stop it. I heard it. He heard it. The whole air altered. Not because either of us was surprised, because after the north room, the storm, the Countess's clauses, the working forms, and the kiss, the thing had been named in the middle of the wound where no one could later pretend it had arrived in a gentler hour. He said, almost too quietly to hear, Wes. There. Yet now the word came not only as admission of fault but of feeling too, and because of that I hated it more than before. I turned away and went to the window. Outside, the late afternoon had darkened. The yew stood black against a sky not yet committed to rain. Somewhere in the corridor a servant's footstep passed and receded, ordinary life continuing while the room itself had become a moral accident site. Behind me he said, I did not send them away because I wished to silence them. No, I answered. You sent them away because you could not bear the possibility that what came next would mark them more deeply if they stayed. Wes. And because you believe you can bear being marked instead. This time he did not answer immediately. Then, Wes. I turned back. He had not moved. Still by the mantille. Still inside the exact position in which he had made the mistake, as if leaving it too soon would amount to one more attempt at innocence. I said more slowly now because the line mattered more than anger alone. Do you know what children learn from that? He waited. They learn that when a room becomes most true, they are sent out of it. That adults will speak of timing and mercy, and what is suitable to age. But the result is always the same, someone else decides. When they are old enough for the plain facts of their own lives. That one struck through. I saw it. Because for 1 second he looked not like an earl, or even a man used to command, but like the nephew who had once watched his mother count what was taken from women, and had drawn exactly the wrong lesson from all her precision, while meaning desperately to save everyone still left. He said, What should I have done there? The asking again. After failure now, not success. More useful, more cruel. I did not soften it. You should have asked them. Silence. Then, yesed. Asked whether they wished to remain. Asked whether Lucy could bear Eudora's next sentence, or only wanted the pleasure of defiance. Asked whether Beatrice had spoken because she wished finally to stand in the room or because she wanted rescue. Asked, Sebastian. I drew one breath. You do not understand how much your first mistake is always the same. You feel the danger so quickly that you forget other people are already standing in it with you. He received that without defense. At last, Wes. I almost smiled from despair. No one should be allowed to agree so exactly with the deepest charge. I crossed back to the tea table. He said, after a moment, When my mother died, I learned very quickly that if I waited too long to choose the least harmful arrangement, the room usually had already chosen a worse one for everyone in it. There. The making of him again. Not excuse. Never that. History. Those are harder to fight cleanly. He went on. Ew. So I stopped asking soon enough. I began choosing first. And because the room often survived, I taught myself to call the method care. I said nothing for a long moment. Because the tragedy of him was never that he lacked conscience. It was that conscience had been schooled under emergency by a house too full of female compromise, and now every better instinct in him still came shadowed by sequence. At last I said, "On now." His answer came after only a second. "Now I know that rooms surviving is not the same thing as women remaining free inside them." There. The center. And because he had spoken it not as my accusation repeated back prettily, but as his own thought finally reached by blood room and failure together, something in my anger shifted. Not gone. Never that. Complicated. That is always much more dangerous, I said. Do you know what is worse taught? Noble. That I understand you. That visibly hurt him, only by a degree. Enough. I understand the Countess counting. I understand you as a younger man learning that harm arrives in sequence and deciding, in fear and duty and loneliness. That if you stand in the doorway first, no one behind you need be struck as hard. I understand all of it. I swallowed once. Which means I cannot even hate you simply. I can only see exactly why you do the thing and how often it will still injure me if I remain close enough for your care to matter. The room listened. He did too. At length he said, "What do you want me to do now?" There it was again. Always the asking now once the damage had landed. I almost laughed from exhaustion. Instead I said, "Nothing." He went still. "Good. Nothing," I repeated. "For 1 hour. Do not send for the girls. Do not explain the room to yourself. Do not decide whether they should be told more or less before dinner. Do not come after me. Do not arrange the next step of the house into something tittier, because you cannot bear the shape of it as it stands. For 1 hour, Sebastian, you do nothing and let the room remain exactly as broken as you have made it." He absorbed that. Then Wes. Of course, I nearly smiled despite myself. No one should be allowed to agree so much after doing the wrong thing. That is becoming clear. I went to the door. My hand was on the latch when I turned back once, because there was one thing more he had to hear, before the hours separated us and perhaps enough from ourselves could settle for thought. "You said in the continuity room that the next thing between us ought not to be another arrangement." Wes. "This is not arrangement then," I said. "It is warning." His face altered by the smallest fraction. "Nuff." "Yes," I nodded once. Then left him in the blue drawing room with Eudora's doctrine still in the air and the full weight of his own best intention finally standing where no dignity, no title, and no careful male tenderness could any longer pretend not to see it. For that 1 hour, he did exactly as I asked. This is worth recording because men of conscience are often nowhere more dangerous than when they begin obeying beautifully. One is tempted in such moments to mistake restraint for transformation and silence for understanding completed. Both are expensive errors in women. I did not commit either. I only took the hour he gave me and used it as one uses a small inheritance received too late, carefully, suspiciously, and with full knowledge that others have already made claims against it in thought. I did not go upstairs. That would have felt too much like retreat, and I had no intention of becoming one more woman folded politely out of a room for her own good. Nor did I go to the South Garden, where fresh air is forever trying to make difficult men seem clearer than is healthy. I went back to the continuity room. Of course I did. There are some places one returns to not because they are comforting but because they refuse to lie once they have begun speaking honestly. The North Corridor had become that to me. The room stood exactly as we had left it. The practical continuation packet on the center table. the working forms beneath paperweights, the red label card atop the locked case. Beatrice's continuity book still open to the page where she had copied the Countess's line about women by work being called temporary, before the house had decided whether it meant to keep them. The sight of it all steadied me at once. Not because the room removed the hurt, because it restored proportion to it. Lucy was there already. Of course. She sat on the rug with her knees drawn up and a slate lying forgotten beside her, as if arithmetic had personally betrayed the female cause and been dismissed from service. Her eyes were bright and angry, not tearful. Lucy would probably one day cry only under protest, and then do it as though someone else had behaved badly first. Beatrice stood at the window. That frightened me more. Girls like Lucy make their fury visible, and therefore survivable. Girls like Beatrice turn hurt into structure before anyone has properly offered them permission to remain children. They both turned when I entered. No one spoke immediately. Good. Let the room take the first breath. At last Lucy said, I hate him. Beatrice closed her eyes briefly. She said, No. You hate what he did. Lucy looked at her cousin with naked exasperation. What is worse? I said. There it was. My word now, not comfort, only witness. I took off my gloves and laid them beside the continuity packet. Lucy stared at me. You are not going to say he meant well? No. That startled her enough to sit up straighter. Good. Beatrice turned from the window then and came back to the table. Her face had regained its composure, which was no comfort at all. She said, I spoke, quietly, and then he sent us out, but, there. The whole thing again reduced to the only proportion that mattered. Not doctrine. Not inheritance. Not his mother's room or Eudora's creed. A girl spoke truth and was removed from the room before the next sentence landed. I answered her exactly. Wes. Her throat moved once. Only once. It was worse than tears would have been. Lucy said, with all the fury of love in sharp children, you should have let me stay and become appalling. No, I said. That would only have made you memorable. Beatrice was dangerous. There is a difference. Lucy thought about that. Then, unwillingly, Wes. Beatrice's gaze had gone to the practical continuation forms. She said, she knew. I followed the look. The Countess's note still lay open where we had left it. If ever another widow comes by work and not relation. Yes. She had known. Not me particularly. The type. The sequence. And now, I thought, she had known him too. Beatrice said, I think, slowly, that what Mama feared was not only that girls would be kept ignorant. No, bah. She feared they would be heard only until it became costly. There are some sentences one does not expect from 15-year-old girls, unless the house has already overeducated them in the wrong direction. Yes, I said. Lucy stood abruptly. Oh, I still hate him. Beatrice sighed. No. You hate that he proved the room right. Interesting, I thought. Very interesting indeed. Because there it was in the younger one now too, not fury alone, but structure. The room had been teaching them faster than anyone in Westridge deserved. I crossed to Lucy and put one hand lightly on her shoulder. Listen to me. What he did was wrong in shape. But, if you learn only that men who care will still choose for you, you will have learned half the truth and made yourself miserable for lack of the rest. She looked up. What rest? That the better sort can be taught. Slowly, expensively, often by women already tired, but taught. Lucy considered this as if judging whether civilization merited so much labor. At length she said, That is not especially cheerful. No, I said. Very little worth trusting is. A knock sounded at the door. Briscoe entered with no tray and therefore no disguise. Her eyes went first to the girls, then to me, then to the room itself, which in women like her is the order of moral seriousness. She said, Good. Lucy looked offended. What part? That you are here, and not tucked somewhere useless being improved into patience. No one should be allowed to be so correct without parliamentary oversight. Briscoe came farther in. His lordship has not asked for either girl. Interesting. Lucy said at once. Because you would have eaten him? Briscoe replied, no. Because he heard the first instruction properly for once. That line reached me more deeply than I wished. Not because it redeemed anything. Because it meant he had done the most difficult next thing available to him, nothing. No summons. No soft explanation. No household rearrangement by which the wrong might be covered with tact before the girls had tested its shape for themselves. Briscoe looked at Beatrice. You are not to make yourself small for T's convenience after this. Beatrice blinked. That from Briscoe was practically a blessing. Lucy said, May I make myself large? No. But I admire the instinct. The child accepted this as the highest compliment currently available. Briscoe's gaze came to me. If you wish the evening tray sent here, it will be. There it was then, the housekeeper's true gift, always. Not consolation. Logistics fitted exactly to moral weather. Thank you. Thank you, I said. She inclined her head and left. The girls remained another half hour. Long enough for Lucy to recover appetite and demand bread. Long enough for Beatrice to ask whether the continuity book should now include a category for what good men do wrong, which nearly made me laugh for the first time since tea, and also made me want to weep for her in equal measure. Wes, I said, but leave space beneath it. Why? Because the entries will rarely fit on one line. That one from her the faintest, most painful almost smile. When at last they went upstairs, willingly this time, and under no pretense of nerves or suitable age, the room altered once more. Only me now. The light had shifted toward evening. The windows held a pale wash of gray, where the sky had begun deciding whether another rain might yet be morally useful before nightfall. The fire had burned low. The whole room looked what it truly was. Not a memorial, not an archive, but a machine for keeping women legible to themselves when houses had begun preferring other versions. I sat at the table and opened the Countess's working continuation form again. There it was. The clause against temporary footing. The insistence on desk, fire, correspondence money, a drawer not subject to household search. The language of structure standing against the language of gratitude. And there, beneath all that, the deeper insult and deeper mercy both, that the room had anticipated me before I knew it existed. At 7 Briscoe sent up the tray. At 8 there came another knock. This time his. I stood very still before answering. Then, come in. Sebastian entered and shut the door behind him, though not fully until he had looked to see where I stood. That tiny hesitation told me too much. He was measuring the room already. Distances. Furniture. How near he might come without turning speech into pressure. Always that. He saw at once that the girls were gone. Of course. He also saw, I think, that they had left by choice and not command. That mattered. The room knew it too. For a moment neither of us spoke. Then he said, May I? There. Not a sentence. A request to stay in the room. Interesting. Wes. He came in and remained by the door. Not because he wished distance. Because he knew enough now to leave me ownership of the table, the packet, the room itself. That, more than any apology would have done, nearly undid me. Nearly. I said, You have obeyed. Yes. No. There is your word again, but I had hoped not to use it at once. It appears bred in the bone. That almost touched his mouth. Gone at once. Good. Let the room remain exact, he said after a moment. Beatrice and Lucy. They know. I know. There. Another one. He accepted that. Then, low and very steady. I came because leaving the room to stand where it was after tea, without answering you would have been cowardice. But I would not have come sooner than you allowed. That was better. Much better. I said. You did hear then. Wes. No use fighting the word now. The room had made it part of its own furniture. I gestured to the chair opposite. Sit down. You look too much like judgment when you remain standing. That startled the faintest fraction of life around his mouth. Then he sat. Not close. Still leaving the room between us. I remained where I was. one hand resting on the working continuation forms. At last I said, "Do you know what the girls saw?" He did not answer immediately. Good. Let him not hurry toward accuracy where Sloan'd still teach him something. At length he said, "That I heard danger and chose the order of their knowledge for them." "Yes." "And that I removed them at the exact moment they had ceased being decorative witnesses and become participants in the truth." There. A full sentence. Not mine repeated. His. I looked at him. That I thought with sudden exhausted force was the true difficulty of Sebastian. Not that he failed to understand once the line had been drawn. That he understood so exactly one could never rest in the easy righteousness of having enlightened a fool. I said quietly, "And do you know what they will remember?" This time the silence was longer. Then, not Eudora's line, mine. Wes. He looked down at his hands, not because he was ashamed in any theatrical sense. More like a man examining instruments that had once seemed reliable, and now knew they had been badly calibrated by history. I went on. The county women, the aunt, the storms, the ledgers, the whole damn house, all of that may blur later. But they will remember the moment the room became most exact and the nearest good man said go. That one visibly hurt him. Only by a degree enough. He said, "No, yes. No defense. Of course." I sat then because standing over him had begun feeling too much like a moral advantage, and the room had already done enough of those for 1 week. We were level now. "That was worse," he said after a while. "I thought if I'd get them out before Eudora turned crueler, then the next wound would be mine to bear, and not theirs. There, the center again. Not title. Not doctrine. The old terrible theology of him. Let me take it first," I said, and if they had wished to hear it. He closed his eyes once. Only once. Then I did not ask. "Why no?" No. My voice sharpened. "Do not say no when the room has earned better. Say what the failure was." He opened his eyes, held my gaze. Then, very quietly, "The failure was not that I wished to protect them. It was that I assumed the wish entitled me to decide." There. The room took that in. So did I. I leaned back slightly in the chair because the sentence had landed too exactly to be borne forward. Wes. For a moment, we simply looked at one another. The fire shifted. Somewhere in the corridor a board gave one long complaint and settled. The house breathed around us, old as doctrine, and not nearly as wise. Then he said, "When my mother died, I was 26 and everyone in Westridge began speaking around me as if I were already stronger than I was. Eudora arranged rooms. Kenning arranged accounts. The girls were younger. Half the women in the house looked at me as though I were to become solid enough, fast enough, that none of them should have to name what was being withdrawn next. His voice remained level, which made the words much worse. I learned very quickly that if I did not choose the least harmful arrangement first, the house would choose a worse one and call it necessity. There. Not excuse. Never that. The making of him. I said nothing. He went on. So I stopped asking soon enough. I began deciding where the weather should fall. And because the rooms often survived, I taught myself to call the method care. I looked at the working continuation form beneath my hand. The Countess had known. Of course she had known. She had built the room partly against men who did not care, yes, but also against better men who cared in precisely this shape, anticipatory, burdened, ready to absorb. Forever tempted to stand in front and call the stance love before asking whether the women behind them had chosen that arrangement freely. I said softly, "Your mother understood you before you did, Wes." There is the word again. This time the ghost of something touched his mouth. Not smile. Resignation, perhaps. The sort earned only after a woman has named one's soul too accurately 3 times in 1 week. I went on because the room had not yet reached the deepest line, and I knew, with that miserable clarity love always first pretends to be something else, that we could not survive by pausing before it. Do you know what is worst? No, That I understand all of it. The Countess counting. The aunt arranging. The boy learning that every room becomes less dangerous if he gets there first and takes the right weight on his own shoulders before anyone else has time to flinch. I understand exactly why you do it. I looked at him steadily. Which means I cannot even hate you simply. I can only see very clearly how often your care will still wound me if I remain close enough for it to matter. There. That one did not merely land. It stayed. He received it without movement at all. Then, after a long while, do you think I have imagined a future with you? The question startled me. Not because I had never thought it. Because he had reached it first. Interesting, very interesting indeed, I said. Yes, there was the word again. Mine now, not his. He did not look away. I have, no embellishment, no grand speech. Of course not. That would have been too easy and much less like him. I let the sentence stand in the room and did not help it. At length he said, not because you have become useful at Westridge. Not because the girls trust you. Not because the county would be scandalized or Eudora displeased or the room somehow morally neater if my feeling were given a legal shape. I have imagined it because... He stopped. I waited. Of course. Because I cannot move through the house now without thinking in terms of where you should stand free inside it, but... There. No one should be allowed such lines. Not after tea. Not after the girls. Not with the Countess's packet open between us like judgment under linen. I said very quietly, that is a dangerous sentence. Wes. There is your word. It is the truest one I have. No refuge anywhere. I stood. Not because I meant to leave. Because the room had become too narrow for sitting under that much truth. I went to the window and put one hand against the cold glass. Outside, the yews had gone dark. The first thin rain of evening had begun, almost too light to deserve the name. Somewhere across the lawn a stable lamp moved once, and then disappeared. Behind me he said, I have imagined a future in which your work stands free of my favor, and the room remains yours as much as mine. In which Beatrice and Lucy learn the method without secrecy. In which the Countess's working forms are formalized, and no woman entering Westridge by work is ever again made temporary by domestic atmosphere. A pause. And in which you remain not because the house absorbed you, but because you chose it after knowing the worst of it. There it was. The thing itself. Rescue, not absorption. Choice after truth. And because it was precisely the right vision, precisely the one that touched the Countess's warning and my own deepest desire, both, it frightened me much more than any lesser fantasy would have done. I turned back. Do you hear yourself, Wes? No, hear what makes it dangerous. He waited. I said, it is dangerous because it is so nearly the right future that I might mistake your imagining it for proof that we are already safe in it. That reached him. Deeply. He said nothing. Good. Let the sentence remain where it belonged. I went on. You speak of freedom, structure, choice, and work standing outside favor. All of that matters. But if, beneath those beautiful terms, you still hold the old reflex, still believe that your first duty is to choose the order in which weather reaches me, then the future will only be a more elegant room in the same house. The silence after that was so complete I could hear rain beginning properly against the windows. At last he said, then tell me what justice looks like. There. Again the asking. This time not after some social blunder or room arrangement. After the whole house. After his mother, the girls. The Countess's forms, the future itself. I answered as plainly as I knew how. Justice is not your feeling the danger before I do. Justice is not your standing ready to take the blow first, and then asking my pardon afterward, because your intention was clean. Justice is this. If the room is dangerous, I know it whole before you become my explanation. If the girls are in danger from the next sentence, they are asked whether they wish to hear it. If there is to be any future, it is built on terms we both can read in daylight, and not on the beauty of your conscience. He received all of that. Then, Wes. And because of course he did, because he had finally become infuriatingly exact even in confession, I nearly laughed. Instead I said, "You are impossible." "So I am told."
"No,"
I said. "You are told gentler things. I am improving the house." That one, at last, the brief real smile. Gone almost before it formed. Enough to ruin me a little anyway. I looked away first. Too wide perhaps, for late. At the door came a knock. Briscoe, of course. She entered with the Evening Post on a tray, and the expression of a woman who had no desire to find two adults in the continuity room, looking as if dead countesses had once again forced the living toward clarity beyond common prudence. "My lord." A note from Lady Eudora. He took it, read, and handed it to me without summary. Again that. Again the room and I both noticing. The note was brief. "Sebastian. The girls are too much in the North Corridor and Mrs. Vale too little in her place. If this continues, Westridge will cease to know the difference between instruction and influence. I expect to discuss the matter before breakfast." I handed it back. "Dear," I said, "the county speaks in paragraphs. Your aunt prefers epigrams." Briscoe's mouth moved by the smallest degree. "My lord," he said, "Lady Eudora may speak to me before breakfast." Then, after a beat that told me more than the words, "Not to Mrs. Vale. Not to the girls. There. A line. Properly placed this time." Briscoe inclined her head once and left. When the door closed again, I looked at him and knew, with all the terrible clarity the room had spent days teaching me, that the next step between us would be worse than any kiss and more dangerous than any ledger. Because now I knew not only that he wanted me, and not only that I wanted him, but that he had already imagined a future with enough justice in it to tempt me. And temptation toward the nearly right thing, in houses like Westridge, is always the most expensive danger of all. I left the continuity room before the rain had properly decided whether it meant to become weather or only warning. That, I think, was wise. It was also miserable in the very particular way wisdom often is, when it has finally become moral and therefore impossible to resent without also despising oneself. I did not go to dinner. Not from nerves. Not from womanly collapse. I sent Briscoe a note, saying only that the room required further arrangement, and that my tray might be left upstairs. She returned no written answer, but at 7:30 a maid appeared with broth, bread, cheese, and the sort of silent competence by which good housekeepers save families from the emotional consequences of their own architecture. I ate little. Not because the food was poor. Westridge, for all its sins, did not dishonor soup. No, I ate little because every sentence of the evening had begun taking new shape in my mind the moment I shut my chamber door behind me. Eudora's letter. The girls in the drawing room. Beatrice saying claim. Sebastian sending them out. The Countess's working continuation forms. The line about women by work being called temporary before the house had decided what to keep honorably. His confession. His imagined future. My own answer to it. All of it moved round and round each other until the pattern became too clear to bear and too exact to escape. I ought perhaps to have cried. Women in novels often do at that stage, and one must occasionally admire novels for their efficiency if not their accuracy. I did not cry. I was too angry for tears and too understanding for clean anger. That is the worst state of all. My room, which had felt serviceable before, now looked suddenly too much like one of the Countess's examples, a temporary woman properly housed, properly fed, properly respected, and in danger therefore of being made narratively smaller than the material facts of her life, if she did not decide quickly enough where she stood. I looked at the desk, at the fire, at the correspondence money I had not yet needed to ask for, at the narrow wardrobe into which only the most modest of futures could fit without complaint. And I understood, all at once and without drama, that I was leaving. Not that instant, not by moonlight and emotional principle. Women in my position do not flee great houses. We depart them, in daylight, with our papers, with our terms intact, with enough order in the act that no one later may claim we went in passion where in fact we went by judgment. The thought steadied me immediately. There is great comfort in decisions once made. They may break the heart later, but first they improve the spine. I took out my writing case and wrote to my mother in Bath. Mama, if Thomas can come tomorrow with the smaller carriage, I should be grateful. I must return to Bath for some days. Do not be alarmed, nothing irreparable has happened, only too much that now requires distance before it may be seen rightly. Your affectionate daughter, Eleanor. I sealed the letter and sent it below with instructions for the earliest writer. The maid, sensible girl, I think Briscoe's niece, took the note, looked once at my writing case, and once at the small trunk at the foot of the bed, and lowered her eyes at once with the sort of trained discretion one prays for when private life begins misbehaving under the same roof as servants. When she had gone, I sat very still. Then came a knock. Not Sebastian's, Briscoe's. Come in. She entered with no tray and no pretended errand. This, from a housekeeper, is intimacy of the strictest and least sentimental kind. I have sent the letter, Mrs. Val. So, either she had spoken to the maid already or the walls themselves had become footmen. Neither possibility surprised me. Thank you. She remained where she was, one hand lightly on the latch. That told me enough. You disapprove, I said. No. The answer came too quickly to be comfort. I looked at her. She amended it. No, I disapprove of the room downstairs. Not of your leaving it. That was better. Still not comfort. Accuracy, perhaps, which is often the only kindness competent women trust from one another, I said. You expected this. A pause. Then, I expected some version of it from the moment Lady Eudora's note arrived and his lordship chose the blue drawing-room first. There? Not accusation. Not excuse. Only a housekeeper's ledger of cause and effect. I leaned back in the chair. And what do you think he expected? Briscoe's face did not change by so much as the width of a pin. But I had come to know by then that this meant she was choosing precision and not indifference. She said, I think that his lordship expected to manage the evening into a shape less damaging than the one Lady Eudora intended. That is often his error. He believes rooms may be improved quickly if one sees danger soon enough. I looked down at my hands. Yes. She noticed the word. Of course. There it is again. We all appear contaminated. This one time, the corner of her mouth moved plainly enough to count. Yes. I laughed then, softly, not because anything was amusing, because competent women agreeing in one syllable about the defects of the men in their care is one of the few true comedies still left to us. Briscoe came a little farther into the room. The girls will hear in the morning that you are gone to Bath on household business if you leave before breakfast. I looked up sharply. No. That stopped her. I went on. Not household business. Not illness. Not maternal need. Not weather. Not educational consultation. They have had enough of arranged explanations in this house to train a parliament badly. They may be told I have gone because I chose to. Briscoe held my gaze a long moment, then inclined her head once. Very well. There it was, better than yes. I added, and they are not to be told I left because of them. Not by implication, guilt sequence, or household atmosphere. No. Good. She went to the door then and paused before opening it. Mrs. Vale. Yes. His lordship has not asked where you are. That one hurt. Not because it was cruel. Because it was true, and because truth in his favor had become much harder to bear than error. Error at least lets a woman remain erect in her anger. Improvement bends everything. When she had gone, I packed. Not much. I had never brought much, dresses folded. My own notes tied in blue ribbon, the continuity copies and no original papers. The Countess's working continuation extracts recoped in my hand and left in the locked case where they belonged. One sealed sheet each for the girls. For Lucy, noise is not a method, but it is often the alarm bell before method arrives. Do not let them shame you for hearing the room early. Learn sequence as well as outrage. For Beatrice. You were right. Rooms do not become safer by removing the girls first. Keep asking what word has been replaced and why. Leave space under every sentence the house makes easier. I left both with Briscoe's name written on the outer fold. I slept badly. Not because Westridge was noisy. Great houses are never noisy after a fracture. They become quieter, as if carpets themselves conspire to preserve dignity. No sleep failed me, because every time I closed my eyes the same pair of facts returned in the same order. He had sent the girls away, and he had done it for reasons I understood too well to despise simply. By morning the understanding had not softened the injury. Good. At least one thing remained healthy. Thomas arrived at 10:30 with the smaller carriage and the face of a man who knew enough not to ask questions before Trunks had left the house. Briscoe had already seen to it that my bag stood in the hall, and that Pritchard, if he objected to transporting a practical woman's departure in broad daylight, objected only in the privacy of his own views. I had nearly finished closing my writing case when there was another knock, this time Sebastian's. I stood very still. Then, "Come in." He entered and shut the door behind him, though not fully until he had looked to see where I stood. That tiny hesitation told me too much. He was measuring the room already. Distances. Furniture. How near he might come without turning speech into pressure. Always that. He saw the case at once. Of course. Nothing in his face changed dramatically. He was not built for that. But the stillness in him altered, tightened perhaps. As if some line he had spent the entire night refusing to cross inwardly had now risen before him in leather and brass and folded linen. "You are leaving?" "Yes." There it was. My word this time. He took one step farther in no more. "One, the carriage is loaded." A brief silence, then, carefully, "Because of yesterday." "No." That startled him. "Good." I went on before he could misread the denial as mercy. "Not because of yesterday alone. Because of the shape in which yesterday placed everything. Because Eudora was right in the ugliest possible way about one thing, and because hearing it from her does not make it less true. Because if I remain here now, every room in Westridge begins speaking over my own judgment. The girls, the continuity room, the red drawer, your improvement, your fault, your future as you imagine it, the Countess's warnings, all of it together. I need to hear myself somewhere else." He listened. Without interruption. "That too hurt." At length he said, "I can send Eudora away, Thier. Immediately. The old move. Remove the source. Improve the room. Rearrange the weather before it need touch me further." I looked at him. "No." He stopped. I saw in his face, with almost unbearable clarity, the exact second he heard the old fault in himself again and knew what I had heard too. "Yes," I said softly. "Thier." Even now, the silence after that was so complete I could hear the fire settle once and the distant wheels of Thomas's carriage being shifted below. At last he said, "I know." "No." "Here. Because if you send her away now, then I become the woman for whom the house once again rearranges itself by force of male decision. Your aunt does not frighten me. The house using her as reason to repeat its oldest method does." He held my gaze. Then, after one long second, "All right. Much better." I fastened the writing case. He looked at my hands, then away again. "There are things I should say." "There are. And you do not wish to hear them now." There are times when another person's accuracy is so exact it feels almost like a hand laid flat over the heart. Yes. There it was again. We stood in it together. At length he said, "Then I will not say them." That nearly undid me. Because of course he would finally begin doing the right thing at the moment it cost most, and could mend least in the immediate room. Men like Sebastian learn just in time to make justice much more painful to refuse. I said, because there was still one thing I need him to understand before the house carried me away from its walls. I am not leaving to punish you." His face changed. "Only by a degree." "Enough. I know. There is your word." "I know," he repeated more carefully, "because if you meant punishment you would have done it in public." That, despite everything, almost made me smile. Almost. Instead I said, "I am leaving because I cannot think clearly in a place where every shelf now carries argument, and every hour with you teaches me something I both need and resent." "Ah." He did not move. I went on. "And because if there is to be anything between us beyond this house is old machinery. It cannot be built while you are still one step ahead of my danger in your own mind, and I am still learning how often your care means to save me before it means to ask." The words landed. Hard. Necessary. He absorbed them without flinch. At last he said very quietly, "Then go." The word hurt more than pleading would have done. Because it was not resignation. Not command. Not punishment returned in better language. Permission, perhaps. Or respect. Those are much harder to survive when one is leaving the man one does not wish to leave only because staying has become morally impossible. I looked away first. That was a dangerous sentence. "Wes. There is your word. It is the only honest one left in the room. No refuge. None." I closed the writing case and tied it. Then I said, "Because one more truth remained, and I was too tired now to carry it politely. You make everything worse by doing the right thing one moment after the wrong one." Something like pain warmed the edges of his expression. "Yes." I nodded once. "Good. Let that stand between us if nothing else could." When Thomas knocked to say the carriage was ready, Sebastian moved aside before I had to ask it. That, more than any speech, nearly broke me. He gave the door back to me before I claimed it. Learning still. Always learning, late and exactly where it hurt. I carried my own packet of notes downstairs. Of course I did. A woman who leaves a great house by judgment rather than disgrace does not permit anyone else the right to carry her evidence. The girls were waiting in the hall. So was Briscoe. Pritchard stood discreetly near the door with the expression of a butler who has seen enough family history to know when silence itself is active service. Lucy came first. Not running exactly. "For you are going." "Wes," she said, "there is your word." Furiously. I knelt because some truths must be spoken to girls at eye level or they become doctrine. "I am going to Bath for some days," I said. "Because I chose to. Not because of you. Not because of the room. Not because of weather. Because ground people, even when they are trying very hard to become better than their houses, sometimes require distance before they can see whether they are changing or merely speaking well about change." Ah, Lucy took that in with all the indignation of youth confronting adult complexity. "That is unfair." "Wes." "To whom?" "Everyone," I said. That seemed to satisfy her more than any softer answer would have done. Beatrice came next. She had the Countess's continuity book under one arm. Not to stop me. To be seen carrying it, I think. To show in the very shape of her body that the room remained active, and the line had not closed merely because I was leaving. "Will you come back?" There it was. Not from him. From the girl who had said claim in the drawing room and then been sent from it. I answered with all the honesty fit to bear. "I do not know." Her face changed. Not into despair, into pain accepted properly, which somehow hurt much more. I gave Lucy her sealed note. Then Beatrice hers. "These are for later." Lucy turned hers over at once and looked at the seal as if meaning itself might be bullied through wax. Briscoe said, "Not now." Lucy sighed. "This house is forever timing my freedoms." "No," I said softly, "only trying unsuccessfully to improve them." That won me unexpectedly. The smallest brief crooked lift of her mouth before fury reclaimed its better place. Briscoe took my hand for 1 second. From her, it meant more than most women's embraces. Then there was only Sebastian. He had come no nearer while I spoke to the girls. Good. If he had, I might have failed in some direction neither of us could later respect. Now, though, He stood by the door with one hand on the brass latch, and the whole severe sorrowful education of the last weeks visible in his face without any of the old Westridge screens left over it. A leaner. I looked at him, not because it was wise, because it was impossible not to. I am not asking you to stay. No, I said. I know. There is your word. Yes. Shared now. No longer is alone. No longer mine either, he said. Very low. I will not let the house make this easier for itself than it is. That landed. Because it was not promise of love. Not even of change. Only of action properly placed. The very thing he had so often delayed or rerouted before. I said, after a moment, good. Not forgiveness. Never that. But good. The footman opened the door. Cold March air entered. The hall behind me held the girls, Briscoe, the old house, the continuity room, Eudora's doctrine, the red drawer not yet returned, and the man I might one day love badly enough to be ruined by if I did not remain exact with him while there was still time. I stepped into the carriage. Not dramatically. Properly. Thomas shut the door. The horses started. The gravel took the wheels. Westridge slid back under gray light until it looked less like a house than an argument in stone. I did not look back until the gates. When I did, Sebastian was still on the steps. Of course he was, not coming after me, not calling. Only standing there under the great house whose shape had made him, and not yet entirely taught him how to stop becoming it when afraid. That, I thought, was the true sorrow of him. And perhaps also the hope, because he knew it now. By the time Bath received me that evening, the county had almost certainly already begun. A practical widow leaves Westridge after Lady Eudora arrives. The north room grows quieter. The girls are seen no farther than the schoolroom. The Earl sends no carriage after her. Or does. England requires very little from narrative except sequence. But this time I thought as my mother's door opened, and her arms came around me, with all the dignity and force of home. The county would have to work harder than usual for its lies. Because if Sebastian had heard anything in that drawing-room, anything at all, then he would know the next and hardest test had already begun. Not whether he felt. Not whether he regretted. Not even whether he loved. Whether, when I was no longer under his roof to be arranged around, he would finally choose truth in the open before the house could use my name to hide itself once more. Source of Philo Chapter 4, The Price of Being Kept Safe. Text chunks returned 77. File is written 77. Right errors 0. Chapter 5, Chosen After the Record. By the second morning in Bath, I discovered that absence is a language society speaks with indecent fluency. Not my absence from the reading room. Miss Bell managed that with the same hard, miraculous competence by which certain women keep roofs over children and still find time to correct grammar. No, it was my absence from Westridge that had begun speaking. A practical widow enters a noble house. The house changes around her. The girls attach themselves. The aunt arrives. The woman leaves within a day. England, I have found, requires very little from narrative except sequence. My mother's house in Bath stood in a square too respectable for melodrama and too observant to prevent it. The curtains were clean, the silver modest. the servants well trained, and the neighbors attentive in exactly the quantities that make convalescence impossible and scandal inevitable. I had slept in my old room, unpacked only half my things, and taken breakfast with my mother under a sky the color of wet pewter when the first note arrived. Not from Westridge, from Mrs. Talbot. Of course. Mrs. Talbot had once been the sort of older woman who finds reading circles for younger ones, and then forgets them gracefully, when a better story presents itself. Her note expressed concern for my health, hoped the journey from the country had not proved too trying, and trusted that I was now among those whose affection could best restore tranquility after recent overstimulation. My mother read the note, handed it back to me, and said, "That woman has always thought sympathy a weapon best used in lace." I put the paper into the fire. The flame took it at once. That felt indecently satisfying. "Do not look so pleased," my mother said. "There will be 12 more by Friday." She was right. By noon flowers arrived from Lady Penrith with no card attached, which is the purest form of female reconnaissance. At 1 o'clock, Miss Bell's note came from the reading room telling me the girls from Chapel Lane had tried to improve Caesar with ribbon markers. Mrs. Ellison's daughter was already claiming I had been carried off by the aristocracy for educational insolence, and nothing in Bath had yet collapsed beyond repair. At 2, my mother returned from a call with the look she wore only when politeness had been used before her as a polished blade, and she had refused to bleed where anyone might admire it. She said, "It has begun." I was in the small drawing room by then, pretending to mend a glove, and actually thinking of the continuity room, and whether Lucy had yet begun treating my absence as political treason. What shape? The charitable one first. My mother removed her gloves finger by finger, which meant the thing had vexed her enough to require ceremony. "You were overtaxed." The storm unsettled the girls. Lady Eudora restored proportion. "You showed wisdom in withdrawing before attachment became imprudent." I looked down at the glove in my lap. "That is almost kind." "It improves." She set the gloves aside. "By evening the gentler version will harden." You and Lord Westridge had become too dependent upon one another's company for the comfort of the house. Lady Eudora corrected the atmosphere. Or you showed admirable self-command. Or he did. They have not yet settled which flatters the county best. Though there is a particular coldness to being translated by people who do not know you and do not care to. It is never dramatic, only efficient. One feels oneself being reduced into sequence and social used by minds too idle or too frightened to tolerate a woman remaining simply complex. My mother sat opposite me. Well, there is no one in the world who can place an entire moral demand into a single syllable like a good mother. "Well," I said after a moment, "they will not have the story from me." "No." "And from him." At that she looked at me more closely. "That depends, I think, on whether he understands what silence would now cost." I looked toward the window. Outside, Bath moved on in carriages and shawls and respectable dampness. A tradesman shouted at a boy over a crate of apples. Somewhere farther down the square a dog barked itself hoarse against nothing at all. All the ordinary life of the city went on, as if no woman had spent the previous afternoon deciding whether distance was the last dignity left to her. "He understands cost," I said quietly. "The difficulty is that he has spent too many years deciding he ought to pay it first." My mother was silent a long moment. Then, "And will he?" There are questions one does not answer, because the answer would expose hope before it has properly chosen its own dress. "I do not know." That remained true until 3 o'clock. When a gentleman's card was brought in on the tray, my mother took it, read the name, and went still by a degree only I would have noticed. She said, "Well, that is at least more serious than flowers." She handed me the card. "Mr. Arthur Fenwick." I knew the name at once. Westridge's solicitor. Or one of those grave legal men who become part of great families the way old clocks and inherited debts do, always present, never ornamental, and far too knowledgeable to be entirely comfortable company. He asks whether he may wait upon us for 10 minutes only. My mother said, "U.S. Yes," which suggests either law or conscience, possibly both. Show him in. Mr. Fenwick entered with a packet in one hand and a hat too respectable to have ever encouraged impulsive behavior. He was older than I had imagined, spare, gray at the temples, and wore the grave, tired kindness of a man who has spent a lifetime carrying other people's documents and knows very well that paper may wound more cleanly than knives. He bowed to my mother, then to me. "Mrs. Hartwell, Mrs. Vale, forgive the intrusion." My mother indicated the chair opposite. "You are forgiven provisionally. Sound. Sit down." He sat. The packet remained on his knee. He said, "I come?" At Lord Westridge's request, though not with any expectation of reply. That struck more deeply than it should have. Not because I had expected demand. Because I had half feared it, and the absence of it laid weight elsewhere. My mother said nothing. Good. Let the law speak without embroidery. Fenwick placed the packet on the table and untied it with fingers that had clearly spent years separating grief, debt, and inheritance into manageable sections. He said, "Yesterday morning, His Lordship directed that several letters be written at once to correct certain misapprehensions already beginning in the county concerning Mrs. Vale's departure from Westridge, and, more broadly, concerning older assumptions linked to the same house." My pulse altered once. Only once. I said, "What letters?" He withdrew the first copy and handed it to me. It was addressed to Lady Penrith. I recognized Sebastian's hand immediately, though there was nothing intimate in the recognition. Only the terrible fact that one comes to know the hand of a man whose truths have begun affecting the structure of one's future. "Lady Penrith, you will by now have heard that Mrs. Eleanor Vale has left Westridge. If you also hear any version of that departure implying impropriety, instability, or correction on her part, that version is false. Mrs. Vale left of her own judgment, and with my full respect. Any prior ambiguity surrounding her name under my roof arose not from her conduct but from older family habits of management and silence, which I should have contradicted more openly and much earlier than I did. S. Westridge. I read the lines twice, then again. Older family habits of management and silence. There it was then, not full confession. Enough. Enough to place his own house, and therefore himself, between me and the county's preferred conclusion. Enough to make Lady Penrith understand that if she meant to repeat a prettier lie, she would now do so in deliberate contradiction of the man whose roof had housed me, and whose title could injure hers more quickly than hers could ever injure mine. My mother held out her hand. I gave her the page. Fenwick laid down the second letter. "This one to Mrs. Talbot. Mrs. Talbot, I write to correct, formally and without room for kindness to weaken into error, any notion that Mrs. Vale has ever been at Westridge in a condition either doubtful or pitiable. Her service to the continuity room and to the younger ladies of my house has been indispensable, her judgment entirely her own, and her present absence occasioned neither by rebuke nor retreat. If Bath repeats otherwise, it repeats falsehood for convenience. Westridge." This time the signature bore only the title. Interesting. Les Memore House. Properly placed. Fenwick handed me a third copy. This one to Mrs. Harcourt, who governed half Bath's invitations, and nearly all its more respectable exclusions. "Mrs. Harcourt, I trust your good sense to distinguish between observation and invention. Mrs. Vale's presence at Westridge was a matter of my choice and esteem. If society insists on making narrative from her departure, let it at least begin from truth. She was never dismissed, never compromised, and never under my roof by sufferance. The fault, where fault has existed, lies in older household practices which made women too easily vulnerable to soft language and delayed correction. S. Thorne. I lowered the page. The room had grown very quiet. Not because the letters were shocking. Because they were exact. Because he had done the one thing Westridge had always done, too late or not at all, named the injury publicly enough that Bath and County must either retreat into prudence or press harder and expose their own appetite. My mother was looking not at me but at the fire. That, from her, was mercy. I said at last, "This will not please Lady Eudora." Fenwick's mouth altered by half a degree, which from a solicitor perhaps counts as expressive candor. "Nor the county." "No." "Or the dead, if they have any taste for privacy left." At that he was silent a moment longer than before. Then, "His lordship is aware of the cost." Yes, I thought. Of course he is. The terrible thing about Sebastian had never been ignorance. Only sequence. Fenwick reached into the packet again and withdrew one final folded page. "This is not a letter sent outward. It is his instruction to me, copied for your knowledge." He handed it over. The hand was the same, the tone not. "If any repetition of county or Bath gossip touches Mrs. Vale's work, standing, or general name, answer immediately in writing that she was wronged by family management at Westridge and not by conduct of her own. If stronger correction becomes necessary, I authorize it. I would rather the house be questioned than let her name be used again for convenience. No signature. No title. Only the instruction itself, naked and severe as the man." I read it once. Then again. My mother drew in one slow breath. "That was all." Fenwick said quietly, "Lady Eudora left Westridge this morning." I looked up sharply. She was dismissed. She was informed that further attempts to define Mrs. Vale publicly in contradiction of Lord Westridge's own correction of the matter would be treated as injury done directly against him and the house. Ah! There it was then. The thing I had known he might do and had not quite dared hope he would do soon enough. He had chosen. Not me over his aunt. That would have been simpler and more foolish. Truth over silence. Public risk over private arrangement. And my mother said, in that grave even tone of hers that has cut more vanity from rooms than any sermon ever delivered in Bath, "And what has he not written to my daughter?" Fenwick did not pretend not to understand. "He has written nothing private." Why? Why? This time he answered at once. Because he believed any personal appeal from him before these letters were sent would ask Mrs. Val to bear intention where she had not yet seen action. The sentence reached me too exactly. It was so entirely Sebastian, so severe, so late, so right in method now after being wrong in method before, that for 1/3 second I could only stare at the papers in my lap as if they might explain why men improve only after first breaking it precisely what they might then learn to preserve. My mother said no more. Bless her for that. Fenwick, wise enough at last to sense he had delivered all the law could manage, and ought now to retreat before womanhood, became more truthful than statute, rose and put his hat back into his hands. I was instructed to leave copies here should Mrs. Vale wish them. No reply is expected. If, however, the reading room or any of the Bath ladies who employ her come under pressure from repetition, I am to answer it under his lordship's authority at once. I stood too. Not because etiquette required it. Because sitting under all that paper had become impossible. Mr. Fenwick. He bowed slightly. Tell Lord Westridge. I stopped. There are some sentences one cannot yet speak, because they would either forgive too much or reveal too much hope. So instead I said, tell him Bath has received the weather. The smallest flicker of comprehension passed through the solicitor's face. I will. When he had gone, my mother crossed to the table and took up the Lady Penrith letter again. She read only the final line, and then set it down. He has done the one intelligent thing available. Yes. There is your word now. I almost smiled. How dreadful. My mother looked at me then with the full force of a woman who has survived widowhood, respectability, and Bath all at once and therefore fears neither truth nor daughters very much any more. My darling, I met her gaze. You may still refuse him. The room seemed to sharpen around the sentence, not because I had been thinking of acceptance. Not only because of that. Because she had named what the papers had already begun doing beneath the surface, moving the question between us from whether he cared and toward what form of future such care might still be permitted to take. Wes, I said, there it is again. It appears contagious. She touched my cheek. Good. Then perhaps honesty is finally getting the better of the family. I laughed then. Softly. Without much joy. But without despair either. After she left me, I took the letters upstairs and laid them out one by one on the writing table by the window. The square below looked exactly as it had that morning. Carriages. Wet stone. Ladies returning from calls. Nothing in the visible world suggested that a house in the country had just been opened, by one man's hand, and too many years too late, enough to keep a woman's name from being buried in it again. I read the letters once more. Then the instruction to Fenwick. Then, at last, I understood what had truly changed. He had not come after me. He had not pleaded. He had not used love, if that was what still stood trembling between us, as a reason for urgency. He had simply done, in public, what ought once to have been done in time. Placed his own house beneath scrutiny before allowing mine to bear the weather for it. That did not acquit him. It altered everything anyway. By evening the second wave of notes had begun arriving. This time their tone had changed. Still polite. Still scented. Still English enough to pass as sympathy if read by fools. But cooler. Cautious. Bath had heard the correction. The county had been told, in a hand and title it could not lightly contradict, that whatever story it meant to make from my departure would no longer be supported by the man whose silence might once have made it easy. That, I thought as I fed Lady Penrith's second note into the fire, was the first true cost he had yet chosen to pay in the right place. And because I knew it, because I also knew he had paid it without asking one syllable from me in return, I understood that the next thing between us could no longer be left to distance and social weather alone. He had done what truth required. Which meant very soon, I would have to decide what honesty now required of me. I sent for him the next morning. Not because I had softened. Not because 3 letters to county women and 1 stern instruction to a solicitor had transformed him into innocence by force of proper ink. No. I sent for him because the letters had removed the last excuse for distance to remain merely distance. He had acted, publicly, costly enough to matter. Truth at last had been moved where it belonged. And, once that has been done, a woman must either answer the new ground or admit she prefers the old injury for the comfort of its certainty. My note was brief. If there is still anything hidden that touches my name, the continuity room, the red drawer, the girls, or the use Westridge made of women under the names of Prudence and Order, bring it with you at noon. I will hear the rest once in whole. I signed only Eleanor, not Mrs. Vale. Not because formality had vanished. Because at this point formality had become less truthful than plainness. His reply came within the hour. There is 1 paper left. I will bring it. That was all. Of course it was. My mother, who had seen the exchange only by the very superior means of hearing less than everything and understanding more than enough, said at luncheon, "You have chosen the correct hour, Ba. There is a correct hour for these things. No. But there are several catastrophically wrong ones. And you have at least avoided those." She buttered a piece of bread with grave concentration. "Do not let the fact that he has now behaved well in public tempt you into calling the whole matter redeemed before the private terms are fit to bear it." I looked at her. "You think I might?" I think women often do when men finally become brave at the exact point their earlier fear has ceased to be convenient. That was so accurate I could only nod. At 12 precisely he came. Not in evening coat or polished county armor. Dark morning coat. Mud at the edge of one boot. hair a shade more disordered than Westridge propriety usually allowed, which meant he had either walked before calling or ridden badly, or perhaps simply run one hand through it after deciding that no amount of order in his dress would improve what the next hour had to hear. My mother received him first in the drawing room and then, with a mercy I shall remember until death, left us the moment I entered. No speeches. No maternal blessing or warning or pointed cough. Only one look at me, one at him, and then, the breakfast parlor has suddenly become in need of my company. When she had gone, the room changed. Not warmer, not safer, simply more exact. He stood by the window with a flat wooden dispatch box in one hand. I had never seen it before. That alone told me enough to distrust it. Enodar, Sebastian. The use of his Christian name no longer felt like impropriety. Worse, it felt like accuracy. He set the box on the table between us. There is one paper I did not show you at Westridge. There it was. No preamble, no improvement. Good. I sat. He remained standing until I said, "No. Do not make me hear this as if I were a magistrate and you a well-brought-up criminal. Sit down." That altered his face by one fraction only. Enough. Then he sat opposite me. The box remained between us like a last small coffin. "Why did you keep it?" I asked. He did not answer at once. Because this was Sebastian, and with Sebastian the truth never arrived cheaply even when it came plainly. At last he said, "Because I knew what the superscription would mean if I showed it to you before I understood it myself." I looked at him. "No. Try again." His gaze held mine. Then, "Because I was afraid that if I opened it with you there, I would lose the order of the room. And because if I opened it alone, I might begin arranging what in it should touch you first." Aren't there? There it was in the body of it. Not innocence. Never that. The whole old pattern again, named so exactly he could no longer hide even from himself how deeply it ran. And so I brought it sealed. That startled me. I looked at the dispatch box. And he opened it and drew out a single folded letter sealed in dark blue wax gone brittle with age. Across the front, in a feminine hand steadier than the Countess's public records, and more deliberate than any casual private note had a right to be, were written the words, "For Sebastian. If Mrs. Vale like woman ever stands in serious claim upon your conscience, open in her presence and not before." I stared, then looked up at him. "Your mother?" "Yes." I took the letter. The paper had yellowed slightly at the fold. The seal broke under my thumb with a small dry crack like something closing and opening in the same instant. Inside, the hand was indeed the Countess's, firmer than in the continuity room notes, more deliberate, as if she had written this not in illness or haste, but in one clear hour when she knew the exact fault she was addressing and had decided that if she could not mend the future, she would at least leave a blade for it. I read aloud, because there are truths too dangerous to be carried inward first. "Sebastian, if Mrs. Vale, like woman, stands beside you when this is opened, then matters have already gone far enough that silence has begun once more to imitate care. I write because I know this house and because I know you. Eudora will always choose order and call it mercy. Your father chose appetite and called it right. I chose delay too often and called it patience, when in truth it was fear dressed for dinner. You, I think, will one day choose burden." I stopped. The room listened. No one moved. I read on. "You will think, as better men often do, that the woman most threatened by scandal, dependency, or household hunger is best served by not being made to bear all knowledge at once. You will imagine that if you can take enough of the weight first, then her judgment afterward may be freer. This is false. It is only another way men and loyal women alike place themselves between a woman's mind and the truth that governs her life." I lowered the page slightly. Across from me, Sebastian had gone very still. Not guarded, wounded by exact recognition, I read again. "If a woman has entered Westridge by work, intelligence, correction, or any labor that renders the house more truthful than it wished to be, She stands in danger from more than county talk. She stands in danger from your conscience. Appetite wounds quickly and is easier to condemn. Conscience, when swollen by duty, grief, and male tenderness, begins choosing pain for women under the names of timing, kindness, and prudence. It destroys them more respectfully and often more completely. The words entered me like fire. Not because they were new. Because they were final. Everything the room had implied. Everything I had accused. Everything he had admitted in fragments and collisions and one-syllable wounds. Here it was, written by the dead mother herself, not as theory but as knowledge purchased by living too long inside Westridge. I forced myself to continue. If she cannot know a thing and still remain free to choose you, then you have no right to ask for her patience under half-light. If she knows and leaves, bear it. If she knows and stays, be grateful and do not improve the gratitude into virtue. There it was. The sentence that made every room we had stood in at Westridge rearrange itself backward in memory. I read on. I have watched too many women here become instruments of men's moral arrangements. I would not like another to become one more, not because she is weaker than the others were, but because she is exactly the sort of woman this family will admire in proportion as it is allowed to use her steadiness while still timing the truth around her. The final lines were shorter, less composed, as if the hand itself had tired or perhaps the heart behind it had. You have always believed that if you stand in the doorway first, no one behind you will be struck as hard. One day you must learn that doorway and wall are not the same thing. Your mother. When I finished, the room remained silent so long that the clock on the mantel became briefly vulgar by continuing to exist inside it. I laid the letter down. Neither of us spoke. At last I said, very quietly, "She knew you better than you knew yourself." His answer came at once. Yes. There it was again. Yet now the word felt less like his old infuriating acknowledgment, and more like a verdict already lived with too long. I touched the paper once. She also knew what the house had done to women by work. Yes, and to the girls, and to me. A pause, then, low and steady yes. I looked at him. You kept this. Yes. The anger arrived then, not hot and clean as before, but deep and exhausted and therefore worse. You kept the one paper in Westridge that named the thing most exactly. Yes. And brought it only now. Yes. I laughed once. Softly. Almost without sound. How strange. I thought that truth repeated in one syllable can become at once confession and weapon both. I said, "Do you know what is unforgivable in this?" His face did not change. Not because he was unmoved. Because he already knew. "Not that you kept it to spare yourself," I said. "You are not vain in that direction. Not that you wished your mother judged gently. Anyone with blood would understand that. No. What is unforgivable is that she warned you in the exact language of your fault, and still when danger came you acted it out again with me in smaller, more conscientious, more polished forms." The words landed. I saw them. Because for 1 second he looked not dignified, not grave, not lordly at all, only stricken by the precision of it and too honest to deny any part. He said, "Wes." No defense. Of course. The room seemed to close 1 degree tighter. I stood because I could not sit under the full force of the letter and his agreement both and continue thinking clearly. He did not rise. Good. Let him remain seated inside it for once. I went to the window and looked out over the Bath Square, where some child was chasing a hoop in defiance of all the moral seriousness indoors. Ordinary life. Always that indecent accompaniment. At last I said, he said, "Your mother wrote the sentence I have been trying to speak to you all along." Nothing. I turned back. If she cannot know a thing and still remain free to choose you, then you have no right to ask for her patience under half-light. The line seemed to fill the room anew. I went on more quietly. That is it. That is the whole indictment. Not that you cared too little. That you cared in a way that still presumed some right to choose the order in which my freedom should encounter truth. He lifted his eyes to me then. There was no refuge left in them. None, he said. It means, slowly, that I have wanted your trust while still reserving for myself the first judgment of what you could bear, and that every time I did so from care I made the care itself another injury. It means my fear of seeing you wounded became one more way of deciding for you how wounding should occur. It means that whatever I feel for you, if it asks you to live under that pattern, it is not fit yet to be called love without shame. The words entered me with such force that I had to turn away again at once. No one should be able to say such things and remain bearable. And yet there he was, more bearable for the saying, more dangerous too. I said, still to the window, do you know what is worst?
No, Pa.
That I understand you so completely now that anger has become almost as exhausting as pity. His voice behind me was very low. I do not want pity.
No, I know. There, my yes now.
We stood in silence. Then, because the room had at last reached the one place from which no further evasion was possible, I turned and said the thing itself. I cannot come back to you out of gratitude. That changed him. Not dramatically. More deeply than that. He sat utterly still. I went on. You wrote the letters. You corrected Bath and County. You exposed Westridge enough to protect my name. You sent no plea afterward, no claim, no performance of sacrifice. All of that matters. It matters very much. But if I return, because your public courage moves me, then I become exactly what your mother feared and what Eudora always expected. Another woman translated into response, by a man's moral action. I will not be that. His answer came after a moment. I would not have you so. I looked at him steadily. No, he repeated. I would rather lose you than keep you under a debt of goodness. There are sentences one receives not with comfort, but with the terrible knowledge that the person speaking has become even more worthy of fear, because he has learned precisely where the honorable lines run and still cannot promise not to wound you by crossing them in other forms. I said, almost tired enough to laugh, that is an infuriatingly decent sentence. Wes. There it was again. This time I did smile. Only a little. Only because the alternative was to sit down on my mother's carpet and surrender the whole conversation to nervous collapse. The smile vanished quickly, because what came next mattered more than any line we had yet crossed. I returned to the table and laid my hand flat on the Countess's letter. Then hear mine, I said. If there is to be any future between us, it cannot rest on your letters, your conscience, the girl's affection for me, or the rightness of your mother from beyond the grave. It must rest on terms. At once, his attention sharpened. Not hopeful. Not yet, tell me. There it was, again the asking. I said, not yet. Not that startled him. Good. I know now what the center is, said. I so do you. But I will not set terms, while this letter is still the strongest thing in the room. They must come from me and not from the shock of having your mother speak my own mind better than I have managed myself. He listened. Then, after a moment, very well. Better than yes. I went on. There is one thing you may hear now, however. He waited. If there is to be anything between us beyond this point, it will not be because you finally did right where you once did wrong. It will be because I choose you after full knowledge and in defiance of every easier explanation available. I met his eyes. That is harder. You understand that? Yes. There it was once more. And now, perhaps because the letter lay between us and no concealment remained anywhere in the room, the word no longer felt like wound or shield. Only fact. I picked up the Countess's letter and folded it carefully. This stays with me for now. He did not object. Good, because objecting would have proved too much unlearned. Instead he said, There is no more hidden. I believed him. That was hard. Harder perhaps than distrust would have been. Good, I said. Because whatever happens next cannot happen under half light. His face altered by 1 degree only. Enough. No. This time when he said it, something in me settled. Not entirely. Enough. I moved toward the door. My hand was on the latch when he said very quietly, Eleanor. I stopped. Not turned yet. Only stopped. He said, if you never come back, I will still be grateful that you made me hear the truth in the right order. There are sentences one should not answer when already half outside the room. I answered anyway. That is the first thing you have said all week that sounds entirely like love and not at all like management. The silence behind me was so complete I could feel it. Then, low and almost rough for him. Good, I turned then? Only once. He stood by the table with his mother's letter before him, and the whole severe, sorrowful education of the last weeks visible in his face, without any of the old Westridge screens left over it. I believed him. I did not forgive him. Both were true. And because both were true, I left him there in my mother's drawing room and knew, as I shut the door behind me, that whatever came next would no longer be decided by secrecy, guilt, or county noise. It would be decided by whether two people, after the whole ugly truth and all its inherited methods had finally been named, could still choose one another, without asking the other, to disappear inside the choice. I did not see him again that day. That was wise. It was also miserable in the very particular way wisdom often is, when it has finally become moral and therefore impossible to resent without also despising oneself. After leaving my mother's drawing room, I went upstairs with the Countess's letter in my hand and shut the door against the square, the house, and every thought that still sounded too much like Sebastian's voice. I sat at the dressing table for some time without removing my gloves. The glass before me reflected a face I recognized, and did not entirely trust, paler than usual. Yes, more tired certainly, but also altered by that most inconvenient of all states in a woman trying to remain sensible. Hope under discipline. I laid the Countess's letter flat on the table and read it once more. Not because I needed its content repeated. Because some papers do not merely say a thing, they become the room in which one must think afterward. Her hand. Her warning. Her knowledge of him before he knew himself. The whole severe female inheritance of Westridge pressed into one folded page. I read the lines about conscience and doorway, and half-light until they ceased sounding like judgment from the dead, and became instead what they really were. Terms for the living. My mother came to me before dinner. Not with consolation. She knew better. Consolation is for injuries one does not mean to continue thinking about. What had passed between Sebastian and me had moved beyond injury alone into structure, and one does not console a woman over architecture. One helps her decide whether she means to live in it. She sat by the fire and watched me a moment. She said, "No tears." No. That is either excellent or ominous. I have not yet decided which. She nodded. Good. Keep all your categories open until morning. I looked at the letter still lying on the dressing table. He has no more hidden now, my mother said. That part at least is finished, I repeated. What a false and useful word. Yes. There it was again. The whole world, I thought, had become infected by that syllable. My mother went on. The next question is not whether he has told the truth. No. It is whether truth now means anything changeable or only admissible. That struck, because it named the real fear better than I had done for myself. Not that he had at last learned. That learning in him might still remain tragic, rather than transformative. That he might understand everything and remain, under pressure, the same man in the same doorway with the same grave wish to bear first and ask afterward. I know, I said quietly. She looked at me. Do you? I almost smiled. There is your word too. It is a useful one. No, only an epidemic. That one from her, the faintest shift at the corner of the mouth. Then here a different one. Chosen. I turned toward her fully. She folded her hands in her lap. If anything is to survive this, It must be chosen after knowledge, and not merely forgiven because knowledge finally arrived. He cannot be rewarded into your future for behaving rightly, where he once behaved too late. But neither, if he has truly changed where it matters, need he be punished forever for having learned in pain what he should have learned earlier in peace. She paused. Do you understand the distinction? Wes, I said, then sighed. Fear again. My mother ignored that. If you see him again, do not ask whether he is sorry. Ask what he does now when he is afraid. That stayed with me. Long after she had left me to dress for dinner. Long after I had gone downstairs and eaten in relative quiet beneath bath candles, and the much brighter disapproval of my own thoughts. And long after the square had gone dark and the last carriage sounded beyond the windows. All night, in fact, the sentence remained. What he does now when he is afraid. By the next morning, I knew the answer required daylight. He sent his card just after 11. No note, no flower. No arrangement disguised as courtesy. Only the card and a message with the maid that Lord Westridge would walk in the square between 4 and 5, if Mrs. Vale wished to speak with him in open air and without obligation. If not, he would not trouble the house further that day. There it was again. No pressure. No romance. No plea. Only the offer of presents where refusal might still remain clean. I kept the card in my hand longer than Diddy required. My mother, sewing by the window, said without looking up, If you intend to go, do not sit there turning him into weather. Put on your boots. Bath Square at 4 of the clock in March is not sentimental enough for folly. That, I think, is why I was grateful for it. The paths remained damp in the shade. The iron railings held the last rain in bright black lines. Children ran hoops under nursemaid supervision, with all the righteous noise of the very young. 2 elderly gentlemen occupied the sunnier bench near the north path as if the crown had granted it them by hereditary right. A dog barked at a cart and was morally unsupported by everyone in sight. Sebastian stood near the central walk beneath the bare plane trees. He had no carriage with him. No servant hovering at a useful distance. His hat was in his hand, not on his head, which I immediately disliked noticing. He looked, I thought, like a man who had walked some time before I arrived. Not from impatience. Sebastian did not possess impatience in any form easy enough to detect, but because stillness before difficult meetings had always been his least successful discipline. He turned when he heard my step. Eleanor, Sebastian. There was a brief silence. Then he said, Would you walk? Wes. We went side by side along the gravel path without touching, and without any of the false ease novels always give to people who have already said too much to each other for silence to remain innocent. For a little while we let the square do the speaking for us. The creak of wheels beyond the railings. A child calling for a hoop. A gust of cold air moving the damp branches overhead. The city, indifferent as ever, provided excellent moral scenery for human difficulty. At last he said, I have done several things since yesterday. I looked at him. Not because I doubted it. Because I knew at once he was trying to answer my mother's question without having heard it. What things? He kept his eyes ahead as he spoke, which somehow made the answers easier to receive. The continuity room papers have been separated from all general estate review material. Fenwick has drawn new instruments. The Bath reading room stands wholly free of every Westridge account, now and going forward. Nothing attached to your work may be entered under household favor, family assistance, or deferred settlement. That mattered. Not because it was romantic. Because it was practical, and because practical acts, when rightly placed, are the only honest form of reparation. I said, Good. The girls' education provisions have been entered in permanent form. Not under domestic discretion. Not under Eudora. Not under me alone. A pause. Briscoe witnessed the first copy, because I thought you would prefer a female hand somewhere in the line. I looked at him then. Yes. He had listened. That, infuriatingly, made him harder and not easier to survive. Good, I said again. He went on. Eudora has been told she is not to write or call on any woman in Bath or County on this matter in my name or under family claim. Will she obey? Nope. I almost smiled. No. He almost did too. No. But she will choose other poisons for a while. That was as close to humor as the subject permitted. I asked. And the room. A pause. Then, the girl's cabinet has been restored fully. The words entered me quietly and did not stop. I looked at him fully then. Restored. Wes. By whom? Briscoe and Beatrice. Lucy attempted to assist and was, I believe, removed from direct service after asking whether books ought to be shelved by usefulness or by how much they would have offended Eudora. That startled a laugh out of me before I could stop it. Not because the matter was light. Because the image was too exactly Lucy, and too exactly the sort of half-tender domesticity I had no defense against in daylight. What was put back? The histories first. Then the practical correspondence manuals. Then the journals still fit for public shelf. The working continuation forms and your copies remain locked. The Countess's statement of purpose is in the inner drawer. Beatrice insisted the lower shelf remain for younger hands. That struck deeper than all the rest. Not the cabinet itself, though that mattered. The girls. Rebuilding what had been closed over female caution and arranged silence. A room once stripped by family method now being restored by a housekeeper and two young women stubborn enough to believe space may belong to them in truth and not by charm. I said quietly. We walked on. A woman with a little boy passed us, gave one glance of perfect Bath discretion, and then turned that glance instantly into weather. The city, at least, knows how to perform blindness while acquiring material for later. After a while Sebastian said, I moved the continuity room keys. That made me look at him again. To where? The second key to the lock case is no longer in my desk. Interesting. Where is it? Bought. With Briscoe. There. Not a grand gesture. Better. A transfer of immediate control away from his hand and toward the woman who had already proved herself less susceptible to family convenience than any man in Westridge had yet managed to be. He said, I thought, after a moment, that if I kept them with me, it would be too easy to tell myself I was holding them only until the next practical hour. My mother would have despised that reasoning. Yes. There is your word. It appears to have become the only one the family truly deserved. The almost smile touched his mouth, very briefly. Gone at once. We had reached the smaller bench under the chestnut by then, not the sunny one occupied by the elderly gentlemen, who still held their territory with military resolve, but the iron bench near the turning circle, where one might sit without seeming too much like the subject of Bath. I sat because the conversation had grown too fine to be borne on moving legs any longer. After the briefest pause, he sat beside me. Not close, never carelessly close now. That too was becoming its own torment. I looked down at the damp hem of my skirt, and then at my gloved hands. My mother asked me this morning, I said, not whether you were sorry, but what you do now when you are afraid. He was quiet a moment. Then I asked. The answer came so simply I almost did not trust it. I turned to him. Do you? Not well enough yet, but more often than before. I thought of the square. The card through the maid instead of a plea. The bench now, chosen because refusal there might still remain unstained by intimacy. Briscoe holding the key. The girls not summoned. The letters written before any personal appeal. Yes. He had begun. That was both comfort and danger, I said after a moment, and when asking does not answer fast enough. He did not reply at once. Good. Let the question cost him. At last he said, then I wait badly. That startled a laugh out of me. Not because it was amusing. Because it was so exactly, so mercilessly accurate. The whole of Sebastian Thorne in 4 plain words: discipline, gravity, effort, and misery under delay. He looked at me as if the laugh had reached some private place in him no county drawing room had ever been allowed to touch. "I do believe," I said. "That is the truest sentence you have yet spoken. It is also the least flattering. Those tend to be your best." The almost smile touched his face again. There. Again that dangerous thing. Not the severity of him, which I had always found difficult enough. The warmth beneath it when briefly it forgot to hide. I let the smile vanish from my own mouth before it could become invitation. "There are still terms," I sighed. "No. No. Not no. Here." He bowed his head once in the smallest sign of correction. "Tell me," there it was again. The asking. Always the asking now, once he had at last learned how much injury lies in getting there first. So I told him. "I will not return to Westridge's gratitude walking on 2 feet, I said. "Not because Bath and County have been corrected. Not because Eudora has been contained. Not because the girls miss me, though I do not doubt they do. If I return, it is because I choose the life with all its difficulty, not because your goodness has made refusal ungenerous." He met my gaze fully. I would not have any other return. That reached me more sharply than I let show. I went on. "And if I return to a house opened, not merely cleaned. No more locked rooms whose histories I am to encounter by accident. No more household rules about my name delivered to servants before they are delivered to me. No more weather anticipated on my behalf while I am left to discover only the rain."
"What, Wes?"
"There is your word. It is still the right one." "Of course." I almost shook my head. "And one more thing." He waited. I looked at the gravel path, because saying it while looking directly at him might have altered the sentence into something softer than I meant. "If there is to be any future between us, Sebastian, I need to know that in your mind I am not one more person to be kept from the worst of it by standing in front." He did not answer at once. That frightened me more than any quick reply would have done. At last he said, "No." I looked up sharply. He continued, very quietly, "Not kept from the worst of it, stood with. I know there is a difference. The trouble is that I still feel the old impulse before I can stop it. I know that too." There it was. Not triumph over the fault. Knowledge of it as active weather, not dead lesson. That, oddly enough, helped more than if he had declared himself cured. "I am not asking you to become another man overnight," I said. "No. I am asking whether, when the old impulse comes, you will know it for what it is before it becomes action." He looked out over the square. The little boy with the hoop had now fallen, and was being restored by his nurse with all the false calm of English childcare. One of the elderly gentlemen had surrendered the bench, and was limping toward the railings with a cane and a dignity unsupported by speed. The whole world went on being absurdly ordinary around us. At last Sebastian said, "I think I can know it sooner. I do not think I can promise never to feel it." "No," I said. "Feeling is not the question." He turned back to me. "Then what is? Whether you still mistake the feeling for authority." The line landed. He drew one slow breath. "Then, no." This time when he said it, something in me settled. Not entirely. Enough. We sat in silence for a little while after that. The kind of silence not made from emptiness, but from the fact that two people have already reached the next line and are standing there, are trying to decide whether it is bridge or edge. At last he said, "May I ask you something?" I looked at him over my gloves. "You have become unexpectedly polite." He said, "No. Only slower. That is not the same as safe." "I know." There was the ghost of it again, the almost smile, the almost ease, both far more dangerous than if he had remained merely solemn. "Ask." His voice lowered. "Do you still want me?" There are questions which would have been vulgar from another man, melodramatic from a third, and self-serving from a fourth. From Sebastian it was none of those things. Only plain. Only costly. Only the exact question left once every other old advantage had been stripped from the room. I looked at him a long moment. Then I answered with equal plainness. Yes. No decoration, no flirtation, no rescue by ambiguity, just that. The word passed between us like something held very carefully in both hands. He closed his eyes once, only once. When he opened them again, he said nothing for so long that I nearly thought the square itself had swallowed language whole. At last he said, "That is more than I had any right to hope for." The sentence moved through me with quiet force, because there was no vanity in it at all. Only astonishment disciplined into honesty. I said, "Do not become grateful. It would make me violent." That did it. This time he really smiled. Not fully perhaps, yet enough that for one brief second the whole severe architecture of him altered, and I saw, startlingly, the younger man he had once perhaps meant to become before too many women in Westridge had needed him to count faster than he could live. I should not have wanted to give him more of that. I did, that was the trouble. I rose because remaining seated another minute would have been imprudent in ways neither bench nor daylight would forgive. I said. He rose too at once. "So," he echoed, "I do not return today, no bow, nor tomorrow simply because wanting has now been admitted in broad moral daylight." "No. Fear is your word. It still serves." I folded my gloves properly at last and put them on. "But I think," I said slowly, "that I could come back." He went very still. Not in the old armored way. In astonishment held so tightly by discipline that it became almost invisible. I did not say will. I added at once, "I know. Fear." I pointed lightly at him. "That is what I want. That." The hearing before the interpretation. Something deep and quiet moved through his face. Yes, and there, at last, the word no longer hurt. It simply stood a marker. A witness. A promise not yet glorious enough to fail under its own weight. I said, "Come tomorrow." He looked at me. "To the house." "Yes." "And if I do?" "Why, we speak again. With my mother knowing. With daylight. With all the vulgar practicalities present that keep human beings from becoming novels." I took one breath. "And if, by then, I still believe Westridge can be a place entered by choice and not by rescue, I will tell you so." He inclined his head once. No claim. No flourish. Only very well. I should have gone then. Instead I stayed 1 second longer because some things, once truth has done its necessary work, demand at least one more sentence before the world may be trusted with you again. "If you had come after me with flowers," I said, "I believe I should have had you turned out by the maid." The almost smile. "Wes, if you had written me a page of sorrow," he said, "no. 2 pages at least, That startled a real laugh out of me. He looked as if the sound itself were dangerous to him. "Perhaps it was," I said. "Do not become witty now. It would be a very poor use of your improvement. I am trying not to become unbearable in too many directions at once." "No," I said, "only in the old ones." He accepted that with the sort of grave quiet that has always been his strongest and most infuriating virtue. Then, after the briefest pause, "May I ask one more thing?" I looked at him. His voice lowered. "May I kiss you?" There it was, in the square, in daylight, on a public bench between bath propriety and nursemaids and old gentlemen and every observing surface of the city. My whole body had already answered before speech joined it. Wes. He came no closer than the world could bear. That more than any secrecy would have done undid me a little. His hand rose and touched my cheek with the same care as before, still question inside contact, still no presumption born merely from what had passed already between us. Then he kissed me, not as in the continuity room with danger newly alive, not as a man stealing from a house under witness, as a man who had been given terms and daylight in a clear yes, and meant to honor all 3. When he drew back, he did not go far. He said, "Tomorrow," quietly. "Tomorrow." I touched his sleeve once with my fingertips, because I wanted to and because wanting, now that it had been properly named, felt less dangerous than silence had. Then I turned and left him in the square beneath the bare trees and the pale March light, with the certain knowledge that the next step between us would not be taken by accident, by house, or by county, only by choice. And that, after everything, was both the greatest comfort and the greatest risk left to either of us. The next morning my mother asked me, over coffee and with the composure of a woman who had outlived both illusion and bad upholstery, "Will you have him?" There are questions which would sound vulgar in any other mouth and become, in a mother who has seen enough of life, the highest form of mercy. I looked down into the cup. Outside, Bath had put on one of those pale spring mornings that seem made not for romance but for decisions. The square was damp where the night rain had not yet dried. A flower seller below the railings was arguing cheerfully over violets. The world had resumed, as it always does, with indecent confidence that private lives will eventually sort themselves into something fit to be lived in public. "I will not have him," I said at last, "in the sense people mean when they say women have husbands." My mother buttered her toast with grave concentration. "No, I will not take him because he has suffered correctly. No. Or because he has finally behaved as he ought. No." I looked up. She met my gaze steadily. And there was that word again, the maternal one. The one that means do not evade what matters by improving the grammar around it. "And," I said slowly, "I think I may choose him." My mother laid down the knife. Not dramatically. Never that. She was too practiced for drama. Only with the slightest stillness that told me the sentence had reached exactly where it should. She said, "Chosen," quietly. "Wes. Good, good." That was all. No congratulations. No tears, no foolishness about brides. Only good. The one honest blessing left between women who know that marriage is never made safe by sentiment, only made bearable by truth and chosen with open eyes if at all. A card came in half an hour later. Sebastian's. No note attached, of course. I looked at it and said to the maid, "Yes." My mother lifted one brow. "That appears efficient. He has had enough delays from his family and mine both," she said. "An excellent principle." Rising. "I shall receive him with you and then withdraw before either of you begins speaking as though windows cannot hear. He did not come alone." That, before he had crossed the threshold, altered the whole shape of the day. Sebastian entered first, Briscoe behind him, Fenwick after her, and between the solicitor's hands, carried with all the grave caution one reserves for legal danger and very old female patience, was the red drawer itself. Not only the label card. The drawer. Oak front, red, painted inner rim, brass pulled darkened with age, and thumbed bright at the center by some long, dead hand. I stared at it so hard, I think my mother, who had until then merely expected romance dressed in principle, understood at once that the house had sent not apology, but structure. She said only, "Well, no one in England should underestimate a good widow's use of that word." The Briscoe inclined her head to me. The room was ready. There. Not explanation. Judgment passed and permission granted. Sebastian stood very still. Of course he did. He had not touched the drawer himself. I saw that immediately in the way it remained between Briscoe and Fenwick, and not yet under his hand. Better. Much better. The old instinct in him still lived. I did not doubt it. But now the room and the women attached to it were beginning, at least, to overrule the instinct before it could become action. "My mother said," Fenwick replied. "I assume this is not a social call." "No. Mrs. Hartwell." "Excellent. Then the drawing room may remain honest." We sat. Not causally, properly. My mother took the chair by the hearth and folded her hands in her lap as if she had presided over stranger ceremonies than this, and found them all equally in need of tea and precision. I sat at the central table, Sebastian opposite me, Briscoe beside the window, Fenwick nearest the drawer. No one spoke for a moment. Then Briscoe said, "I kept it because the room was not strong enough, and the house not yet ashamed enough. There are women who ought to be written into law." She continued. Her ladyship told me if the day came when the room had been named rightly, the girls were no longer decorative in it, and the heir had chosen house correction before family comfort, the drawer might come back. Her gaze moved once to Sebastian and then to me. It has come back. Fenwick set it on the table between us. The brass pull faced me, not him. Me interesting, very interesting indeed. I touched the handle once, then looked at Briscoe. May I? Yes. There it was again. Not disease now. Right. I pulled the drawer open. Inside lay not scandal in the vulgar sense. No hidden child, no forged will, no melodramatic villainy fit for circulating libraries and county shrieks. Worse for the house. Much worments. Deeds. Schedules. Signed drafts. A trust packet tied in red ribbon and labeled in the Countess's hand to continuity settlement, to be acknowledged when the house is ready to stop lying. I nearly smiled from sheer violent admiration. No one should be allowed headings that good without cathedral bells. Fenwick lifted out the packet and untied it carefully. Inside lay 3 principal documents. The first, a deed draft for the creation of a continuity trust, charged upon specific Westridge rents and dividend income to provide permanent and separate funding for delayed daughters' portions in interim years, widow continuations, longer stay women under claim or transition, educational and legal correspondence support women entering the house by work rather than relation. There, the room itself had become law. The second document, a reservation of the North Corridor rooms, the continuity room, the working cabinet, and 2 adjoining chambers to remain outside ordinary domestic reassignment and not to be reduced, locked, or softened into sentiment by household management. I read that phrase twice. Then again. The Countess, I thought, should perhaps have governed England. The third was the true knife. Not because it was larger. Because it was smaller. A single page signed by the old Earl years before his death, acknowledging that funds owing to women of the house had too often been met by delay, reclassification, and private female accommodation rather than timely structural settlement, and agreeing in principle to the establishment of the continuity trust, though there it was, the final estate acknowledgment had never been witnessed or entered. He had known. Of course he had known. Men always know more than houses later claim they did. The difficulty lies only in what price they are willing to pay to stop benefiting from the knowing. My mother said quietly, no one in Bath should ever need more than 1 syllable to register an entire bloodline's disgrace. Fenwick spoke then, not as storyteller, but as man of paper. The Countess had authority under her own settlement to draft the trust and reserve rooms funded from her separate jointure. But for it to bind the main estate, after her death, the house acknowledgment required either completion in the former Earl's lifetime or renewal by the present holder. But he turned to Sebastian. Lord Westridge may do so now. I looked at Sebastian. He had gone very still, not uncertain, not reluctant, only gathered. Good, because this was the point from which men either turn noble and late or useful and timely. And I had grown tired of nobility that arrives only after women have already done the difficult part. He said. I reviewed the instruments with Fenwick this morning. Not to me first. To the room. Good. The continuity trust can be executed now. The room reservation also. Fenwick has redrafted the working woman clause in clearer terms and Briscoe has reviewed the domestic language so that no steward may later improve it into something polite and useless. His gaze came to mine fully then. If the documents are signed, no woman entering Westridge by work may again be reclassified into dependent household presence without written settlement, witnessed acknowledgement, and separate provision. The girl's educational rights pass into the trust. The continuity room remains operative. Its key does not sit in my desk. There. Not promise. Instrument. I turned to Briscoe. And the second key will remain with the housekeeper unless the woman overseeing the room chooses otherwise. There it was then. Not just restoration. Transfer. Female governance restored where the house had once absorbed it into male conscience and auntly doctrine both. I said very quietly. And the red drawer itself? Briscoe answered. Returns to the room once the trust is executed, not before. After. Exactly right. I looked back at the instruments. The working woman clause had indeed been redrafted. Fenwick slid it toward me. This time the language was cleaner. Harder. Better. No woman of family or education entering Westridge by archival, instructional, clerical, or corrective labor shall be rendered temporary in description while permanent in utility. Her work, room pay, writing materials, correspondence rights, and private storage shall remain legible in separate account. No gratitude shall be entered where contract is owed. I read the final line aloud. My mother said, "At last. Someone in England writes as if women are not weather." There it was. The whole thing. The house. The room. The Countess. The girls. My own position beneath Westridge's roof. All of it had moved, at last, from atmosphere into instrument. I asked Fenwick, "If this is signed now, it binds. And if the county dislikes it, it may educate itself." My mother looked as though she approved him for the first time. Sebastian had not yet moved toward the pen. That mattered too. He looked at me and said, "You will read every page first." All there, still, the asking, still the order corrected, so I did. Slowly, carefully, with all the suspicious precision a woman in my position owes her own future. The rooms reserved. The income charged. The girl's continuity rights carried forward. The working woman clause clear. Briscoe as interim female witness. The continuity room named, not memorialized. Not once did the language ask gratitude where structure should stand. When I finished, I laid the final page down and said, "Good," not because it was romantic, because it was exact. Sebastian took the pen then. Not as hero. Not as martyr. As heir finally choosing public burden where private arrangement had once been the easier inheritance. He signed. Fenwick witnessed. My mother signed were required as external witness from Bath. Briscoe signed too, and I do not think I shall forget the look on her face as she did it. Not triumph, not softness, but the exhausted dignity of a woman who has spent years holding one line in an old house, and has finally seen the line move into ink strong enough to outlive her. When the last page dried, Fenwick gathered the executed documents into order. The red drawer lay open still between us. I looked down into it, and saw one final folded sheet tucked beneath the trust packet. The Countess's hand again. Of course I opened it. Only 3 lines. If this drawer is opened honestly, then the house has already suffered enough instruction to deserve one better future. Do not let love be used where structure is due. But once structure is secured, do not let fear call itself principle forever either. I closed my eyes once, then opened them again. No one in that room needed me to read the lines aloud. They had already entered the air. My mother rose. She said, "I believe that my presence is now becoming decorative." No one contradicted her. She came to me, kissed my temple once, and said low enough that only I heard, "Susan, remember." Bah, I remember. Then she turned to Sebastian. "If you confuse loving my daughter with governing her, I shall live long enough to haunt Westridge personally." Sebastian, with perfect gravity, answered, "Wes. Mrs. Hartwell." That, I think, was the moment she fully approved him. When she had gone, Briscoe and Fenwick withdrew too, though not far. I knew at once they had gone only as far as propriety required, and not 1 inch farther. Good. Let the house know that the room was never to be made private in the wrong way again. That left only Sebastian and me. The drawing room changed, not into softness, into finality. There are moments when life ceases to be outline and becomes sentence. This was one. The red drawer stood open between us, empty now of secrecy and full instead of the ordinary miracle of proper execution. Sebastian remained where he was. Good, no rushing. No claim. No glow of accomplished male conscience. He waited. I looked at him and saw Beneath all the Westridge discipline and title and grief and patience, the simple unbearable truth of him. That he would probably always feel the old impulse first. Always want to stand in the doorway. Always want to meet weather before it reached me. But now he knew that want for what it was and had stopped calling it righteousness merely because it sounded noble in a man. That, perhaps, was all one can honestly ask of another human being. Not perfection, knowledge, and the willingness to be corrected before the harm is done again. He said then, very plainly, Eleanor, I have not come to ask you back under my protection, my confidence, or my house's need. I have come because if there is to be any future between us, it must be one you choose after the whole record and not one I secure by urgency. There. Still the right order. He went on. I cannot promise never again to feel the old impulse. I can promise not to mistake it for authority. I cannot promise you a house free of difficulty. Only one in which difficulty is not renamed around you before you are told its terms. I cannot ask you to love Westridge, only to know it and, if you will, to help me keep it honest. His voice lowered slightly. And I cannot ask you to return out of gratitude. Only whether, now that the room is secured and the terms are plain, you will marry me. No flourish, no kneeling, no claim, only the question itself, set where all the dead women's warnings and all the living room's corrections had at last made it fit to stand. I said nothing for a moment. Not because I doubted. Because some yeses deserve enough silence before them that they cannot later be mistaken for ease. Then I answered. Wes. There it was, the word now belonging to neither habit nor accusation nor exhausted witness. Only choice. He did not move at once. That mattered more than if he had. Only after one breath, then another, did the whole stillness in him change, not break, open. At last he said, Thank you. I nearly laughed. That is a singular thing to say to a proposal accepted. It is the only thing I trust at present not to spoil the truth of the moment. That was so exactly Sebastian that I loved him for it in the same second, that I resented how easily he could do this to me. I said, because the room had become too serious not to rescue slightly. Very well. Then perhaps now you may ask me something more ordinary. A shadow of the almost smile. What hat? You know perfectly well, for the first time that day he smiled. Not half. Not almost. Fully enough that the whole severe architecture of his face changed and I saw, startlingly, the younger man he had once perhaps meant to become before too many women in Westridge had needed him to count faster than he could live. He said, May I kiss you? There it was again. Still the asking. Still the promise kept. Yes. He came to me then. Not quickly. Never that. Every step visible. Chosen. Leaving room for refusal until the very last inch. Though refusal by then would have been moral theater, and we both knew it. His hand came lightly to my face. He kissed me. Not as in the continuity room with danger newly alive. Not as in Bath Square with daylight and decision still half future. This kiss held no crisis, no interruption, no need to prove anything against house or county or aunt. Only chosen tenderness and the first lawful shape of peace beginning, very carefully, to trust itself. When he drew back, it was only enough that I could breathe and still see him clearly. You are alarmingly good at this now, I said. No, bah. There is your word. He exhaled something almost like a laugh. Then I am trying to be less bad, bah. That sounds nearer the truth, bah. Briscoe returned, then, precisely at the point when propriety might still be restored without any of us having to lie badly for its sake. She said, The carriage to Westridge will be ready in 20 minutes. I looked at her, then at the red drawer, then at Sebastian. Today. Briscoe said, Wes, the room is signed for. It ought to be inhabited before anyone in the county decides documents alone are enough to civilize a house. There are women who save one from sentiment by the sheer force of management. I rose. So be it. My mother did not accompany us, wisely. She kissed me in the hall, squeezed my hand once, and said only, Go choose it properly. I mean, too. The return to Westridge was neither secret nor ceremonial. Thomas drove. Fenwick took the legal packet separately. Briscoe sat opposite me like a field marshal of female continuity. Sebastian rode beside the carriage for the first mile and then, when Bath had sufficiently seen what it would be forced to say correctly, took his place inside. No flowers. No nonsense. Only damp roads, pale light, and the ordinary miracle of going back to a house one might actually mean to enter. When the gates came into view, my pulse altered. Not from fear alone. From memory. The first time I had entered Westridge it was under temporary employment. The second, under work and danger. Now I returned after the whole record had been named, the trust executed, the red drawer restored, and the question answered in full daylight. That makes a difference no county can quite understand. The front door stood open. Lucy was on the steps. Of course. Beatrice behind her. Pritchard at the hall. Two maids pretending not to be alert. The dog Morley wild with welcome and discipline in equal parts. Lucy flew at me with the full force of youth opinion and vindication. You came back. Yes. And not because England bullied you, never because England. Good. Good. She drew back and looked up at Sebastian. Did you bring the drawer? Briscoe from behind me said, Miss Lucy. What? It is structurally important. Beatrice came forward then. Not running. Never that. Only with the grave radiance of a girl who had been forced from one room too soon and now saw, in broad daylight, and with witnesses enough to count, that the room had not after all been taken from her. She kissed my cheek very quickly and said, Welcome home. Home. The word might once have frightened me. Now, I thought, it frightened me only honestly. We went first not to luncheon, not to the hall, not to any place the county would have preferred for an engagement to settle into visibility. We went to the continuity room. Of course. The door stood open. The cabinet restored. The girls' shelves reordered. The public journals corrected. The working continuation forms in the inner drawer. The Countess's statement of purpose framed under glass above the writing table. Briscoe's doing. Unmistakably. Because only she would know exactly how much reverence and how little sentiment the page could safely bear. Sebastian took the red drawer from Fenwick himself then. Not before. Only now. When the room had become again the right place for it. He crossed to the blank span beneath the journal shelf. The place where the red category had once been attacked first, because it could still cost living men. He slid the drawer back into place. Perfect fit. Of course. It was as if the room exhaled. Lucy said very softly for once. Fear. Beatrice touched the continuity book under her arm. Wes. There was the word again. Only now it belonged to all of us. Sebastian turned then and held out the second key to me. For you. I looked at him. How alarming. It is meant to be reassuring. It may become both. The almost smile. Yes. I took the key. Behind us, Lucy said to Beatrice in a stage whisper wholly unworthy of the term, I told you a much better class of villain would be required. Beatrice closed her eyes once. Then laughed. Actually laughed. I think that sound may have pleased me almost as much as the key in my hand. By evening the engagement had been told plainly to the house. Not with spectacle. With accuracy. Pritchard heard it as if he had expected no other outcome worth his tray rotes. The cook improved supper beyond necessity. The younger maids smiled behind civility. Fenwick departed having bound the continuity trust and, I suspect, half Westridge's moral future into one neat packet. Briscoe allowed herself no more than the slightest visible satisfaction, which from her counted as revelry. After dinner Sebastian found me in the continuity room. It seemed fitting. At that room had held doctrine, drawers, storms, warnings, flaws, and enough reckoning for 3 lives. It might now, I thought, be made to hold something better without collapsing from the strain. The fire burned high. The windows had gone dark. The girls had been sent up with books and strict instructions not to begin reforming the empire before morning. The room held only us and the sort of quiet that no longer felt like concealment. He came to stand before me. Not too near. Still that. Still asking. I held up the key. You have made the house extremely difficult to misunderstand.
I am trying.
No, I said. You have finally done the harder thing. You have made it difficult to lie in. That reached him. He said, very softly, is that enough? There it was, the last question, not about love, not about desire, not even about the trust. About whether the structure now stood strong enough that I might remain inside it without disappearing. I looked around the room, the restored drawer, the framed statement, the working forms, the cabinet low enough for younger hands, the chair Beatrice had claimed by the window, the place on the rug where Lucy always ended by conquering geography and principle together. Then I looked at him. Wes, I said. This time the word was not warning, not confession, not witness. Only the first true peace the room had yet earned. He came closer then. May I kiss you? There is an alarming amount of virtue in that question. I am trying not to let virtue become architecture. Good. Continue. He kissed me. And, because the room had already done all the difficult work, named the house, corrected the record, secured the structure, taught the girls, stripped his conscience to the bone, and forced my own choice into daylight, the kiss itself needed to prove nothing. It was not rescue, not arrangement. Only what came after both had finally been refused. When we drew apart, I rested my hand against his coat simply because I wished to and because wishes properly spoken and properly answered had at last become safe enough to live in the open. What happens now? I asked. He looked at me as if the answer required the whole of him. Tomorrow Fenwick copies the trust into final county record. The girls' provisions stand. The room remains open. The working clause applies to any woman entering Westridge by labor and not by favor. Briscoe keeps the second key until you choose otherwise. Lucy will tyrannize geography. Beatrice will improve history into method. Eudora will loathe all of it from a proper distance. His voice lowered. And I try, with varying degrees of success, to deserve the future I have just asked you to share. I considered this. That sounds almost sensible. I am trying not to alarm you too quickly. Too late. He smiled, then really smiled, Bullen, and the sight of it made the whole room warmer. I leaned against him and thought, with quiet astonishment, that the records had finally won. Not because the past was healed. It would never be wholly that. But because what had once been used to choose silence, then control, then delay, had now at last served the right purposes. Truth, complete enough to let two people choose one another, without asking either to disappear inside the choice. The next morning, I woke at Westridge to clear spring light at the windows and the sound of rooks in the yews below. My key lay cool and certain on the table beside the bed. Somewhere in the East Wing Lucy was already arguing with Beatrice over whether engaged women ought to be exempt from Roman history. The house breathed around me not as witness now, but as future. When I came downstairs, Sebastian was waiting in the hall with a letter to my mother in one hand and the second continuity key in the other. He held out the smaller key. For you. I took it. How alarming. It is meant to be reassuring. It may become both. The almost smile again. Yes. I put the key into my reticule and then my hand into his because I wanted to and because I could. He said, Good morning. Good morning. Bath would speak. County would remember. Westridge would remain itself in some old ways, and I hoped, less itself in the worst. The dead would remain part of us, as all dead do, when they have shaped the walls in which the living must still choose how to move. But they no longer stood between us. And as the spring light widened across the hall, and the day began like any other day, in any well-run house, I understood the thing at last in its simplest true form. Love had not saved us. Truth had not saved us. Not even forgiveness, not yet fully earned, had saved us. What saved us was the harder choice beneath all three. That after everything had been named, structured, witnessed, and signed, we had still asked, and still answered. Source of Phyla Chapter 5 chosen after the record. Text chunks returned 80 Phylus written 80 righty errors zur.